Floods ain't pretty. Hard times in the city. I'm feeling kinda bad. 7 to 8 hours twice a week. Don't have time to take a leak. Hard times in the city. 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 Hard times in the city.
Hi. The show hasn't started yet. This is pre-show stuff, just warming up. We don't have a 6 o'clock guest. Can't imagine why nobody wants to do this show. But I always ask, when you book somebody, don't tell them to watch the show before they agree to come on. Hey, we have a crew now, a paid crew. Right now, they are the Invisible Ninja. We have Andy Brown, Sarah Bush. We have Professor John. We have Joe in Norway. We have Hannah Fartman, and I'm leaving somebody out. Grace Jackson is going to join us. I need to grow the show, and the only way I can grow this show is by having a support group. We need people. I probably left somebody out. Andy Brown, Sarah Bush, Hannah Fartman, Grace Jackson, Professor John, Joe in Norway, and of course, our managing editor, Dan Frankenberger, goes without saying. And we're going to try to grow this out. If you're new to my show, I've been doing this for 13 years. And when I first started, we had a little crew. And then I ran into some problems, personal problems in Los Angeles, and I had to hightail it here to New York City, and I couldn't afford a crew. We're going to try it again. We're going to try it again, and we're going to grow our community, and I can't have interns. I can't have people working for free. One of the ways we're paying the bills is through Super Chats, which I was reluctant to do because I don't know. But once I realized this money would be going towards the crew, I can shamelessly read these Super Chats from yesterday. We're going to try to read the Super Chats from YouTube. Most of you listening don't know what I'm talking about, but we're simulcasting on YouTube. And they have a thing called Super Chats. And the people in the chat room, I'm supposed to say are kind enough, but I feel like saying, well, okay, they've been kind enough. I can't believe people do this. This is blowing me away, but people will just send money through YouTube to the chat room. And if I read their words, they will pay for this, and YouTube gets 30% and the staff gets 70%. So let me read a couple of these Super Chats before we start the show, which has not started yet. We haven't even begun. John writes, enjoy the show, David. Health and happiness to all involved. And I guess I should tell how much they gave, but I don't know if that's, I have to discuss that. I'm a little uncomfortable telling how much. I guess you do tell, right? $20. I don't know. It's, oh boy, this is, why can't I just have been born as like Prince Charles and not have to worry about these things? Doug writes, I was watching Randy Rhoads today. She was calling anyone who didn't want a no-fly zone a coward. She thinks nukes are not such a big threat. Yikes. Hey Now writes, $5. Just send us $5. Thank you. Ryan, I know Ryan. He writes, why we are like the left's answer to the Proud Boys. I am a proud hump. Thank you. Connor Mahoney in Europe writes, okay, from Ireland. Love the show. Support you all big time. I think Connor also bought Ben Burgess's book. Todd from Tucson. Wow. Thank you. Wow. Diane P. Thank you. RB writes, I'm waiting for mutual fund advice. S&P index fund. Anybody who tells you otherwise is a charlatan. Doug A, pumping it up for the stage crew. Bless you. Cobb fan. Thank you. Dave Campbell, definitely foolish, giving money. Yes, I see. John Anderson writes, this is worth seeing David struggle with tech. These go back to March 4th. I'm just going to read all of them because the show hasn't started. Dave Campbell, thank you. Observer, Biden just stole the sovereign wealth of a country the U.S. spent decades torturing and turning into a free fire zone. Observer, the show hasn't started yet. Why are you writing this? We haven't started the show yet. Teresa Luke, Chris Tarugo, pretty good show. My wife hates it. She'll ask, what's this? $5 for, I'll have to prevaricate. Oh, that makes me happy. Let me read that again. Pretty good show. My wife hates it. She'll ask, what's this $5 for? I'll have to prevaricate. The VFB by Art writes, David, why are you still defending Democrats? Read Listen Liberal again. Invest in the People's Party. Not so sure about the People's Party. Godcat, thank you. And these are now going back. Okay, now I'm going way back. So thank you all who are supporting the staff. You're going to see, as this year continues, you're going to see a much better show. You're going to see a better produced show because of people like Dan Frankenberger and Andy Brown and Sarah Bush and Professor John and the Invisible Ninja and Joe in Norway and Hannah Fartman and anyway, we'll tell you more as this develops. I want to thank the people who come to the meetings and help me get the show ready. All right. The show still hasn't started because we don't have a guest for 6 o'clock. The 3 people canceled. And so anyway, I ordered in from Chipotle this afternoon. So wish me luck. And I haven't eaten Chipotle in 3 years. So it's a shock to my system. It's shocking. Oh, shit. Why did I do that? Wish me luck. Chipotle. People should be allowed to place, what are they called? Proposition bets. Is that what they do before the Super Bowl? Proposition bets. You should be allowed to place bets on your Chipotle order. I mean, that's where the economy is pretty much heading. We don't really do anything. So we might as well just bet on our food orders. You got Patton Oswalt doing commercials for online betting. So if online betting gets Patton Oswalt's good Chapo Trap House seal of approval, if it's politically correct to do online betting because Patton is telling us it's okay, there's nothing wrong with online betting. So DraftKings should take proposition bets on Chipotle. Like I order and then I place my wager and I maybe go for the parlay. I would have gone for the parlay today. I would have bet on Listeria, Salmonella, and Ratjaw. Those are the 3. If those 3 came in, by the way, Ratjaw is like lockjaw, but instead of your mouth frozen, you find frozen Ratjaw in your Chipotle. Read about Chipotle, by the way. You think I'm kidding. I'm not. And they're guilty of wage theft. But wouldn't it be great? You order from Chipotle and you can get a little action on what you eat. No, I'm okay. I just made $5,000. I landed the parlay. Chipotle. Read about Chipotle and their wage theft and the way they treat their employees. It's all true. And that includes Listeria and all other kinds of animals that are crawling around your food. Read about it. Google Chipotle and See, when you treat your employees bad, bad things end up in your food. I ordered Chipotle today. I don't know why. People make bad decisions when they're starving. You make bad decisions when you're horny. You make bad decisions when you're broke. That's why bordellos and casinos are not supposed to be right around the corner. It shouldn't be easy to act on an impulse. A bordello or a casino or Chipotle, these must be conscious decisions. The idea should come to you, not the other way around. I have no quarrel with vices, but vices are something that you act on, not something that acts on you. Like, oh, there's a massage parlor. Maybe I'll go get a massage before I go home and see the wife. That's what got Mr. Kraft in trouble. That marriage is going to last. Anyway, I have no problem. If The Vice is right, one of my favorite television shows, if The Vice is right around the corner, it's going to take up much of your time. And we don't want that. Vice, I'm not saying vices are bad, but not every day should be Mardi Gras. A vice is like an Entenmann's coffee cake. You should only enjoy it occasionally. And when you do it, you're reminded of why you only do it every so often, because it makes you feel like crap. Again, nothing wrong with vices, nothing wrong with an Entenmann's coffee cake, but you shouldn't be part of you shouldn't eat it. It shouldn't be there all the time to tempt you. By the way, Charles Entenmann, the founder of Entenmann's, died this week, 92. Entenmann was one tough cookie. Not as tough as an Entenmann's cookie, but close. Entenmann attributed his long life to exercise, getting plenty of sleep, and a diet of anything but Entenmann's coffee cake. His family asks, in lieu of flowers, you send flour. Wow. I have to soldier on because I don't have a 6 o'clock guest. We don't have a 6 o'clock guest. Whew. Entenmann was cremated and then served with a cup of decaf. Always save the worst for last. The point I guess I'm making is, don't look for a place to eat like I did today when you're hungry. You shouldn't, Chipotle should not be something that's there for you to choose. Nobody chooses Chipotle. You're hungry, you say, I'm starving. I'm going to replace these pangs of hunger with pangs of regret. That's the decision you make when it's an impulse order on Seamless. You say, I'm starving. I'm going to replace these pangs of hunger with pangs of regret. Pangs of Regret, by the way, is a terrific Chinese restaurant right around the corner from me. If you ever are coming to Manhattan and you want to visit me, first stop off at Pangs of Regret for the best stir fry this side of the East River, and save a little for me. Pangs of Regret. People make bad decisions when they're hungry, which is why when you're zoning a city, you should make sure that when people are hungry, they don't have to eat at Chipotle or Burger King or McDonald's or Kentucky Fried Chicken or any other fast food franchise that causes obesity, diabetes, cancer, and heart disease, not to mention gout, bad breath, and body odor and bad breath. I always look at couples eating at McDonald's and I think, like, how many weeks are you going to have to wait until you kiss each other? Here's a general rule of thumb about fast food. When you order delivery, it's never a good sign when the smell of that food arrives 15 minutes before the actual food does. I know when someone in my apartment building ordered McDonald's delivery because the stench lingers in the elevator for weeks. And what can be more slothful than ordering McDonald's delivery? Doesn't that just defeat the whole purpose of McDonald's? Aren't you supposed to drive? Isn't the whole purpose you go to the drive-through, that you don't order McDonald's to deliver. There are a million places that do delivery. Why would you go to McDonald's? McDonald's being delivered. What do you want? You want to sit there like Jabba the Hutt in your apartment wearing a muumuu and ask the delivery guy to chew the Big Mac and then mama bird it into your mouth because eating has become an inconvenience? The convenience food is now where it's chewed and digested for you. This is dangerous. Half this country is obese and the other half has an eating disorder. McDonald's should not be readily available. And if you want to count the dead bodies piling up, just in terms of body bags, McDonald's in a single day kills more Americans than all the terrorist attacks on U.S. soil during the past 30 years. I'm just talking body bags, right? More dead people because of McDonald's than Al-Qaeda and ISIS combined. I'll even throw in all the mass shootings from domestic white separatists. Put them all together. McDonald's responsible for more body bags than all of them combined, which is why McDonald's was the last American company to pull out of Russia. They just pulled out. They stayed behind as part of the war effort. McDonald's is like the Marines, first one in, last one out. In fact, when Vladimir Putin runs out of radioactive polonium-210, he has his special agents dip their umbrella tips into a quarter pounder. That seems to do the job because McDonald's is lethal. And that's a fact. McDonald's will kill you. It does kill you. McDonald's kills you. If you're talking body bags, only body bags, then McDonald's has killed more Americans than Hitler. McDonald's has killed more Americans than Hitler. 70 years of McDonald's means 70 years of hundreds of thousands of body bags each year in America from McDonald's because they contribute to diabetes, cancer, and heart disease, strokes, and of course, crippling long-term illnesses that cost our economy billions of dollars each year, all because of a Big Mac. And then there's the planet, all the cow burps spewing greenhouse gases like methane into the atmosphere that just gets trapped and then traps the sunlight along with it. All that just so you can eat that Big Mac. And don't forget the rainforests, our planet's lungs. The rainforests being raised to make room for cattle. And of course, the fresh water that gets wasted. The fresh water takes anywhere between 4,000 to 18,000 gallons of water to produce one single Big Mac. I didn't believe that. And then it was explained to me, you have to think of all the water used to grow the soybeans, to feed the cow, and all the water you need to clean the cow and make sure that the cow has something to drink, and you want to make the cow fat. And I don't think there's cat in a Big Mac, but you never know. You want to make the cow fat. That's water. And then there's all the water to clean up after the cow has been slaughtered. I hear some slaughterhouses actually clean up after they kill a cow. That's 4,000 to 18,000 gallons of water to make a single Big Mac, which is why after you eat a Big Mac, all that comes out of you is water. 4,000 to 18,000 gallons of water for every Big Mac you eat comes pouring out of you, right? You remember what it's like to eat a Big Mac. About an hour later, you're on the phone with your gastroenterologist telling him, you might as well give me a colonoscopy tomorrow. I'm prepped. Whew. No 6 o'clock guest. Show hasn't started yet. I'm Has not started, just killing time to make sure I can actually do the show because I had Chipotle today. We may have to cancel today's show on account of Chipotle, or maybe it's going to be a rain delay. Let me just check the equipment. I want to make sure all systems are not go. Okay. I think I can continue. I need to get out of the city. I really do. I got a taste of it for 48 hours, and it reminded me of the Fresh Air Fund. I need nature, any kind of nature. In New York City, I don't know, I just know about New York City, they have something called the Fresh Air Fund for impoverished youth. It's like they started in the 19th century. My dad grew up dirt poor in the Bronx, and he was the beneficiary of the Fresh Air Fund. They would put kids, they still do, they put kids on buses and bring them up to the Catskills for 48 hours so these kids can get some fresh air. And then they quickly bring these kids back to the city where they spend the next 363 days comparing the sylvan woods, the breathable oxygen, visible skies, to the toxic melange of sulfites and gases the working poor and their bedraggled children of New York pathetically refer to as air. You get 48 hours a year of fresh air in the Catskills. That's it, the Fresh Air Fund. And it is typically American. Look, we know the air in the city stinks. We know you're breathing in cockroach skin, mouse hair. And look, we know 2/3 of you will be dead by the age of 20 from tuberculosis and polio. We get that, but we're not going to fix that. What we have to offer you is we take you out of New York City for 48 hours once a year so you really get to see just how staggeringly putrid your life truly is. That's the ethos behind the Fresh Air Fund, because every child deserves breathable oxygen 48 hours a year. Give to the Fresh Air Fund. Don't clean the air in New York City. Give to the Fresh Air Fund so kids can get 48 hours of breathable air a year. That's how my father grew up. 48 hours a year. He wasn't breathing in lead gasoline or freshly smelted aluminum from the mill that was downwind. Simpson Street in the Bronx. He grew up right next door to Fort Apache. Poor guy. Waited until he was 17. Had to wait till World War II broke out for him to get out of the Bronx. That's what happened. He was 17 and he enlisted in the Navy, probably because he wanted to breathe fresh air. The guy had to go fight in the Pacific to sample clean, breathable air. And then just when he got comfortable on the deck of the USS Norton, a kamikaze would kick up a spicy cloud of benzene and rotting flesh, and he'd say, "Wow, it feels like I'm back in the Bronx." My father would tell me about the Great Depression. 48 hours a year of breathable air. That was his childhood. 48 hours a year of breathable air. That's all he got. And the Fresh Air Fund would take him up to the Catskills. They would say, "Okay, hurry up, breathe in." And then they all had to hold in their lungs for 363 days before they could get back up to the Catskills to let it all out, breathe it in again, hold it for 363 days, and wait till they could get up to the Catskills or enlist to fight in World War II. So he enlisted right after Pearl Harbor because of the Bronx. He lived in the Bronx. He saw newsreels of Pearl Harbor burning and thought, looks just like the Bronx. I'm going to go join the Navy. And then he comes home, and they immediately want him to go fight in Korea. And because of his leftist political leanings, he and his wife, my mother, they lived in the shadows, terrified of Joe McCarthy. And growing up, I would hear these horror stories of their life. Great Depression, World War II, poverty, the blacklist. And they would tell me these stories over and over again. I was barely 2 years old. And it just nonstop about the war and writing letters for the Red Cross. And I remember saying, wow, Mom, Dad, I am so grateful that I am not the pathetic losers you are. Your life obviously sucks. War, depression, pollution, the Red Scare. You are losers. And thanks for telling me all about this stuff, because now I totally get the power dynamic at play here. I am clearly the alpha. Among the three of us, I am clearly the alpha because you two are losers. Now, Dad, you change my diaper, and Mom, go see if there's any more breast milk in the fridge. I feel a thirst coming on. It's the way I was raised. The show still has not started. My 6 o'clock canceled, and then we couldn't fill it. By the way, I threw the burrito bowl out. I ordered a burrito bowl from Chipotle. I ate like a quarter of it and just threw it out. Now, for the uninitiated, a burrito bowl, it's kind of interesting. It's a new thing, a burrito bowl. And this is not a football game that's played in Mexico. That's a whole other. A burrito bowl is a burrito without the tortilla wrapping. This is fascinating. Instead of the tortilla, the burrito is served in a cardboard bowl. And here's the thing. It's really interesting. You're not supposed to eat the cardboard bowl. It turns out they didn't replace one edible tortilla wrapping with an edible cardboard wrapping. The bowl is not edible, but they don't tell you that. They just call it a burrito bowl. And when I think burrito, I think everything around the burrito, the entire package, the entire presentation can be eaten. That's the whole point of a burrito. You hold it in your hands and eat the whole thing. But no, when you get the burrito without the tortilla wrap, you are pretty much negating the entire definition of a burrito. And I didn't know this at first, right? I thought, okay, you eat the bowl. No, you don't eat the bowl. A burrito bowl, very misleading, and they should warn you when you order a burrito bowl that you don't eat the bowl. A burrito without the warm blanket of tortilla swaddling the ingredients is not a burrito. It's an accident waiting to happen, and hopefully you can make it to the restroom on time, and they should tell you the bowl is not edible. Turns out the reason they call it a burrito bowl is because that's where you end up spending the next 6 days, on the bowl. Well, that's almost a half hour. By the way, the show has not started. We don't have a 6 o'clock guest. I killed about 25 minutes there. I was talking to my son last night, and he's a bit of a world traveler. He's still young, and he wants to see the world. He told me that because I want to get out of the city, instead of the Fresh Air Fund, it turns out I'm too old for the Fresh Air Fund, he suggested Cuba. He says it's a great place to visit. He says it's an Eden, and you should go there before it's destroyed by capitalism. He told me that Cuba, he's been there a couple of times, and he told me it's a great place to visit, but they don't allow you to flush toilet paper down the drain. It is against the law in Cuba, I didn't know this, to flush toilet paper down the drain. So I said to him, oh, because it's a police state and they want to see your papers. They inspect everything. He said, no, it's a plumbing issue. It has nothing to do with it being a police state. You are not allowed to flush toilet paper because in Cuba, it clogs up the system. So you must put dirty toilet paper into a garbage can. And I'm thinking, what's to stop dirty toilet paper from clogging up the garbage can? Doesn't make any sense. Why don't you just flush it? It seems like a ridiculous law. You replace one choke point with another. And what's to stop us, the tourists, coming to Cuba and mixing toilet paper into our meal so we have a self-wiping papitas fritas? If you mix in a little toilet paper, it's what we call a self-cleaning ropa vieja. Just something to think about. Eating toilet paper if they won't let you flush it when you visit Cuba. But apparently it's not just Cuba. He told me that he goes to Greece, and there too, he loves Greece, but the one downside is you can't flush the toilet paper. To which I thought, you know what? I'll look at a picture of the Parthenon instead. I really don't need to see the Parthenon that badly. I'd like to see it, but not if I have to suffer that. And why didn't I know this? Did you know this, that you're not allowed to flush toilet paper in Greece? That you have to put it off? Like when you walk into a restroom in Greece, all the dirty toilet paper is in a garbage can? Did you know this? I watch Rick Steves. I love Rick Steves. I've been watching Rick Steves for decades. He didn't tell me about this. He's warned me about foreign pickpockets, hidden fees at youth hostels, how to avoid bed bugs, what to do about hotels that lose your reservation. Decades of travel advice. Not once did Rick Steves mention that you're not allowed to wipe your butt in Greece, the birthplace of democracy, and nobody's allowed to wipe their butt. I'm going to stay home. I'm not a world traveler. I get it. I don't like to travel. I'm pretty much a shut-in. But I'm pretty sure if you told Ferdinand Magellan, hey, you're going to have a great trip, Ferd. You're going to see people and places that are beyond your imagination. You're going to taste spices and smell perfumes that will make your head spin. But I got to warn you, just one downside. For the entire trip, you can't wipe your ass. I'm almost certain Ferdinand Magellan is going to say, on second thought, I'll just watch Rick Steves. I'll watch Rick Steves do it. Let him go. That's what Ferdinand Magellan would say. He would say, apparently Rick Steves isn't so hung up on this whole butt wiping thing. As for me, I don't know. Maybe I have OCD or something, but I need to wipe my butt. Seems important to me, so I'll just let Rick Steves be the first one to navigate the Straits of Magellan instead of me. Call it the Straits of Rick Steves. I'm going to stay home, sitting on my couch, my clean, spotless couch. Seriously, I mean, what is out there to be seen in the world that is so important that you forego wiping? And I told my son, don't ever call me again. I'm repulsed. You repulse me. You disgust me. This is the first time I'm finding out that my grown son went to Cuba and Greece and wasn't flushing toilet paper after the years I spent training him for nothing. Okay, show hasn't started yet. I think it's starting. Hang on. No, it's gas. See, I thought the show was just about to start, and it was a false alarm. And we wonder why my 6 o'clock guest canceled and we couldn't find anyone to replace that person. Why would someone not want to be associated with a class act like David Feldman? All right. We've killed enough time here. I think it's time to start. By the way, you know why Chipotle loads their salsa? They load their burritos and their food with salsa and onions and garlic. You know why there's lots of garlic and onions in Chipotle food? So you end up thinking it's the onions and garlic that are giving you the distress, but it's not. It's something far worse. Onions and garlic are just the scapegoats, when the real villain in all this is an actual scapegoat. That's how they make the sofritas over at Chipotle, with a scapegoat. That's what they cut up and put into the sofritas. A baby scapegoat. They cook a scapegoat that has wandered through the desert for 5 years, taking in all the sins and moral impurities of the universe, and they serve it up to you and call it sofritas at Chipotle. The scapegoat, that's how they rolled back in the day. Moses would set a goat free in the desert for a couple of years. After that goat had sucked in all the Jewish people's impurities and moral trespasses. This is true. That's what a scapegoat means. That's what a scapegoat. I think it's Leviticus. And we're not talking about Glade air freshener that covers up human stench. I'm saying a scapegoat. Read the Bible. A scapegoat was like a Dyson air purifier that just sucked in all the poison and it stayed inside the scapegoat. And that's how the Jews felt clean. Thanks to the scapegoat. That's the truth. Read the Bible, read Leviticus. The Jews invented the scapegoat, and then they spend 4,000 years asking, why are we always the scapegoat? Why are they always scapegoating the Jews? Well, there wouldn't be any scapegoats, you asshole, if you didn't invent it. We invented the scapegoat, but goes around, comes around. Welcome to the mop-up for March 10th, 2022. I'm barely David Feldman, coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in Manhattan where the temperature is 45 degrees and cloudy. Well, I want to clarify some of the things I've been saying on this show about the situation in Ukraine. We will be back right after this.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for right. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your Yes, it's time right now for the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
wish I was Professor Mike Steinel. Then again, I wish I was anybody other than myself. Well, I want to clarify some of the things I said on this show, and I have been saying about the situation in Ukraine, which is very serious. If I said anything dogmatic, I apologize. I really do. If I stated, I was a little rude to Dave Cyrus, and I apologize. If I stated something with absolute moral and intellectual certitude about Russia, Ukraine, and America, then I am sorry. There are some things I am certain of. And on this show, I try, most of the time I fail, but I try to listen to informed people. And I try to put them on the show and listen. I try not to interrupt them. I try to learn. I try to give the audience facts. And, we filter through our leanings, our biases. But one thing I want to know when I have people on the show is why someone thinks the way they do without judgment. I'm always curious, why does somebody think a certain way? And I don't want to judge. I just want to understand, why do you think this way? There is a dearth of critical thinking in America because most Americans have not been trained by the Jesuits who encourage their students to perform thought exercises. I am the beneficiary of Orthodox Hebrew school until I went to Orthodox Hebrew school 3 times a week. And the Jesuits, I think they were Jesuits, trained me to perform thought exercises. Maybe they weren't Jesuits, but something like Jesuits. And so often on this show, I ask all of us to perform thought exercises that are not the defense of evil. It's just trying to arrive at the why of evil. Many Americans are incapable of going there. Now, between 1932 and 1933, 13% of the Ukrainian population starved to death. Joseph Stalin did this. This is a fact. The New York Times won a Pulitzer reporting from Moscow those years. Many think that the Pulitzer should be revoked because they never mentioned that 13% of Ukrainian Kuliaks were starving to death because of Joseph Stalin collectivizing and shutting down privately owned farms. That's a fact. Man-made famine, not because of drought, famine by design. Conservatively speaking, 4 million Ukrainians, kulaks, peasants who owned property, I guess, they starved to death, even resorted to cannibalism. It was slow motion genocide of the Ukrainian people who back then were part of the Soviet Union. I condemn mass slaughter. Obviously, it's evil. All of us do. Unfortunately, that's where most Americans stop. Critical thinking demands the question, why? But in America, we don't ask why, because asking why suggests that there's a possible excuse for evil. And because we frame every narrative with some sort of religious dogma or connotation, our history, our conversations are built on faith as opposed to truth. And that's why religion, or any strong belief, any dogmatic belief, is dangerous, because faith, strong belief, will always corrupt the truth. Propaganda. Strong faith begets propaganda. Look, the Holocaust, evil. We know Hitler killed 6 million Jews. We know he gassed the LGBTQ, communist, Catholics, and all his political opponents. It's black and white. It's evil. But asking why he did it, asking why, what was he thinking? What were the German people thinking? Doesn't condone the atrocities. Why does this person hate gypsies? Right? That is an unreasonable question to ask in America. Why did Hitler hate German? Well, he hated Germans. Why did he hate the Jews? And I've been told anti-Semitism is a mental disorder. Racism is a mental disorder. Don't bother searching for the why, because you're dignifying it. It doesn't matter why. Don't dignify it. Why does somebody hate homosexuals? Doesn't matter. It's evil. Just don't ask. Many Americans fear the why because they're afraid that understanding the why, the roots of this evil, they're afraid that it might possibly lead us down a path towards compassion, understanding, or possibly conversion to that evil. That once you understand Hitler's venality, why he's venal, you will. Don't read Mein Kampf. And we saw this played out after 9/11. We were never allowed to ask why Osama bin Laden flew 2 planes into the World Trade Center. George W. Bush framed it immediately as evil. There's no excuse, he said, for evil. It was black and white. We must not ask why they attacked the World Trade Center. Why not? Why were they so afraid 21 years ago of the media saying, why did they do this? Because in that rubble of Ground Zero, we might unearth the why. And the why might unearth a justification for that deadly attack. Not a good justification, but enough of a justification that could lead some Americans down the path of rooting against America or questioning America. Don't touch it. Do not question why. It's evil. Leave it alone. For the record, I was against 9/11. Okay? All of it. Against it. And the aftermath. And all of the aftermath. I was against 9/11. We didn't deserve it. Okay? 2 weeks after 9/11, Rudy Giuliani spoke before the United Nations. I know it's hard to believe, but 21 years ago, Rudy was America's mayor. Believe it or not, he, of all people, was the lone voice of reason, while the rest of the city and the country, including President Bush, were all prairie dogging their common sense. Rudy spoke before the United Nations to essentially sell Bush's global war on terror. He didn't write that speech at the UN. He was parroting Bush's official response to 9/11, the official framing of the global war on terror. It was, do not ask questions. You're either with us or against us. This is good versus evil. Which side are you on? That's how you sell war. It's the only way to sell war. The other side must be evil, and there is no room for why. No room for why. If you're going to war, no room for why. Why is Osama bin Laden evil? Why is Vladimir Putin evil? Because to ask that question opens a Pandora's box of empathy, understanding, and perhaps even, God forbid, an opportunity to tamp down the violence on their side and ours. We don't want that. We want war, because war can only be blind fury. Throwing a punch always comes from a place of moral clarity. Intellectual ambiguity, but moral clarity. You cannot throw a punch in a fistfight unless you have moral clarity, and you must have intellectual ambiguity. And that's why America always seems to be losing so many of its wars. $1 trillion a year, then we go off the books. We keep losing because we come from a place where morally it's as clear as a bell. Intellectually, there's a lot of ambiguity. Read the Afghanistan papers. I mean, it's like you had people who couldn't read, see, or talk running the war in Afghanistan. Those who studied martial arts know you never bring emotion into conflict. Those who study Taekwondo understand that the battle is won by minimizing damage to oneself and the opponent to bring a swift and deliberate end to the violence on your terms. When you remain clear-headed, your opponent surrenders because they understand they are outmatched. That comes not from intellectual ambiguity. It comes from intellectual clarity. So, looking back at what we now know about the global war on terror, and with the possibility of World War III, let's revisit Rudy Giuliani's words before the UN General Assembly on October 1st, 2001. They are simplistic. Rudy's words are simplistic, and his words would be right at home, coming out of the mouths of Liam Neeson, Clint Eastwood, or anybody else who traffics in revenge fantasies. These are the words that led to our losing in Afghanistan and Iraq. Rudy Giuliani, let's talk about Rudy's words before the UN. These are the words that led to a 20-year failure in Afghanistan, in Iraq, on the world stage, that turned us, this global war on terror, turned us into the people who attacked us on 9/11. When you have people like Rudy Giuliani, Dick Cheney, and George W. Bush responding with their gut to 9/11, you become as bad as the people who attacked us. In fact, maybe worse. I don't know. America's military has killed close to 50,000 innocent civilians in the name of wiping out terrorism. That's 20 times the number of innocent civilians who died tragically on 9/11. That's a fact, whether you like it or not, and I suspect too many Americans like it. I'm beginning to see it in what's going on right now. And it's the idea that somebody must pay. We heard Thomas Friedman say that after 9/11. Just put some heads on sticks and say to the Middle East, you want a piece of that? Because we can. Look up Thomas Friedman. Might as well make them innocent. We're going to kill innocent people. Make sure they're from Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Somalia, Yemen, any place with people of color. All in the name of fighting a war on terror, which of course is insane. Fighting a war on terror, 21 years, it's still going, is fighting a war on an emotion. Terror. How do you fight a war on terror? It's like fighting a war on greed or envy. George Bush could have said terror. He could have said envy. He could have stood before a joint session of Congress and said, ladies and gentlemen, the people who brought down the Twin Towers hate our way of life, which he said. He said they hate us for our freedom. He said that. He said they are jealous of us, which is why tonight I'm declaring a war on jealousy. Could have been terror. That's an emotion. Jealousy is a feeling. A war on envy. To those of you who are envious, we will find you and destroy you at a time of our choosing. That's good, tough talk, right? And that makes me feel tumescent. A war on envy to countries who provide safe haven to the petty, green-eyed monsters who traffic in jealousy. We will find you and we will kill you. That would work. Terror, jealousy, war on lust. What about a war on lust? Okay, so declaring war on an emotion is an effective way to get Americans or any country to go to war. And it's an even more effective way to lose that war because you don't know what the F you're doing. We fought a war against an emotion, terror, a feeling. We lost Iraq and we lost Afghanistan. It's not funny. I shouldn't be laughing. We used emotion. We fought a war using emotion instead of the truth. And the truth is Iraq and Afghanistan didn't attack us. The Taliban didn't attack us. But our blind rage, you only throw a punch if you have moral clarity and intellectual ambiguity. Our blind rage, right, our moral certainty demanded we start killing people. And what we ended up doing is creating more than 2 countries that did not attack us, but they paid the price for 9/11. We went into Afghanistan. We went into Iraq. They didn't attack us. And they ended up attacking our soldiers They didn't attack us, but when we invade, they're going to attack our soldiers because they didn't want us on their soil. And now we have generation after generation of Iraqis and Afghanistan people whose children were killed by our drone strikes. And guess what? Guess what happens now? If someone flies a plane into a skyscraper in America, remember how they all turned out, even the Iranians after 9/11, and they held candlelight vigils? Do you really think if somebody flies a plane into the Freedom Tower today, you're going to see candlelight vigils for America around the world? We've lost, after 21 years of this, we've lost our moral authority. The people who see one of our skyscrapers coming down from a terrorist attack, they're going to pretty much feel the same way most of us feel watching shock and awe. Even worse, some of them, our drones kill kids. Some of these survivors will join a cell and conspire to blow something up here in America, because during the global war on terror, we have killed 50,000 innocent civilians. That's according to Air Wars. See, our military doesn't keep track of the innocent civilians we have killed. Isn't that odd? When they get caught killing innocent civilians, it's the New York Times or the Washington Post who uncover it, and they immediately say, our Pentagon says, we take this very seriously. We take this very seriously. Not seriously enough to tell us about it. We have to have journalists uncover it, right? Or WikiLeaks, but you take it very seriously, not seriously enough to actually keep count of, conservatively speaking, the 50,000 innocent civilians we have killed, according to Air Wars, during this global war on terror. Now, it's horrible. It is horrible that this has been done in our name. Billions spent on these smart bombs, precision guidance systems to ensure maximum damage with little to no collateral damage. That's how Raytheon sells their smart bombs. And yet, even Raytheon doesn't keep a tab on just how accurate those bombs are. They're selling something, smart bombs, right? Destroy but don't kill innocent people. How come nobody in the Pentagon ever calls up Raytheon and says, hey, you know that Storm Eagle smart bomb you sold us? Killed 20 innocent children. We want our money back. Well, why don't they? Why doesn't the Pentagon get their money back from the person who made the precision guidance missile that's not supposed to kill innocent civilians? If Raytheon sold me one of those Talon laser-guided rockets, and some of these cruise missiles, they run anywhere between $4 to $8 million each. Depends on how many you buy. The Pentagon buys in bulk, so they get a discount, but I'm only buying one. So I'm spending $8 million to fire a smart bomb at Rob Reiner's Malibu compound to take out his computer modem, not to hurt anybody. That's why I'm spending the money on a smart bomb, just to go into Rob Reiner's Malibu compound to take out his computer and his modem and his internet so he never tweets again. And I find out there's collateral damage. I don't want that. I'm not paying for collateral damage. I'm paying for precision. I just want Rob Reiner's computer modem taken out. I want his internet permanently wiped out so I never have to see one of Rob Reiner's Donald Trump is a soulless bully who must be stopped tweet that gets 50,000 likes and gets retweeted. If that guidance missile does more damage, if that guidance missile that I spent all this money on, if that guidance missile does more than just take out Rob Reiner's internet, then I'm going to call Raytheon and I'm going to say, you know what? Let's escalate this. I want to speak to your manager because I want my $8 million back. But not our Pentagon. We fire a cruise missile that hits the wrong target. We call up Raytheon and say, hey, got any more? We need more. We just fired a couple. We need more. By the way, America has 5,550 nuclear warheads ready to go. And there's talk of updating them, spending, a couple $100 billion more to update the 5,550 nuclear warheads, switching the older ones out for new, faster, and stronger ones. This planned obsolescence, right? They always get you with the planned obsolescence with these nuclear warheads. It's like Apple. How do I get in on that grift? That is nothing but a grift. 5,550 nuclear warheads. Like, we're going to know if they work or not. How do I get in on this? Do you think anybody is going to call? Hi, Lockheed Martin. Sorry to bother you in the middle of this nuclear conflagration, but yeah, I know this is a bad time, but with it being the second coming of Jesus and all that, but not trying to be a stickler here, but that nuclear bomb we just launched, I believe it's number 403, and the serial number is 8 Roger Roger 64 Roger 7. It did not detonate. No, it just landed. Yeah, nothing. Nope. We look, no mushroom cloud, nothing. No, we maintained the detonation system exactly as it says in the manual. No, it has not. My kids have not dropped it. No, and we kept it out of the rain. There's no moisture. What do I want? I want you to either replace this nuclear warhead or refund my money. Well, I've tried calling customer service, but the Philippines has been wiped out. No, don't put me on hold. You know what? Forget it. When this nuclear apocalypse is over, I'm heading for Yelp. I'm going on Yelp, and I'm going to let the world know what a horrible company Lockheed Martin is. Good day, sir. How do we know that these nuclear warheads actually work? This is America. Everybody's a scam artist here. Half of our nuclear warheads don't work. And there's only one way to really find out if all our nuclear warheads work, but Trump is no longer president. So we're going to have to take their word. We're never going to get to see if all our nuclear warheads work because Donald Trump was not reelected. What a great scam Lockheed Martin has going, selling something that if the customer uses the thing you're selling and it doesn't work, they can't return it because they're dying. It's genius. Anyway, critical thinking. Rudy Giuliani, I was talking about Rudy Giuliani going before the UN General Assembly 2 weeks after 9/11. And this is what he said. He said, you're either with civilization or with terrorists. On one side is democracy, the rule of law, and respect for human life. 50,000 dead civilians. On the other is tyranny, arbitrary execution, and mass murder. 50,000 dead civilians. That's what Rudy said before the UN, October 1st, 2001. Moral clarity. No intellectual clarity. This is the guy who ended up as Donald Trump's attorney, by the way. He goes on, we are right and they are wrong. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as Eric Trump. It's as simple as that. We are right and they are wrong. That's how you throw a punch. Moral clarity, not intellectual clarity. Moral clarity. We are right and they are wrong. That is why I started by apologizing for any intellectual and moral certitude that I have had about Ukraine and Russia and America, because we are right and they are wrong is a recipe for Armageddon. Rudy says at the UN, there are no gray areas. There are no gray areas because Rudy applied just for men, which I believe at the time of this speech didn't run down the side of his head trying to find a place to hide out of embarrassment. There are no gray areas. And he went on to say, by the way, this was 2001 when Rudy still had one of his marbles. He still had one of his marbles. He said, the terrorists are wrong and in fact evil. Yay. And the crowd went, the UN General Assembly went crazy. He was talking about Al-Qaeda when he said they're evil. He wasn't talking about New York City cops who, under his direction, would shove a broom handle up a suspect's rectum and shout, it's Rudy time. That's New York City cops under Rudy Giuliani when he was mayor. If you were a person of color and if you heard the cops shout, it's Rudy time, you weren't going to jail, you were going to the hospital. And that's the truth. And they used to shout, it's Rudy time. It's called broken window policing. And the way broken window policing works is New York City cops patrol neighborhoods populated by people of color, people who are poor, and the cops look for broken windows and then reach their hands inside to see what they can steal for themselves. Bernard Kerik, Rudy's police commissioner, ended up going to prison, just so you know. Bernard Kerik. It's everything you need to know about the Republican Party. Everything. The Republican Party from the year 2000 all the way through the Republican Party today. Bernard Kerik. They have not changed. Bernard Kerik is an example of how the Republican Party has never changed. Bernard Kerik, this high school dropout, and by the way, if you drop out of high school, you cannot rise in the New York City Police Department unless you're Bernard Kerik, high school dropout, who becomes police commissioner. That's against the rules. You have to graduate from high school. I think you also have to graduate from college. But Bernard Kerik, high school dropout, became Rudy's Commissioner Gordon, and he got caught. Let's start off easy here. He got caught bringing women up to an apartment that had been set aside only for the people clearing the rubble at 9/11. Think of what an asshole you have to be. There are guys working 48 hours straight, cleaning, looking for their friends, and you know what they went through. Guys working around the clock. And so the city said, we should provide an apartment for these guys to nap, shower, clear their heads. But sometimes the apartment was unavailable because the police chief, Bernard Kerik, was too cheap to spring for a Cozy 8 motel so he could cheat on his wife. He was bringing women up to that apartment. So guys cleaning Ground Zero didn't get to use the apartment because Bernard Kerik, high school dropout, wanted to bang his several mistresses. So in 2004, a guy with that kind of character, George W. Bush, had no choice but to nominate Bernard Kerik to be Secretary of Homeland Security. But 2 weeks into the screening process after the nomination, the name was removed after they discovered he was hiring undocumented workers to take care of his kids. Seriously. That was the reason, Bernard Kerik. That's what they said. Undocumented worker. They did all the Oppo research in preparation for the hearings to confirm Bernard Kerik as head of Department of Homeland Security. And the only thing they found was the illegal nanny. Here's a little tip. Anytime someone withdraws their nomination because of the old, I had an undocumented nanny taking care of my children, that is the graceful exit. it's the tip of the iceberg. When they say, you know what, I didn't pay Social Security on my undocumented nanny, what they really mean is they found out about the hard drive with my secret stash of photographs I took on all those camping trips I did with the Boy Scouts. So I'm just going to say I didn't pay Social Security on the nanny, and let's leave it at that. They did about as much research into Bernard Kerik to be Homeland Security as they did into the invasion of Iraq. This is how stupid and corrupt the Republican Party has always been. George Bush did not know there was a difference between Shiites and Sunnis. And he said, let's go into Iraq. He ginned up a war on Iraq, and he should be sitting next to Vladimir Putin in The Hague. So I continue. Kerik, right after the illegal invasion of Iraq in 2003, Bernard Kerik, before Homeland Security, they named him police commissioner of Iraq. He was in charge of all the police in Iraq during and after the invasion. This is the guy who George W. Bush made police commissioner of Baghdad and Iraq. And while he was there, right? This is before they nominated him to be Homeland Security. He's in Iraq. Before he's nominated, he gets caught taking an illegal $250,000 interest-free loan from an Israeli billionaire, something like a $300,000 gift from a real estate tycoon in New York City. There's a war going on, 9/11. They're setting up a police department in Baghdad for Bernard Kerik to be in charge of, but somehow Police Commissioner Bernard Kerik finds the time to arrange a $250,000 interest-free loan from an Israeli billionaire, another gift of a couple $100,000 from a real estate tycoon. Long rap sheet short, Kerik, convicted, did some time, pardoned by Donald Trump on his way out of the White House. But here's the thing. All that stuff was done, all those crimes were committed before George W. Bush decided, let's put this guy in charge of Homeland Security. No research into his past. Well, why would you expect George W. Bush to know that Bernard Kerik was a criminal if you didn't know there was a difference between Sunnis and Shiites before you invaded Iraq? That is your Republican Party. That is your criminal Republican Party. This is an example of me defending Joe Biden. Kerik, sentenced to about 4 years in prison for felony tax evasion and perjury. And he did time, pardoned by a fellow grifter, Donald Trump. Meanwhile, before all that was going on, Giuliani is before the United Nations, and in no uncertain terms, he says, those who practice terrorism, murdering or victimizing innocent civilians, lose any right to have their cause understood by decent people and lawful nations. America killed 50,000 innocent civilians. Past 21 years, we killed 50,000 innocent civilians. We've killed 50,000 innocent civilians since Rudy Giuliani spoke those words, not to mention the millions of refugees in Iraq and Afghanistan. But let's get a no-fly zone over Ukraine. Now, I'm guilty of aboutism, right? We always called, whataboutisms, right? An example of a whataboutism that I don't approve of is Putin bombed a maternity ward, a hospital where babies are being kept. evil. And it would be wrong to say, well, what about the 7 kids we killed in that drone strike last summer on our way out of Afghanistan? Go F yourself if you say that. It's wrong to bring that up because both mass slaughters are wrong. Both are evil. And you know what? You know who said this best? The great Rudy Giuliani at the UN in 2001. He said, the era of moral relativism must end. Moral relativism doesn't have a place in this discussion and debate. There's no moral way to sympathize with grossly immoral actions. And by so doing, and by trying to do that, unfortunately, a fertile field has been created in which terrorism has grown. Rudy said we need to put an end to moral relativism, which in some ways is the whataboutisms, right? Sort of. Different side of the coin, but in the neighborhood. These are big thoughts for Rudy's bibulously addled mind that has been stewing in early times Kentucky bourbon since he was born. Moral relativism is different than whataboutisms, but they're close. Moral relativism dates to some ancient Greeks who maintained that while morality can be broken down to good and bad, the definition of good and bad, the morality behind that, will differ among cultures. And so we have to understand. Moral relativism says our culture might think this is bad, but their culture doesn't, and we should accept that culture's morality, right? And Rudy was saying we have to put an end to that kind of thinking. In other words, I think he's right. Killing 50,000 innocent civilians in a global war on terror would appear horrendous to, say, the Iraqis or the people of Afghanistan. And a practitioner of moral relativism might try to convince the people of Iraq or Afghanistan that by complaining about American drones killing everyone in their wedding party, their kids, if you're complaining about that, you are applying your sense of morality to America's sense of morality, and that's unfair. When a mother stands over her husband and child who've just been taken out by an armed drone, and she's wailing and crying and demanding revenge, she is in fact being insensitive to the American view of right and wrong. She is culture shaming. That's what, if you practice moral relativism, when we bomb somebody's home, right? And they clench their fist and shake it at the skies and scream, God will get you. That's culture shaming because their definition of right and wrong could be different from ours, and they should respect ours. If she takes up arms to attack America for killing her husband and child, if she attacks America, then she's guilty of cultural appropriation. That's something Americans do. We act out of revenge. Revenge killings, that's cultural appropriation. You're taking what we do from us, and it's not right. It's unfair. So that's what somebody who believes in moral relativism might suggest. But Rudy, to his credit, says the age of moral relativism is over. And there's just right and there's just wrong. And it just simplifies everything. So we should respect Rudy Giuliani for his speech before the UN where he said there's good and there's bad. Well, I'm looking at my notes here. Never ask in America why someone did something evil. Just aim and fire. You're not allowed to ask why. And in a moment of weakness right after 9/11, George W. Bush reportedly asked, why do they hate us? Why do they hate us? That's the question a 5-year-old would ask. A 5-year-old sees the World Trade Center coming down, and a 5-year-old asks, why would somebody do this? Why do they hate us? And George W. Bush, the mind of a 5-year-old, Margaret Thatcher famously told that 5-year-old's father, George Herbert Walker Bush, right before he invaded Iraq the first time, Margaret Thatcher said, remember, George, this is no time to go wobbly. Get in there, invade. Now, Dick Cheney was defense secretary at the time. He insists Thatcher never said that to the first President Bush. He says it's apocryphal. And when has Dick Cheney ever lied about the lead up to a war in Iraq? So it's probably apocryphal. I'll go with Cheney. But baby Bush W. asked, why do they hate us? And it's the wrong question to ask after 9/11 here in America. The question is, why do you hate them? There's a war that must be fought, so get going on why you hate them. Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson was Secretary of State Colin Powell's, I think he was his chief of staff over at the State Department in the run-up to the illegal invasion of Iraq. And he said on the Ralph Nader Radio Hour about a month ago that after 9/11, he was working in a White House consumed by hatred and anger, essentially moral clarity, intellectual ambiguity. They were humiliated that the towers came down on their watch. This is what Colonel Wilkerson said. And they were especially humiliated that the Pentagon got hit. And think about how humiliating it is to have a plane flown into our Defense Department. What does that say about a Defense Department that can't defend itself? And it was terrorism. So they were coming from anger and humiliation. Not a good starting point for terrorism, which is what it was. It wasn't an act of war. It was an act of terrorism. And the White House knew exactly who it was on 9/11 and what it was. It wasn't a declaration of war. It was an act of terrorism. It's why Donald Rumsfeld, the defense secretary, immediately went outside and helped search for bodies and clear the rubble instead of immediately manning the battle stations, because he knew it was a terrorist attack, not a declaration of war. It was the worst terrorist attack ever on American soil, but it wasn't a declaration of war, which is why George Bush kept reading My Pet Goat. Right? He knew it was a terrorist attack. They knew what it was, who did it, and the idea that suddenly America was under attack and we were going to war with an enemy never occurred to anyone because it was a terrorist attack. Bush and Rumsfeld didn't think it was war at first. It was a bad terrorist attack, a really bad terrorist attack committed by terrorists. And after a terrorist attack, as John Kerry said in 2004 during the debates, you bring in the police, you bring in intelligence agencies, and you find the people behind it. But it's not an act of war. That's why it's called terrorism. Stateless actors killing innocent civilians. Stateless actors, right? Pearl Harbor, we knew the Japanese attacked us. Ukraine knows Russia attacked. After 9/11, no country attacked us. There was no place to invade after 9/11. We were attacked by stateless terrorists who shapeshift throughout the Middle East and throughout Southeast Asia. They go into Afghanistan, then to Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Syria, everywhere but, of course, Iraq, which we said they did. They were nowhere to be found in Iraq, but we ended up fighting the war there. Al-Qaeda was everywhere and nowhere. There was no country to invade, but that didn't stop Bush from forcing us to spend the next 20 years occupying Iraq and Afghanistan, waterboarding and torturing and killing innocent civilians. 20 years ago, Bush asked, why do they hate us? Well, now we can answer that question for him. It's because we fought a war on global terror for 20 years that didn't just cost us a fortune, didn't just cost us lives, it cost us our moral authority. And it cost us how we perceive this country. The first thing I should have said is it cost us the lives of innocent people. Then it cost us a fortune. Look at where we're at now. Flag-waving patriots openly hate their country. This is how effed up the global war on terror is. You have people screaming USA and waving their flag and invading the Capitol. That's how schizophrenic America has become from this global war on terror. You have people who think the patriotic thing to do is hate this country. You can't fight a war for 20 years, a wrong war, and come out of it sane. So Rudy's right. Moral relativism is evil. Evil is evil. It's wrong when they do it. It is wrong when we do it. And we are paying a horrible price for the sins we have committed overseas. We have committed sins overseas for 20 years. Putin is doing horrible, horrible things to Ukraine. And the Biden administration right now is working on a criminal referral to the International Criminal Court. There are members of the Biden administration who want Putin and his generals brought before The Hague. Sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Only one little problem. America is not a signatory to the International Criminal Court for one reason. If we were signatories to the International Criminal Court, it wouldn't just be Vladimir Putin going before The Hague. It would have been Dick Cheney, Condi Rice, George W. Bush, and Barack Obama. So we can't be signatories of the International Criminal Court. It's going to be a pretty shaky case to make that we're going to bring Vladimir Putin before The Hague and try him for things that some of our leaders might be guilty of. I say this, I have to wrap it up. I say this because I am filled with hatred and anger and rage most of my day. I understand why punches get thrown, and I understand why wars get fought. That doesn't mean I understand evil. I understand the evil inside of me, but it's wrong. I understand why people want to fight. But you look at what's going on right now in Ukraine, and it's a horror show. It's a horror show. Maybe, just maybe, we tamp down our animal urges for revenge. Maybe we've fought enough wars. Maybe before we do a no-fly zone over Ukraine, diplomacy, minimize the violence, try everything first. Do not act from moral certitude. if we go to address this the war with moral certitude, which we always do, and intellectual ambiguity, we're fucked. We're fucked. There's no need to rush into anything. We need to help the Ukrainian people and get rid of Vladimir Putin, who is evil. But slow down and don't come from a place of moral certitude. Come from a place of intellectual certitude. Learn the facts. Know what's really happening and why. Ask yourself, why is this happening? Just because you ask why somebody is thinking a certain way, it doesn't mean you think they're correct. Well, one person who is correct, who has moral and intellectual certitude, is our friend Christian Smalls. You're listening to The David Feldman Show. We'll be back.
Ain't no chairs in this Bessemer shop. Back in our day, don't ever seem to stop. A man went down 'cause his heart gave out. Get back to work, we heard them shout. They said the EMTs are coming, that's what they're for. And life slipped away on the cement floor. I know the bookstores are all gone away. Got me some books, I'll read them someday. Right now I got to make my rate in all these extra shifts. If I can make it to Christmas Eve, the kids will have nice gifts. And the big boss will have more money so he can go up into space. But there still won't be no chairs in this Bessemer place. When I was young, my dreams were bold. Now every day my life's controlled. Last year we had a meeting and they made us go. They gave us all pins that said, vote no. But maybe this year union can give us a little more and put some chairs on this Bessemer floor. I'm hoping the union might make things right. Some days I just don't have the strength to fight. This plant down here can take its toll. It'll break your body, it'll crush your soul. Feels like this packing ain't never gonna stop. And there still ain't no chairs in this Bessemer shop.
AmazonLaborUnion.org. We may have a union shop at the Amazon Fulfillment Center out by JFK, Staten Island. John Ross, are you there?
I'm here.
And can you turn your video on?
It said that I couldn't because you wouldn't allow it. Oh, there it is. Now it's on.
Oh, good. Okay. Jeez.
I would like, I don't know who's running this thing, but I would like to cede my time to the gentleman from the air shaft overlooking a parking garage.
Thank you. Thank you.
Because I got an email that said, it asked me to do the show at 6 o'clock. I was like, yeah, all right. Then I get another email that says, he needs you at 6:30. And I look and I see that the show started at 5 and there was nobody else on. You needed another 30 minutes. You needed to do 90 minutes.
Well, we didn't have a 6:30. We had you at 6, but we didn't have a 6:30.
Oh.
So I figured I'll just kill a half hour.
Kill is right. You cluster bomb that half hour. You should be brought up for war crimes. God.
What, did you see the first half hour?
I didn't. I'm sorry.
It was pretty bad.
I'm sure it was all the same. Look, I don't want to. I guess I do.
Go ahead.
There's a word you keep using. There's this concept that you keep coming back to, and I need you to explain to me precisely what it is. You keep referring to compromise. What, like literally, what is the compromise? Like, there is nothing. What is the thing that they're going to show that it's going to change anybody's mind or it's going to hurt anybody? Like what Lindsey Graham, what? They're going to show a picture? Forget, you could show a video. Forget it. You could show a hologram of him eating out a 14-year-old boy's ass with a spoon. And it's like, nobody's going to care. Nobody cares. What they're going to show that Trump did illegal financial stuff? They've got that. It doesn't matter. Literally, tell me what's the thing that they're going to show that somebody's going to go, ooh, I'm scared. They can't put anybody in jail. Merrick Garland, I think, died, and they're trotting him around like Weekend at Bernie's.
And you don't mean Sanders.
That's right. Maybe.
May I address that?
Yes, tell me, what is the picture or his tax returns? We've got them. We've got everything.
You can present compromise. There are files that you can present.
But what's in the file?
Exactly. And you don't have to go public with it. You just have to show it to somebody who will be, you just send it to a wife, a child.
But everybody knows all this stuff. They're doing it in public openly. Tell me what's in that file that somebody's going to go, oh shit. Nobody can get prosecuted for anything in this country.
Well, did you see Bill Gates's ex-wife and her interview?
Yes.
On CBS this morning, and what she said about Bill Gates's visits to Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah. And
okay.
What happened to Bill Gates?
Well, he's no longer running Microsoft, by the way.
He was already done running Microsoft.
There's an investigation now into he was a sexual predator, according to the divorce, and he was having affairs with employees, and there's an investigation that may cost him a lot of money.
Everybody's under investigation. Who's not under investigation?
Well, let me ask you a question.
Jail.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. You're Bill Gates, right?
Okay.
And it's 2018. And I say, I have some files that if your wife saw these, we're not going to go public with this, but you have a daughter, a lovely daughter. It would be a shame if she saw these pictures of you hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein. And he would say, what? You're blackmailing me. I'm going to go to the FBI. And I would say, I am the FBI. We've come to you with this.
But there's pictures of Donald Trump with Jeffrey Epstein. Doesn't hurt him.
But we haven't seen all the pictures.
Even that they'll say,
You're acting like
fake news.
You're acting like, and I understand what you're saying. You're acting like we're a shameless society where everything's out in the open and we have no secrets and we cannot be embarrassed. The truth is, that is how our society works, through compromise. You get people to bend based on their secrets.
But the thing is, I don't understand. I don't understand what's secret. They're doing, what's his name? His Mitch McConnell, his wife is like just doing dirt. They are just, it is graft and it's all just out there. That I don't know what it is, the thing that you're going to present to anybody, that they can't even get an indictment with these grand juries with evidence that is so open and shut. I want to know what's in the file that's going to prove anything to anybody.
Well,
that anybody's going to be scared of.
I could talk about Lindsey Graham, but you're an incredibly brilliant man.
Thank you.
You have great imagination. Mm-hmm. I think 30 years ago, you and I wrote a screenplay together. I don't know how it starts or how it ends. I didn't want you to ruin it. Just tell me how it ends. You wrote a brilliant screenplay. You're brilliant. Use your imagination. What do you think I do not want people to know? Everybody has something that they don't want people to know. There is always, and if you see, you're not a predator. You're not a predator.
I need, give me an example. What's the literal example?
Use your imagination, John.
No, I can't use my imagination. You tell me what is. Well,
I'm going to ask you. You get to a certain age where you need more to spice up your sex life.
Yeah.
Right?
Sure.
What if what you need to spice up your sex life is personal and private, and you don't want your kids to know? What if you have to bring in specialists to make you ejaculate? You don't think that's possible? You know how fluid sexuality is? There's a lot of things people need to get them off. Right?
Donald Trump said, I walk up to women and grab them by the pussy. He said that on a tape. And he said, I kiss them. I do whatever the hell I want to them. And nothing happened to him. I don't understand what the thing is that they have on tape.
Not everybody is Donald Trump. What? Now, do you remember Lindsey Graham? Let's talk about Lindsey Graham and the sickness of being in the closet. Okay?
Okay.
He was right wing, but he wasn't as depraved as he is now.
Right.
He for a right wing Republican, when McCain was still alive, he was still reprehensible, but he was along the guardrails. Occasionally, he did something trustworthy. When he said last week, we need to assassinate Vladimir Putin. Yeah. Is that sane? Does that suggest, what does that suggest? It suggests that Vladimir Putin has compromise on Lindsey Graham that was handed to Donald Trump. And that compromise is that Lindsey Graham is straight. That's the, no.
Well,
do you think for one second, Donald Trump gave out Lindsey Graham's home phone number in 2016 on the campaign trail? Remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Wouldn't he start making fun of Missy Graham and start coming up with little nicknames? Just enough to question his masculinity. Don't you think? Isn't it Lady G, as Professor Ann Lee writes in the chat room? Thank you, Lady G. What would happen to Lindsey Graham if Donald Trump started calling him Lady G? Think about it.
Well, okay, so why didn't he?
Because Lindsey
Has
went from
compromise on
being
Donald.
no, Lindsey went from being a cockhound to a lapdog. Instead of he became Donald Trump's lapdog for one reason and one reason alone. He didn't want to be called Lady Lindsey, Lady Graham, Miss.
Okay.
He hates Lindsey Graham hates being gay.
Yeah.
That's why he didn't come out of the closet. Miss Lindsay, as Karen Emerson says. That's all Donald Trump has to say is call him Miss Lindsay, and he will break. He will.
I bet he likes it sometimes.
Huh?
I bet he likes it sometimes. Okay.
You're not a predator. You know what the difference between you and me is?
Yeah. What? Nothing.
I walk into a room. I'm a predator.
Yes.
And I look around and I try to figure out what's this person hiding?
Uh-huh.
What's their deal here? Right?
You get it just like that.
Or I find out.
Yeah.
And then I let you know that I know.
Yeah.
And then I have power over you.
Alpha Feldman.
I'm an alpha.
Okay.
How are things going in Deerfield? I was bragging about you.
Yeah. Oh no.
over the
So
weekend.
yeah, you keep talking about this play date you had in Albany. What?
I have new friends, and we got along well. We play very well together. You know, play biting, but nobody drew blood.
What did you do?
Well, we hung out.
Took the train up. Did you stay
I
over?
took the train up. I stayed over.
Whoa.
Yeah, and they have something resembling a homestead, but it was late at night. They have guinea hens.
Sure.
They
I
have
love
chickens.
Yeah. I would put me in touch with them. I'd love to know how they keep their guinea hens alive, because guinea hens are a very bad combination of dumb and delicious. And so they don't seem to be able to stay away from predators very well. They don't sleep in the coop.
They say they're loud.
Yes, they're very loud. To me, they're funny. The how loud they are is hilarious. But they're great because they eat ticks. Did they tell you that? They're like tick vacuums. Yes. So they keep your property clear of ticks. But they just end up. I had a couple freeze to death because they didn't go in the coop at night. You know, I'm told if you raise them with chickens, then they learn to go into the chickens will just go into the coop. They come home to roost. But the guinea hens would go up in the trees. Sometimes they, hide in a bush. And a couple of them on a super cold night, I just found them frozen to death.
Right. So who gets rid of ticks?
The guinea hens eat them.
We should buy some for Steve Mnuchin. All he does is he's covered in ticks and stuff. Do you want to play? You want to play? How old are they?
Sure.
I think I can beat you at this. Let's bring in Dan Frankenberger. We changed some settings here, Dan. So there we go. Please welcome Quizmaster Dan, and it's time for Stump the Hump. Now, Dan, we celebrate everybody's birthday. It's your job, John Ross, to guess how old they are.
All right.
And let's put some money in the kitty. Is
that fistful of dollars? Clint Eastwood.
That's $4. Okay. So let's play Stump the Hump.
All right.
Go faster.
So, John, you're going to go first. You're going to try to guess the age of this person, and then
Okay.
David is going to say higher or lower. The first person
I
is
say higher or lower. And by the way, I always win.
I'm sure.
Not just because I see the answers beforehand. That's part of the, but the fact that I can remember the answers
that would be.
is, no, I have not seen, I have no idea who you're talking about. And I show my work, by the way, and I'm going to kick your ass. You're off in the Grapefruit League, playing baseball, hitting 90-mile-an-hour fastballs. I'm going to kick your ass. Nobody beats me.
Were these answers kept in a hermetically sealed mayonnaise jar?
You are correct, sir.
Yeah, they're compromat. The first person is Carrie Underwood, country singer who has won 7 Grammy Awards from 2007 to 2015. Carrie Underwood.
And Kevin Spacey played her in House of Cards.
Very good. The same.
Carrie
same
Underwood.
Yeah, you're sharp. You're fast. Who goes first? Me, I go.
I'll go
Mr. Ross.
first.
Okay.
Oh, he goes first? Okay.
I'm going to say she's been around a while. Say 48.
You're going to say 48. I'm going to show my work. She was on American Idol. I'm going to say 2004. So that was 20, let's say that was 18 years ago. And at the time, she was probably 18, right wing, and waving the flag and like a Sean Hannity devotee. Not a fan of Carrie Underwood. I'm going to say 8 and 8, 16, something in the neighborhood of 36. What did you say?
I said 48, but I have a
Oh,
question.
I have kicked your
Let me ask you a
cottage
question.
cheese cellulite riddled ass.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Off the top of your head, you knew that she did American Idol in 2004? That's like a factoid you happen to know?
Maybe 2004, 2005.
But honestly, that's just a factoid you know that she.
I don't know if I'm correct. I may be.
I'm curious. I didn't even know she was on American Idol, so I'm not even 100% sure who she is. So keep going.
So I'm going to say she's pushing 40. I'm going to make her 38.
So
Lower. I'm going to go with lower.
Lower.
Yeah.
She is 39 years old today.
Wow. Almost on there.
Kicking your ass. Kicking your ass. 1-0. Kicking your ass. Humiliating you. This is, my fantasy is to get into a fist fight in front of your wife, like a good looking woman, and beat you, and then you're down on the ground, and then I kiss you on the lips, and I do a Johnny Sack. Remember Johnny Sack beats the guy up, and then he pees on him. And while I'm peeing, I look at your beautiful 25-year-old girlfriend after I've kissed you and then peed on you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, next one.
That's exactly what I feel is happening right now. That's how I feel.
Stump the Humpy Aristocrats version. Well, it's interesting you mentioned fighting. David, you're up on this one. The next person is Chuck Norris.
Which can someone explain to me why we're not just sending him into Ukraine to end this whole thing? Be over in half a day. Why do we have a Chuck Norris if we're not going to use him?
Because he's afraid of Steven Seagal. That would make a great movie. Steven Seagal versus Chuck Norris. How old is Chuck Norris? We have 6 minutes. How old is Chuck Norris? Oh, I have to guess.
Yes.
It's me. Okay. And no help from the chat room. Okay, so 2007, he was old. And that was 14. 2007 was 14 years ago, 13, 15 years ago. I'm going to say, believe it or not, this is tough. I'm going to say in 2007, He was 65. I'm just guessing. I know he endorsed McCain in 2007. I think he did. I'm going to add 15. I'm going to lose this. 80. I'm going to put you in a difficult boat because he's definitely in the 80 range. So you have to go higher or lower. I'm going to say 80.
Oh, he's much younger than that. I would say he's like 72.
You have to say just lower or higher.
Lower, 72.
Chuck Norris was born in 1940. He is 82.
82.
Oh, I'm kicking your ass. Hang on, we're getting a call. Oh, I'm sorry. All right. Go ahead.
I was wondering how you could do a less interesting segment than the ones you've done, and now you're showing me.
This?
Yeah.
People love this.
Oh, do they? Okay.
We're turning the show. This show, I'm leaving the show to Dan in my will, and it's just gonna be stump the humps. Okay.
All right, Mr. Ross.
So
It's John
2-0.
2-0.
John Hamm. I know this. I don't really.
Who?
John Hamm.
You have to get
John Hamm?
Yep. Prominent actor who became known for portraying
Yes,
Don
yes.
Draper.
No, I'm going to say John Hamm is 53.
That's tough. That is tough. Such a great actor. So great.
Funny.
I'm such a fan. Huh?
Very funny. He's very funny.
Very funny. And I can relate to him, career-wise. And just, a lot of women see me the way they see you.
I don't know if you ever watched the Between Two Ferns that Zach Galifianakis did, but John Hamm's is the best because his ability to treat it like it's this interview that he has to do, but didn't want to do, and he's trying not to insult the guy, but he's so insulted by what the guy is. He plays it so comedically perfect. It's hilarious.
My fantasy was to see John Hamm and James Gandolfini opposite one another.
And then you would pee on both of them.
That's right. You got that right. Okay, John. You said how old?
53, I said.
Well, let's see. Mad Men started in 2007, so he must have been 32 in 2007. So that was let's say 15 years ago. Wait a second. He was 32 in 2007. How many? That would be 15 years ago. So that would make him.
Just listening to you say numbers, I just don't understand how anyone would tune in.
You said how old did you say?
I said 53.
I think it's higher. It doesn't feel like it. It's got to be higher.
I don't know.
Is that what you're going with?
I'm going to say higher.
John Hamm, 1971. He is 51.
So what? That's 2-1. We have 1 minute left.
I
The
drink your
speed
milkshake.
round. This is the speed round. Take the methamphetamines. Go ahead.
All
This
right,
is our speed.
Sharon Stone.
Who goes?
My turn? 64.
Yep.
64.
Ooh, that's a good one. I'm going to say higher.
You
Faldo
lost.
nailed it. 64.
I knew it was close.
You don't think I'm going to know how old Sharon Stone is? What do you think I am, man?
All right, let's do one more before the motion votes.
You count the rings.
All right,
That was fun.
Last one, Liza Minnelli.
Oh,
That's
it's my
John.
turn?
Oh, I know this. I saw CBS this morning. She was singing with Michael Feinstein. I know how old she is. Exactly.
Well, she's got to be at least as old as Chuck Norris, right? That'd be interesting to see who would win in that fight. I would
We love
say
Liza.
she's 84.
It's lower. I'm going to say 77.
76.
Wow, so she's that much younger than Chuck Norris?
Yep.
Yeah.
Shows you what I know.
We love Liza. We love Liza.
Also hilarious. You ever seen her turns on Arrested Development? Hilarious.
She's the best.
So good.
I mean, it's not just genetic; it's also learned. You know, it's a pretty amazing. I love Liza Minnelli, and she seems to be doing okay. So that's good. Final score. I kicked your ass.
You destroyed me. I gotta go take a shower.
This is why we play the game.
I have to
Because I can't be beaten.
I have to wash the virtual pee off of me.
Wash your lips too. Don't forget the lips.
Yeah, everything.
All right. Johnny Ross, follow this man on Twitter at Fun with Friction. We love John Ross. Everybody loves you.
Yeah,
we love you.
Good luck the rest of the show.
And anything you want to plug?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Johnny Ross. This is what we're going to do. Great job.
All right.
It is the top of the hour. I'm doing a much better job not keeping the Hirschenfelds waiting. What I'm going to do is we're going to take a quick break. Because we've changed something in terms of letting people turn on their video. And so let's take a quick break. I have to figure out how to turn people's video on. We had a big production meeting yesterday and we changed some settings and I have to go in there. You're listening to the David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. I will read the super chats when we come back. And Dan, at 7:30, why don't we finish up Community Billboard before Emil comes in?
It sounds good, and I can let the Hirschenfelds turn their video on. You made me host, and I didn't even know it.
Yeah, I think you may have to make them host. Let's take a quick break. We always need to hear from you know who, Professor Mike Steinel.
I'm traveling light, got everything I need. Got a little bottle of Woolite and a little bag of weed. Got a Saul Bellow novel, cause I really like to read. I'm traveling light. I'm a creature of the road, got no regrets. Gave up my postal code and cigarettes. I'm doing much better with a touch of Tourette's. I'm traveling light. Just need a clean room in a Motel 6. Not too close to downtown, but not out in the sticks. I need my Penn and Teller magic kit so I can do my tricks. Got my favorite pillow, which I call Mr. Fluffy. 4 kinds of allergy pills in case I get stuffy. A pound of Epsom salts, cause my ankles get puffy. I'm traveling light. I got 2 pairs of socks and shorts in my little valise. A couple of passports and my sex doll Denise. I'm staying real quiet so they don't call the police. I'm traveling light. I need my sedatives and my antipsychotics. A high-speed parallax motor cause I'm into robotics. And my little red Speedo, I like to do aquatics. I'm traveling light. Got my CPAP machine and my George Foreman grill. A copy of Lolita and my my little blue pills, a Navajo blanket in case I get a chill. I'm traveling light. Got my margarita mix and my rusty old blender, a 50 tequila in case I go on a bender. My attorney's number in case I want to change my gender. I'm traveling light. So light, so light, so light, so light, so light. So Twizzlers in case I had some visitors. Febreze if my room is stinky. A Polaroid in case I get kinky. My Jesus bobblehead and my Star Wars bedspread. I'm traveling light. I got my rabbi costume and my portable dark room, my hair plug lotion and my expensive wrinkle cream, my Emmy statue for my self-esteem. I'm traveling light. I got my podcast mixer and a fancy microphone, my exercise bike so I have a place to hang my pants, my very valuable Hummel collection, a menorah made of fish heads, a Christmas tree. I like to keep my options open, don't you know? A shoe shine kit, a skill saw, a crossword book, a large supply of mechanical pencils, a year's worth of New York magazines I've been trying to get around to read, some scripts that I've been tweaking for those people in LA, and my enemies list. Don't forget.
Welcome back to the show. I want to thank some people in the chat room for their super chats. They're helping to pay the bills. MIDI Doctor, thank you for your super chat. He writes, but Bruce Lee said we need emotional content. Okay, Alex Rosenbaum writes, you are the best, David. And thank you to Dave Campbell. Thank you for helping to pay the bills. We're growing the show. We have a crew now, and we want to be able to pay them for their time. People deserve to be paid. I won't take on interns. Well, it's time for everybody's favorite couple, the Hirschenfeld. Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld is a Freudian psychoanalyst. He teaches Freudian psychoanalysis. And Ethan Hirschenfeld is a brilliant comedian. He is an amazing stand-up. Go watch Thug Thug Jew right now on YouTube. It's streaming. You will be blown away by how brilliant he is. In the past 6 months, he's been on Netflix's Red Notice, Bull, and Law and Order SVU.
Tonight on SVU. Tonight. Yes.
It goes tonight, l'chaim, tonight. I don't think that's the right song.
That's a mashup. Yeah.
Yeah. And he is also an opera singer.
Well,
There's
no,
nothing
I was. David, I was.
Not just was. You gave it up, but you traveled to Germany and Italy.
Yeah, I sang in all sorts of places. It was a former life. I had a few other former lives also. I was a student. I was a consultant. I was a surgeon. I was in the South China Sea on a whaling ship. I've done it all. I learned how to carve didgeridoos and didgeridon'ts, which is a smaller instrument. I can actually impersonate. I'm one of the only. I don't do a lot of impressions as a comedian. People know that about me, but I do an unbelievable didgeridoo. Have you heard my didgeridoo?
Please do.
Okay. Thank you.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Well, I gave everybody an assignment this week.
Oh Jesus! I don't. What was the homework? I didn't.
The origin of the word shibboleth.
Oh, shibboleth. I know that one. Yeah, it was it's in the Bible.
So,
the Bible.
you know the origin? You know what book of the Bible it's from? The word
Shibboleth.
shibboleth?
Yeah, it's from. I think it's the epistle of the Ephesians.
Epistle from a piece.
It's from the Apocalypse. It's apocryphal. Is it apocryphal?
No, it's real.
No, it's real.
Let's
What it was it's like a code word. If you could pronounce it right, then they didn't have to kill you.
Yes.
Doctor, you want to explain this? It's kind of interesting.
I think it was in the book of Judges where the tribe of Ephraim invaded another territory and they were beaten. And when they were trying to cross the Jordan River to get back home, soldiers from the victorious side would ask each of them to pronounce the word shibboleth, which means in Hebrew a stalk, the top of a stalk of wheat. And they couldn't do it. They would say sibboleth instead of shibboleth. And they killed them on the spot and threw them in the river. But there have been many such shibboleth examples throughout history where people couldn't pronounce a certain word and were identified as being the other. I knew a guy who was from Holland. And I think before the Second World War started exactly, German troops were trying to sneak in, dressed not in uniform, and they had this very complicated string of Dutch words that the Germans simply could not pronounce, and they were thereby identified. I don't know if they killed them, maybe they just kept them out.
Stroopwafel. And now it's a cookie.
The word shibboleth it's an ear of corn. And they wanted to know who was on their side, because this is going on in Ukraine now, because we have Russian speaking, some would say spies,
Good point.
infiltrating. They wanted there. So there's certain shibboleths that they run by the Russians to make sure. Originally, it wasn't an ear of corn. They asked who plays center field for the Yankees. Wasn't that the World War II thing? They would always ask a question about the Yankees.
Right.
And what would be a modern day shibboleth? Like, what would be a test, do you think? Like, how could you prove to some, what do all Americans, we're so divided, what is the word that defines us as a people?
I think any American knows the term the David Feldman Show.
Exactly.
And
Yes.
if somebody doesn't know that, he's an enemy.
Kill him.
I have a test that I did when my father was alive with his friends, and it was a test to see if somebody was Jewish. And I'm being serious here. So you know the comic Jeff Ross?
Yeah.
I don't know, 15 years ago, Jeff Ross, an oligarch, an American oligarch, fell in love with Jeff Ross and said, I want you to come to my 50th birthday party and make fun of everybody there. And here's the deal. My father bought an island in the Caribbean. and it's been in the family for 50 years. And you'll fly to Miami. There'll be a boat waiting for you, and the boat will take you to this island where it's been in the family for 50 years. You will have your own little cottage. It's not particularly fancy, but fancy enough. And there'll be free food, and you'll work for free, but it'll be a great vacation. Okay? So I've given you the following information. Very wealthy man, father bought the family an island. There's a house and some cottages. What is the first question that you want to know? That maybe not that you wouldn't have the courage to ask, but what would be the first question you would ask in this scenario? And this will determine
Is the food kosher?
what?
Is the food kosher?
No.
No.
I was going to say,
What's the second question?
am I going to be charged for?
No, about the story. You're not. No, you're not Jeff Ross.
Oh, I'm not Jeff. Oh, okay.
No, or sorry, Claire Slay. I'm not doing this right because I haven't done it. I'm telling you a story.
Right.
What do you want to know about this story? I've laid out everything you need to know. What more do you want to know? Okay, rich guy, family, father buys island 50 years ago. Jeff Ross, comedian, brought in, not paid, but gets put up on the island that the father purchased 50 years ago. There's a cottage, a big house, and free food. What else would you like to know about the story?
Dad,
I don't think you guys are Jewish.
Is there a mortgage?
That is, you are close enough. What did he pay for the island?
Oh, what did he pay for the island? Right, there you go.
It was uncanny. It was like everybody was. I'm sure you don't have to be Jewish, but the first question, and I remember asking Jeff this. I said, "What did he pay for the island?" He goes, "Everybody's asking me that." All right,
I
that's
just saw a news item about these guys who bought a little island off of Belize to start their own micro country. They're actually creating a flag, I think, and a constitution. A group of friends for just $250,000. They bought an island.
well. We had a meeting, Dr. Hirschenfeld. We do a thing called office hours, and it's every Friday night at 8 p.m. And we've built a community. Ethan has come and taught, and it's on Zoom, and people get to know one another, and we've done a lot of interesting things. And I've been reading about the metaverse, and I thought we could take office hours and turn it into, in 5 years, a city. A gated community where we could have a mayor, a librarian, a bordello, I'm hoping for, but a virtual city that
And
almost feels.
Do you get an avatar? Can you be like 6'8" if you want, or is everyone themselves? How does that work in the metaverse?
I know I'm going to have a full head of hair. I'm going to tell you right now. And I won't go the other.
I'm not gonna have idiopathic urticaria and angioedema. Lately, I've been itching at night, and then weird bits of me swell up. Like my eye last night just swelled up for no reason.
What is the difference between idiopathic, egopathic, and super idiopathic? What does idiopathic mean?
Idiopathic is just a fancy way of it's a fancy way of saying that they don't know where it comes from.
Really?
Mysterious, yeah.
Idiopathic. That's a great word. I didn't.
Yeah, I just started itching, and then you can't put your finger on it. I mean, you can put your finger on it, but you can't put your finger on it. It's better not to put your finger on it. Yeah.
It makes it worse. That's what I was
Yeah,
told.
the thing is, if I played leading men, it would be a problem for these self-tape auditions. If like I wake up, but the stuff I audition for, if I wake up with a swollen lip or whatever, it's totally fine. Like tomorrow, I'm auditioning for the role of a gas station attendant. Like anything goes. I could have swelling, and it wouldn't matter.
Dr. Hirschenfeld, I don't know if you've been following the metaverse, this idea that we can stay in our homes, not leave, and take a group trip to Puerto Rico and lay on a beach, but not actually go, and not actually. Is this going to be the end of humanity as we know it?
The end may be coming, but this is not the reason why. This is just a small bit of nonsensical fluff.
Yeah, I feel like isn't it just like turbocharged Zoom? It's just like it's just one more iteration of an online gathering place with a few more bells and whistles. I don't know what the big whoop is.
No, there's something coming. There's something big is coming. Barry Diller, David Geffen. Who?
Putin is coming.
Oh, he invested in Activision too? How bad is Putin? Let's talk about, how bad is it today?
It continues to be unbelievably bad. You know Masha Gessen?
Yes. Yeah. The
No.
New Yorker writer. A New Yorker writer and a commentator on Russia and Ukraine.
She's from Russia, but lives in this country. She's totally brilliant. And there's an interview of her on Frontline from 4 years ago about Putin, his whole life, who he is, what he's going to do. And 4 years ago, she just nailed this. Absolutely, word for word.
Does she have any stock tips?
Yeah. So
What did she say?
he said that he is totally identified with the Soviet Union and that he is getting more and more isolated and that he is a reincarnation of Stalin, and don't expect anything but this from him. And he thought Trump was a total buffoon. He had nothing but contempt for that buffoon, and that he's a little, he is very little, insecure, greedy guy who, even as a KGB agent, stole stuff for himself, and that his greed is insatiable. He had a lot of other nice things to say about him also.
And do you believe, as I'm starting to believe, that Biden is leading from behind, and this might be, he may not be doing as bad a job given the hand he's been dealt?
I think he's doing a good job. That's what I think.
Yeah, I give him a thumbs up.
Right. I mean,
He has Congress to deal with. He has politics to deal with. He has public opinion to deal with it. He's not Putin. He just can't say this is what's going to happen. So it's a huge balancing act, but all in all, I think it was brilliant from the beginning to keep saying this is what's going to happen. He is going to attack Ukraine. And a lot of people said, no, not a chance. And he kept saying it because his intelligence said that's what's going to happen. And it happened. So he has not been perfect, but I don't know who would have been better.
One of the things I'm trying to do on this show is just listen I come to conclusions way too quickly. And I was screaming earlier about diplomacy, not today's show, but I think last Friday I was screaming about diplomacy. Why aren't we, if you knew he was going to attack, why didn't you get on Air Force One and go to Geneva personally and meet with Putin and do everything you can to stop this? But one story is that go ahead.
Because Putin had already made up his mind.
Right.
And he already, according to Masha Gessen, who I trust, he made up his mind 4 years ago.
But it seems to me, not knowing anything, and I really don't want to be dogmatic here, because I'm guilty of that, and it gets you nowhere. It seems to me, though, there's always a way to stop an invasion. There's money, there are promises. If you say, look, don't attack, we will not try to get Ukraine. Not only we'll keep Ukraine out of NATO, we'll keep it out of the EU. We will help you build an economic alliance between Russia and Ukraine. Whatever you need, we'll pay for you guys. I'll pay you. What does it take for you not to invade? Because if you invade, then I will shut you down. So tell me how much it's going to cost. What do I have to do to save the Ukrainian people from what's happening now? Which I think is somewhat reasonable.
I don't, because this make him stronger, and he would not believe for a second that you could shut him down. So maybe you'd postpone it for a year while he could get more money in the bank and more weapons. But if he's made up his mind, and a number of people who said this, people who dealt with him, he has no reverse gear.
He did in Chechnya and Georgia and Syria. Let's not forget Syria. Assad won. Assad won, and look at what did they say about Carthage? They raised
Milano est. Carthage must be destroyed. Yes.
Right.
Yeah, he's willing to kill everybody, and if he kills everybody, he will win.
You raise Carthage and call it a victory. I like to think that you can stop mass slaughter before it happens.
That's a lovely
I think the problem with that idea of preemptively offering something to avoid an invasion is that you would end up in this situation where all these countries would then be motivated to start making threats that you then had to pay them off to not carry out. It's like
that's what we do all the time.
Well,
we paid Israel and Egypt. They get a couple $1 billion a year each, not to hate one another.
But neither
That's why
one,
people stay married.
neither one threatened the world. You're not going to. Putin has this vision that he wants to recreate the Soviet Union in his image, because he was a small, puny, poor kid who was probably picked on, and his parents were totally unavailable to him. And he's got a huge chip on his shoulder, and he's going to take what he can take. But this also proved that he's not the genius that everybody thought he was, because this was really stupid. And if he were not so much of an autocrat, if he actually listened to his generals, maybe he wouldn't have done this. Maybe if Hitler had listened to his generals, who I'm sure were thinking, attack Russia in the winter? Is he crazy? But fortunately,
You attack Miami. You attack Miami during the winter.
Fortunately, he did not listen. He didn't care what anybody else said. He thought he was a genius. And
You can look at his report cards, Hitler's report cards. It says very clearly from the second round, doesn't listen well. Plays well with others.
Dr. Hirschenfeld has to get to a class. So thank you, Dr. Hirschenfeld.
what are you pushing me out now for tonight?
Oh, I thought you had a class.
Last week. I'll stay
Oh,
here.
okay.
I'll stay until midnight.
Well, can we bring in what I'd like to do is keep the show on time today and
Okay.
honor our guests.
Keep it on
Right.
time.
Thank you, David.
Even though we started 8 minutes late, we'll pretend that you're keeping it on time. Okay.
Didn't you 8 minutes late?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I yield my time back to the Hirschenfelds. I apologize. Ethan? No, stay for 5 more minutes. What?
Oh, okay, I'll stay. Bye,
Bye.
Stay
doctor.
What happened to your father?
I don't know. He just, I don't know what's
Okay,
going
let's
on.
bring in.
I went to dinner with him last night, and after I got there, he left 5 minutes later. So it's just his style. He tries to keep it mysterious.
Oh, before the check comes.
Well, no, he did not. He doesn't do that. He's very generous, but but he disappeared. Yeah.
Emil, can you turn your
Yes,
heart light?
it says I cannot start my video because the host.
And we're going to bring Dan in. Let's do this. Let's bring in Dan for Community Billboard, and we're going to have a problem tonight because the settings have been changed. So let's bring Dan in and Emil.
Emil, I just made you a co-host, so you should be able to turn your video on now.
Okay.
So we have to make them
There you go.
co-hosts. Is that the secret?
That's where we're getting through tonight.
We're getting through tonight. Well, before we go to Emil, let's do Community Billboard. Let's talk what's going on with our group.
Well, I just got 2 announcements today. The first one is concerning the Ralph Nader Radio Hour website. Their most current guest they have posted says, Ralph welcomes Professor John McWhorter, linguist and author of Woke Racism, How a New Religion Has Betrayed Black America, and also Father Al Fritsch to talk about his long project mapping and celebrating the various ethnic groups that make up the United States. So as always, you can go to ralphnaderradiohour.com to check that out. And they still have the banner up there off to the right, the blue banner for joining the Congress Club. And then secondly, our friends over at Valley Vox have a show this Saturday. We have on Saturday, March 12th at 4:30 p.m. Eastern. Valley Vox Theater will celebrate Women's History Month in their own unique way with an emergency screening of Tony Kaye's 2007 documentary film, Lake of Fire. So contact Valley Vox for a free Zoom link.
How do you contact Valley Vox?
You can get a ticket at Valley Vox on Twitter, or you can email them valleyvoxtheater@gmail.com.
Great. And how are we doing on Super Chats today?
As far as I know, I think you've read off all the ones that have been posted so far today. So I mean, we can come on back later.
Thank you to all the people who are contributing with the Super Chats. And we'll probably do a pledge-a-sode in the not too distant future to figure out how to be able to pay people not what they're worth. I'm not going to go that far. But we can't do this show without the crew. And they are, let me see if I can get this right. They are the Invisible Ninja, Andy Brown, Sarah Bush, Professor John, Joe in Norway, Hannah Fartman, Grace Jackson will be joining us, and Dan Frankenberger. Am I getting everybody? I must have left somebody out.
I think
Right.
that's it. Did you get Professor John? I can't remember if you said
And
Professor John. You got,
people who
yeah.
are coming to the meetings and the production meetings, and believe it or not, you're gonna see some stuff won't be good, like this bit. We almost had a bit that I have to send that back. Somebody just didn't give a shit. I believe it was Hannah Fartman, who I gave a comedy writing assignment to, and really, she really phoned it in. I'm going to have a word with Hannah Fartman, my daughter. How do people contact you?
If you want to get something on the community billboard, just send an email to dentfeldman@gmail.com.
Fantastic. Okay. That's it. And we lost Ethan. We have Emil Guillermo, who's joining us. Emil is an old friend of mine. He is the host of the PETA podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. He's also a columnist for ALDEF. We're going to ask about their tiger dinner in a second. He writes for ALDEF, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. Well, ALDEF had a year of the tiger dinner. We can talk about George Takei auctioning off his tie. Cal Penn was an honoree from Kumar, from Harold and Kumar. Obama?
Yeah,
did he?
he was with the Obama administration for a while. He told a joke about like getting, someone asked him if he'd ever stuck his foot in his mouth while there, and he told a story about an email that he replied all to. And so, yeah, he took a break from his Harold and Kumar franchise and went into the Obama administration. And then I think he's gone back into acting now, and he wrote his memoir. He came out, he fell in love. He's a changed person, and he won the Justice in Action Award last night from ALDEF. So yeah, do you watch any of the Harold and Kumar movies?
Yeah.
So it's kind of, you're a Jersey guy, right? White Castle.
Yeah.
I mean, so that, that's up your alley. It's not The Sopranos.
No. So where was the dinner held?
It was Chelsea Piers in New York. It was.
And you went there?
No, it was a high. If I was there, I would have knocked on you. I would have been knocking on your door saying, "Hey, David, I'm here in New York City." But
Chelsea Piers. I'm for some reason I'm thinking of Ghirardelli Square.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Tiger dinner, where they serve tiger. This is a tradition. I believe.
No, it was fake.
That's what they do at PETA. PETA serves.
PETA serves fake tiger, and they served fake tiger at the.
You can't tell the difference. You can't tell the difference.
Kind of like rubber, like a kind of tiger rubber.
Yeah. Why is it called a tiger dinner?
Well, it's the Lunar New Year. Come on, David. It's the tiger, the year of the tiger. So it wasn't really a tiger dinner. It was a hybrid event. And, because I'm still in California, so I attended the event via online. And then
Right.
they, except it was free online to people to see. And I know some people, they had a small gathering, 300 at Chelsea Piers, which I always get stuck with the name. Chelsea Piers is a nice place in New York where people have weddings.
Also a great name for a porn star.
Well, that's what I was thinking about. Chelsea, I keep thinking is Piers. That's a verb. Is it a noun? Is it, who is this Chelsea Piers? And why haven't I seen her in my
Well, I think it used to be where the boats docked.
Yes.
Right.
And now,
So
it was about
so why is it called the tiger? So this is the year of the tiger, or when does the year of the tiger start?
It started actually it's like a period of, I don't know the exact date of the Lunar New Year, but it's been about a few weeks. And this is like the tail end of it. Started like maybe around, you have to look it up precisely, but end of January, beginning of February. And so it changes every year. So when I have attended the event in New York City, it's always like the worst weather, right? I mean, it was snowing and sleeting yesterday in New York when I've attended, and it was in February, like some of the worst weather. You know, I'm a Californian, right? That's where we met. But
Weak. You're
well,
weak.
I have spent some time on the East Coast, and I think I'm hardy. But every time the Aldif dinner comes up, and it's in some part of February, the Lunar New Year, where it's like the worst weather in New York, and the snow drifts, and it's the blizzard, I just feel like no. I was so happy that it was hybrid this year. So there were about 300 at the pier, and there were a couple hundred online, and so a good way to contribute to Aldef. Always needing donations in the fight that they're undergoing for voting rights, the fight to end discrimination against Asian Americans, and most
Right.
notably now, the call to end to stop Asian hate in this country, which is really epidemic. And kind of, look, we're all focused on the war in Ukraine right now, but there is a war within our boundaries here. There's been a war against Asian Americans for the last 2 years, and it's real. And the slights and transgressions against Asian Americans are, from the very, from fighting words, from the kind of slights and many transgressions, all the way to very violent transgressions, including death. And so this is significant because next week, David, is the 1 year anniversary of the Atlanta spa killings. And it's something how how news cycle goes, and we just sometimes you remember, and then it's heightened, then it goes away and it comes back.
Mhm.
And now the war is just really kind of this overhang over everyone. I mean, I'm thinking about it all the time. And I think there is a link between the fight over there for democracy and for, sovereign nations and self-determination. And just as there is a fight here for people who are, are fighting for voting rights, fighting for, fighting against the kind of, gerrymandering that negates, population increases in places like Queens and New York. And, there's, we have 2 Supreme Court rulings recently that were pro, fair districting. But, if we get this passage, well, we're not going to get it. I'm being pessimistic, but very quietly last week with Bloody Sunday, Joe Biden said, okay, let's get this voting rights legislation, back on the table. Let's get this passed. And, Kamala Harris went to Selma. She gave her a little talk. I hope it ends up with, positively, but I just, you cross your fingers, but, maybe, well, there's still going to be that filibuster, problem they have to get around. But anyway,
Right.
the fight for democracy there's a fight for democracy here. Aldef is helping in that fight. So all donations still welcome at aldef.org, which is the website.
Right. Well, let's talk about George Takei's tie.
Yeah, everyone loves George Takei, and this is the thing. Yesterday, when he was honored, he was one of the honorees. He's been honored before by Aldef, but the importance of George Takei is that he was 5 years old when he was interned. When Executive Order 9066, probably the worst thing that Franklin Delano Roosevelt did. I know you have some Roosevelt scholars and people who love Roosevelt. He did some good things, but look, as far as Asian Americans go, he's probably the worst president in the United States history. I think that you look at Executive Order 9066, you look at what happened, you look at what the things that were ignored, the documents that were later found. There was no military necessity, but Roosevelt did sign 9066 executive order, incarcerated 120,000 Japanese Americans, one of whom was George Takei. He was 5 years old. And the significance of Takei appearing at any Asian American event is that he can speak with the moral authority of, yeah, I was screwed. I was screwed by the United States. And it is the thing that
Were there reparations? What were the reparations that
well,
were
I
paid?
think every family, it's called the Civil Liberties Act. You could look it up. My old boss, Representative Norman Y. Mineta, along with some other Japanese Americans who were incarcerated, like Bob Matsui, the late congressman. His wife is, Doris Matsui is still in office. They were able to pass the Civil Liberties Act. Reagan signed it, gave 25,000, I believe, to every family. And it remains the basis for the call for reparations now for African Americans. And, it's a miracle that Asian Americans, Japanese Americans were able to get that. But there's still, in 2022, there's still an issue of Japanese Latin Americans who happened to be in this country at the time, and they were incarcerated and they were left out of any reparations, and they were Japanese Latin Americans, but they lived in this country, and they were incarcerated, and they were deserving of some kind of payout, but they didn't get it. And that's still something that is an open question. The International Court, I believe, has made a ruling, but the Japanese Latin Americans, that's a real issue. But anyway, this is
Not signatories to the International Criminal Court, so it can't be.
Well, I don't know where it is, but at this point, there's a push to get reparations for the Japanese Latin Americans. Anyway, the Aldif dinner with Takei is always good, that someone like him is still with us, number one, but can remind us about what happened historically and how what happened in Atlanta 2021, what happened to the Chinese Americans in the 1890s, the Exclusion Act to the Filipinos in 1934. This is an historical thing that has always happened to Asian Americans that few people really understand. And if we get more laws like that law in Florida that tries to limit what we can say in history classes, we'll never know. This is why there's a big push to get Asian American history in high schools, not just in colleges. In colleges, it's not exactly a lost cause, but it should definitely be taught in high school, K through 12, in some shape or form or fashion. So anyway, George Takei was there last night. He they love to auction off ties for some reason. And a Takei tie was worth.
Was he wearing it at the time?
He was wearing it at the time. He stripped down, took off his tie. And here's the thing. I asked Margaret Fung, the executive director, what is it about George Takei? There's like these Star Trek fans, and they love it. And even though in Star Trek, they did not wear ties on Star Trek. I mean, think about it. They wore these like little red tops and they didn't wear ties. But George Takei's tie, which he said was given to him by his husband, so it had special meaning. He took it off right in front of the people, and he auctioned it off. And 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. Do I have 5,000? 5,000? Do I have this? 6,000? Do I have this? 7,000? Do I have this? 7,500? Do I have 8,000? Do I have 9,000? $10,000. They auctioned off his tie. Is Takei tie? Yeah.
Wow. $10,000 for a tie.
Yeah, I know. And so, but to a good cause, of course. And you could write it off. You could write off your tie. And you're not wearing a tie. You could have used one.
I don't. Yeah. So, Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. And what is your column about this week? And what is it going to be about next week?
Well, this week I'm writing about. I wrote about Bloody Sunday and the significance of Bloody Sunday and voting rights. That's the one that's up now. If you go to the Aldif blog, I write about that. And I write about, look, I'm one of the early callers for I'll pump for peace, no war for oil. And I don't know, David, but your listeners know that I'm a big no oil guy in every area of life. And I want to be modest. I know some people say, "Oh, Neil, modest." I mean, that's that's not a normal occurrence. I just think I'm just going to be humble about any calls for the Nobel Peace Prize. But, you know, I was calling for no oil. We'll pump for peace.
I want to talk to you about PETA and what's going on with the refugees. It's very serious. One of the things we all find very touching is the photographs of the Ukrainians leaving with their pets and the pets who are left behind.
It's sad. It's you know, every now and then you see people crossing that bridge, like when they're showing video of the people leaving Irpin, right? The bridge that are these are among the refugees who were, you know, did you see that New York Times, the Lindsay Addario photograph? I mean, I guess it's famous now. It may be since it's the one photograph that everyone's talking about, but the one with there's the soldiers are administering to a woman and her two children, and it's just a classic kind of a piece of war photojournalism that Lindsay Addario happened to be there, right? It's like, you know, to have the presence of mind in this, you know, terrible spot news situation, and you're clicking away and you get it captured so well, the composition. I mean, that's
right. The photographs of the older people are chilling, and the pictures of people leaving with their dogs.
Wow. I know. And
for some reason, it highlights the humanity. When you see people with cats and dogs, it registers that these are humans, because that is what humans do.
Yeah.
They take on animal companions who they cannot leave behind.
Yeah, they cannot leave. They take with them. There's some shots that are, I believe, are on the PETA website at PETA.org now, of women who are this one woman had her cat close to her body underneath her garments because their cat was freezing, and they had to walk about 15 kilometers after they had to abandon their car. I think they ran out of fuel, but they had to walk the rest of the way. I think they just walked because of the long lines to get to the border. They got to the border fast, and we have PETA Germany volunteers going down to the border to greet them, to help them, to bring them to safety. There's just a small cadre of PETA Germany volunteers who take them to Poland, to veterinary clinics, and also to for shelter. But some brave PETA Germany volunteers, the animal rescue teams, have gone into Lviv because they're in touch with Ukrainian shelter, the people who run the shelters there. And when people can't take their dogs and pets with them, they've put them in shelters, and the shelters are running out of food. And the people are saying, well, we were running out, we have some human food that we're sharing. And they're saying things like, you know, we live with them, we're going to die with them, you know, but they need help. So PETA has shipped 40,000 tons of dog food into Ukraine. It's not easy. They go from Germany down around Ukraine and then up through Moldova, and some of them are coming in through Poland. But it's mixed. It's based on, you know, every day it's different, and it's danger. It gets more dangerous all the time to get into Lviv. So that's going on. They're trying to save as many dogs and cats from the shelters as they can and bring them up back through the border to Poland, where they all need veterinary care. They certainly need food. There's no food and water. If you think no food and water for the humans, no food and water for the animals. And then there was the report about, you know, it's dangerous. There's at least one animal rights activist in Ukraine who was shot, killed when she was coming back after giving food to a sheltered a shelter in that, I believe it was outside of Kyiv. And then there are also other reports about the zoo in Kyiv. And Pete is trying to figure out what to do with some of the zoo animals that need saving and how to bring them back. But it's a logistical nightmare. And of course, we're not even talking about the farm animals. The farm animals that are just, you know, you think about them. Ukraine is primarily an
Agriculture.
ag state, yeah. And so
Breadbasket to Asia.
right. And so I was told by the PETA Germany folks that they've been putting out messages to people in Ukraine to let them out of the stables. They can't just die in the stables, let them out free. So I just don't know what's happening with the animals. The farm.
What can farm animals, how long can they survive without humans? Have they been bred into complacency?
I think people don't even think that far, right? Because the farm animals are usually intended for consumption. And so they're totally dependent on being fed and being fattened and then being slaughtered. Because I don't think these were, these are farms. And now if they're working farm animals, that's another thing. But like I said, when I talked to the PETA Germany volunteer or the coordinator of the project, there's a project manager there who is pretty good at this because she's in charge of the PETA project in Romania, where they have, well, get this, 600,000 wild dogs. They're like stray dogs. You have a stray cat problem in America, they have stray dogs in Romania. And so she's been dealing with that crisis for the last year or so. And then this happens, and now she's shifted focus into how do you deal with animals that are sheltered or animals that are abandoned in Ukraine, and then the zoo issue, and then the farm animal issue. They can't even touch because it's just logistically, in terms of the kind of power, person power you need to go in there and help, and the danger. So we, just like everyone else, we're saddened by the situation, and we hope that it ends soon.
Well, the Russian people, as Bernie says, we have no quarrel with the Russian people who love dogs, the famous dogs of Moscow. You've seen those videos of dogs who ride the rails in the subways of Moscow, and they're just given seats and treated as fellow commuters. Humans, all citizens, are the same. And, our beloved Henry is in Russia right now. He says it's tough. It's really tough to be an American right now in Russia, and the sanctions are hitting. The Russian people, we have no problem with the Russian people. We just have a problem with Putin.
Yeah.
And
so I think everyone's sort of stumped about a way out. And it's easy to say, yeah, tighten the sanctions, and then, you cross your fingers and hope overnight that something happens. It's still going to take time. I think last week when we were talking, it's about, it's early morning over there, late in the morning, who knows what happens or will happen. But last week, we know, the first nuclear power plant was attacked. So this is what happens, though, when, like you said, the argument, the quarrel is with Putin, and Putin seems more than unstable. He's illogical. And it's always, how do you negotiate with that kind of person? The talks fail.
Well, you start 10 years before they invade Ukraine.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You got to start early, and you don't give him the false idea that, Helsinki 2017, right? The way you had Trump and Putin, acting out there. And I think he just had.
I have to. We had a big meeting yesterday, and I promised to keep these segments on
Okay.
time.
All right. So let me just say that my next column will be about the North Korean, not the North Korean, the Korean American spa shootings in Atlanta, because people don't know that Robert Aaron Long, the perp, is going to come up next in a month. His trial. He's already been found. He pled to 4 killings and is serving 4 life sentences plus 36 years. And now but that was a plea deal with Cherokee County in Georgia. Now he's up in Fulton County, and it's for the prosecutor says she's going for the death penalty, and she's going for hate crimes. So some people might say piling on. I don't know. I think it's the people who were killed, their families deserve justice. And if they want to forgive them, they can, but it's the people against Robert Aaron Long. And the prosecutor is going after him.
Fantastic. Emil Guillermo is the host of the PETA podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. He's also a columnist for ALDEF, Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. Before you go, let's go to Roricki in London, who runs Weekly Marks. And I believe you have some suggestions on how to assist the Ukrainian people. Roricki? Oh, I have
you
to.
muted me by mistake, David.
Oh, okay. Hang on. Hi, Rodrigo. We'll get to you in a second. Roricki, can you unmute yourself? Okay. While we're waiting for Roricki to unmute, I will say goodbye to Emil. You're listening to the David Feldman. Thank you, Emil. Yes.
Hey, David, one last thing. They can also check out my daily live stream podcast on YouTube. So at Emil Guillermo on YouTube.
Fantastic. Give
Thanks,
my best to your wife. Thank you. Coming up is the Reverend Barry W. Lynn, and then we're going to do the professors and Mary Ann. And Professor Ann Lee has writes for the Daily Kos, and she's been covering disinformation, and maybe diplomacy is a little harder than I imagined. We'll find out. We'll talk about this. I know I see things simplistically. I have the mind of a 5-year-old. I keep it in a mason jar. But let us now go to Washington, D.C. Let's see if I can do this. The Reverend Barry W. Lynn, I'm going to ask you to unmute, sir. And I'm going to... And can you turn your video on? We did some...
Now, I'm told that I can't start it because the host has stopped it. You being the host, you stopped it.
I just made you a co-host, Reverend, so you should get started now.
And can you... let's bring... So I don't have to worry about this. Can we get Dave in PA and Joe in Norway in as co-hosts? So I don't know if Dave and PA and Chad are working on anything today. Can we? Is it possible to find out if we do a thing called ASMR for the eyes, Reverend, for the people who subscribe to our YouTube channel? We have video.
I can turn for you tonight, David.
I'm sorry?
I can turn for you tonight. How about during Minsky and Kay?
Minsky and Kate. And do we have Chad as your helper?
We sure do.
Oh, good. Okay,
And
so
I can do Roricki's plug if you'd like, what he had his hand up about.
Yes, please.
He might be asleep because he is a Brit, after all.
And he is listening to this show, and this is a soporific. So
this is copy he gave me. I'm reading it straight. Our Feldman
Good.
community is setting up a refugee support group. We want to raise funds to give humanitarian support to people fleeing from the conflict around the world, not just Ukraine. We have a friend in Poland currently driving refugees from the border to Warsaw. He has requested support to buy food to distribute to the refugees. We have a refugee thread in the Discord, so go there to find out more and to participate. And we will take some time and talk about it tomorrow night at office hours if anybody's interested. But we want to give direct
Fantastic.
action to somebody who's getting people out of trouble.
And can they
Yeah,
join us?
I'll try and-
Possibly?
Sorry?
Can they? You think they'll be able to join us for office hours from Poland?
Oh, no, I doubt that.
They don't have time.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, I doubt that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a
Fantastic.
regular guy with a van, so we're trying to give him some cash while we
Right,
can. It's
right.
somebody where Ricky knows directly and can.
Okay, so we'll raise money tomorrow night, and I guess there's a PayPal and a Venmo. Thank you, Dave and PA. And we'll see you a little later on for that. We trust Ricky to vet these people. Very reliable. The Reverend Barry W. Lynn ran Americans United for separation of church and state for nearly a quarter of a century. He is a lawyer, a barrister, a counselor, an attorney, as well as a member of the Supreme Court Bar. And if that's not enough, he's an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ. Welcome, sir.
It is always nice to be here. It is.
Yes. I wanted to ask you some stuff, but what would you like to talk about tonight?
Well, I'd like to talk about gas prices, and I'd like to return to a segment we used to do every week, Religious Right Nut of the Week, because an old familiar face is back explaining why Putin invaded Ukraine. So those two things I'd like to talk about. And
Is it Pat Robertson? Did he come out of retirement? Is that
yes,
who
he
you're going to
did.
bring up?
He literally came back. He of course left his show, but he came back one day earlier this week to explain what's going on. And this is the
good
Pat
clarity. Now
he's here. He said, look, Pat Robertson said that Putin was compelled by God to invade Ukraine, that we have to understand that. And you'd say, well, why is that? And he said, because of the book of Ezekiel says that all of the nations will eventually turn against Israel. Now you'd say, well, wait a minute. Ukraine, that's not Israel. But he went on to say that God is getting ready to do something big. And he implied that this big event is going to potentially lead to the end of history. And you say, well, it doesn't make any sense. But then you have to look at how he interprets the book of Ezekiel. In the Old Testament of the Bible, Ezekiel talks about a prince of Rosh, R-O-S-H. And that obviously means to some of the Christians who really don't understand anything about Judaism, Rosh must mean Russia. That makes perfectly good sense. Rosh equals Russia. And then, of course, in the various places in the Bible, there's a discussion of Gog, the king of Magog. And people always wonder, well, what does that mean? He knows. Gog, doesn't that start with the same letter as Georgia, which is now part of Russia?
No, it's making sense.
Very clear.
Doesn't
This make complete sense? Now, I do want to say to people that, of course, when I worked at Americans United, Pat Robertson and I had enormous numbers of battles. Back in 1992, which is 10 years before I got to Americans United, he said that there would be judgment by God on the world by the end of 1982. I was there in 92, 82. That didn't pan out. Then I was there, though, in 2006, when he predicted that the entirety of the Pacific Northwest of the United States would be destroyed by a tsunami. He's a little off on that one, too. And then he also predicted in 2020, not only that Donald Trump would, in fact, be elected, that shortly after his election, an asteroid would hit the Earth and destroy it. So he's really big on this idea that the whole world's going to be destroyed. He knows the time. He knows how it's going to happen. It's just that he's been off. And I have a feeling he's off about this. But I'm glad he came back just to tell his beloved listeners and viewers why Putin went to Ukraine. And that makes perfectly good sense to him. And unfortunately, to a lot of his followers as well. That's the clearest understanding of what's going on in Ukraine that I've heard in the last week.
What do you see happening in the next week? It's going to get a lot worse.
I think it's going to get a lot worse. I think that we're living in a bit of a fantasy land when every time there is an opposition, a courageous opposition by Ukrainians to these invading troops, they do something. They blow up a tank, they shoot down a helicopter. Then it becomes the news everybody fixated on the major media. And I'm sure it's true. We're not fabricating news like that, but I think it's misleading because no matter how bad things get for the soldiers from Russia, it's going to be twice as bad for the people who remain in Ukraine. And so I don't see any particularly good news coming in the next week. And this idea that it's going to be so tough for the Russians to stay there because they'll be constantly badgered by Ukrainians. I mean, that's, I'm afraid, a bit of a fantasy also. I'm not very optimistic about where this goes. There's always the possibility. There were these rumors of 2 efforts to kill Putin in the last 10 days. I don't know how one assesses that information or whether it's even accurate, but I could see something like that happening. Not somebody sent in, there's a sniper, a famous sniper from Canada who's going over to Ukraine, presumably to consider taking out Putin. I don't think that's the stuff of, bad action movies starring Arnold Schwarzenegger, but it's not.
What are your thoughts about these Americans who are going over to, like, the Lincoln Brigade that went to Spain? What are your thoughts about Americans, vets? I guess if you're currently in the military, you're not allowed.
You're not allowed
do
to go. But if you have any kind of military experience, or you even have membership in the National Rifle Association, there are people who want to go over there and participate. It's not clear to me exactly what the Ukrainians are going to do or what they're going to allow them to do. But
well, they have a foreign legion. They
do. It's similar to the Spanish Civil War.
Yeah.
And these people
not to
hear about the Spanish Civil War, but they think it's the same thing.
I'm sorry?
No, I say the people that are going now probably would not have been in the Abraham Lincoln brigades during the Spanish Civil War, but that's beside the point. They're convinced this is something like that.
Okay. So I want to dial back the dogma on the show and not speak from certitude. Just ask a question. Should it be legal for Americans to go to Ukraine, given, just asking the question, given our character, given who some of the people toting guns in this country are, what they're capable of doing, what they fantasize about doing? Should they be allowed to travel overseas and start killing Russians, supposedly killing Russians? What are your thoughts on that?
My thoughts is that nobody from the United States ought to go and become a participant in an effort to, much as the pathetic pictures, the horrible pictures of people and their children in mass graves, and what you and Emil were talking about, the dogs, the little babe. This is all tragedy, but I don't think the benefit of the doubt should be given to people who say, sign me up. You have to bring your own weapons, I understand. You can't just go to the Ukrainian embassy here in Washington, volunteer. They have to make sure before they agree to let you go, if you can find a way to get there. But you have to prove that you at least have your own weapons. Now, I don't know how you get your weapons but that's.
Yeah. I mean, whenever I see right-wing militia, the first thing that I think is bilingual. They speak Ukrainian. They'll be able to communicate with the commanders.
Sure.
Right? This would be a boon to the National Rifle Association. Sell more guns, right? Buy guns for. Are you allowed to travel with an assault rifle to Ukraine?
No. Well, I think you can probably break it down and put it in luggage and transport it that way under the current rules for aircraft. But you certainly can't take it on the airplane. You can't take any weapon on the airplane. But it creates this fiction, building on the idea that the United States is the world's policeman. So if you see criminals doing something terrible in your community, what should you do? You should try to stop it. And so the analogy is, if you see terrible things happening in another country and you have the wherewithal to go, they should welcome you with open arms, and you should be able to kill anybody you want. And that's terrible idea. That's like the people who say, well, I hope the Supreme Court allows for the open carry of handguns in New York City because I'll scare people with that.
Right. Wow. Just when you think you can't sell enough guns to Americans, there's a brand new market.
A new market. I think it's a horrible idea.
So would you say that people who are bewildered and bedraggled by living in America for too long have come around and surrendered to Joe Biden because they know what is possible, what is not possible? Their expectations have been so lowered that older people are coming around to sympathize with Joe Biden and think this is the best he can do. He's been dealt a bad hand. There was no way to stop this from happening. Or should we hold him? If war is unacceptable,
right,
which it is,
yep,
and we are the strongest country in the history of civilization, does Biden have a responsibility to stop this war before it happened? And what could he have done, in your estimation? What could he have done to stop this?
Well, although I don't think it would stop it, I think had he been clear about what we would do and what we wouldn't do and implemented these sanctions right away, we still haven't really put the lid on all banking transactions. There's one big central bank in Russia that is still doing business, that we do business with. I thought you were going to go a different place here, though. I thought you were going to say, have we given up so that we give Biden kind of any options he wants? Because I think that's where we're heading with gas prices. I mean, I think that there's some really clear things that should be done. Bernie's talked about them. We should support a windfall profits tax on the oil companies. I mean, if not now, when?
People have to understand, excuse me for 1 second, what the oil companies do when the price of crude oil goes up is their profits go up along with the price of crude oil.
Correct.
They just double their if the price. So if it costs you 2 cents for the oil and you traditionally charge 4 cents, then a reasonable person, if would add 2 cents to the price of oil because it's doubled and charge 6 cents instead of 8 cents. You don't double it. That's we were also promised independence from OPEC, from Venezuela, when we became the world's largest exporter. And then something happened along the way. I believe it was 2015, where we decided that America could sell to the world.
Yep.
That our oil, the reason our oil is so expensive is it has to play with the world's market, not our own.
That's 100% correct.
But they still sell us on energy independence and drill, baby, drill. We can drill our way out of this. If the price of crude oil is $150 for OPEC, it's $150 for us. Doesn't matter where it comes from. It's the world market. Wasn't supposed to be that way. That's not how they sold fracking to us.
No, of course not. But it's another thing. See, one of the things that bothers me is that Jen Psaki, who is really a good, public relations person for Biden, but when she starts talking about the oil drilling rights that oil companies already have, there's certainly some truth to that, because you have to stop this ridiculous argument from the Republicans that say, well, all of this happens, the gas prices are going up because Joe Biden, he was too soft on Russia, or he was this or that. But so it's important that she say, there are 9,000 oil drilling leases already in the hands of oil companies. So why don't you use them? So that sounds good, but do we really think it wasn't a mistake to open what we've already opened of the federal lands in this country to oil and gas drilling? We already did that. But I think what we ought to be talking about is using the same statute, the Defense Production Act, that we used during COVID. In COVID, we were urging companies and requiring companies to produce personal protective equipment, and later, I don't know what's happened here. Can you still hear me? See,
I can hear you. Yes.
Yeah. We need to do the same thing with alternative energy sources. We should have the Production Defense Act utilized for the purpose of generating things like solar energy. I'm very big on solar energy. We have solar energy on this house we live in Washington. It generates so much electricity that we sell it now. We get about $4,000 a year selling it so that other people can use it, and we get paid for it.
Well, wait a second. So your house runs on solar?
Correct. It runs, plus it generates more energy for somebody else.
So you have no energy bill?
Now, in the darkest days of winter, there's not enough sun to actually generate electricity. But I've had bills as low as $5 for a month.
And then you get money back. But
you get money.
So it's a net positive. In other words, you're making money off the sun.
I'm making money off the sun. Yeah. Now, I think only 2 of our neighbors here have solar panels on their roof. But if you could encourage everybody in this neighborhood of 60 townhouses, if you could encourage them and support their purchase of solar equipment, everybody would be generating more and being able to sell it. And with the exception of possible costs of installation, this is a really good way to generate power. We don't need, I'm not a huge windmill fan. The former president today was asked about Ukraine and started another tirade about windmills, that they kill birds and that they rust in 10 years. And I mean, my problem with wind energy is that I think solar is much more practical, much more environmentally sensitive. Many people have not gone. I was lucky enough to go there once, to the furthest southernmost tip of the United States, which is in Hawaii. If you go to the furthest southernmost tip of Hawaii, you run across a huge wind farm, and it's a horrible sound. I mean, if you lived anywhere close to that, you would say this is its own kind of pollution. This is horrible noise pollution. And if you look at windmills, as they're often put up on mountains in the eastern part of the United States, they look horrible. I mean, one person I knew in Vermont said they're ridge raping, take the ridge of the mountain and raping it by putting up these huge, ugly windmills. But solar, biomass, all of these alternatives that really have no particular negative impact, that's what we ought to be funding. We can't be satisfied with the fact that the 9,000 leases ought to be more appropriately used. They're there. Technically, it's right. We shouldn't have opened them. We did. We sold them. We're not going to use the courts to do anything to stop them. But please, let's not think that we can do something. And it's also important. $174 billion in profits from all the oil and gas companies in the last year. We have any evidence about it.
They're not allowed to, the stockholders, activist shareholders of the oil companies are forbidding the oil companies from drilling more because they want a tight supply. They have said, if you start drilling, that means lower prices, lower profits. We want you to return this windfall to the shareholders. That's the patriotism of the free market.
Yeah, to be joined by the patriotism of the oil company executives who are made all like bandits almost from the time there was an oil company or an oil business in the United States, and they're making out even better now. I think it would be appropriate, I think it'd be morally right, and I think it's legally possible for oil company executives to say, we are taking a 25% pay cut until the war in Ukraine is over. Yeah. I mean, they get good publicity, and that's sometimes all.
Well, a reasonable country back, when Jimmy Carter suffered the oil shock in the 70s, we got rid of him because he told us something resembling the truth about conservation. Yeah. A reasonable society would have the head of the CDC call fossil fuels a bigger threat to humanity than COVID. And we are banning fossil fuels. We already bit the bullet. The past 2 years, we've shut the economy down. We know how to unplug this economy, kind of, sort of, and print enough money so some people can survive. We really do need something like a massive response that we saw with COVID, where we get rid of fossil fuels and the country cannot run on fossil fuels anymore, because this is more dangerous than COVID. And we need to move now. What's going on in Ukraine should serve as the 1,000th wake-up call in the past week that if we don't get off fossil fuel, we're dead. The planet's dead. Somebody's got to step up and say, hey, you know what? And this sounds glib because I know we have truckers listening and I know we have commuters listening, and I don't mean to be insensitive. But for the sake of the planet, somebody has to wake up and say, high oil prices means you got to switch to renewable resources, and we need to subsidize we need a moonshot to get off this shit.
Yep.
Now.
Well, I mean, if let me go back to 20 years ago. 20 years ago, when people started to talk about cars being electric, no gasoline-driven cars, and the Republicans went absolutely berserk over it. The heads of every car manufacturer at the time, interviewed in the Wall Street Journal one day, said, of course we can do away with gasoline-driven cars. Of course we can. We're 20 years away from that. Now, to do it now, you've got, I mean, you're right. That's, of course, what we should be doing. We can't simply let the environment be destroyed. It's everybody. We had a big donor who was a huge donor to environmental groups, much bigger than to civil liberties groups. But I mean, he literally, this was probably 5 years ago, he gave a big speech. I'm just blocking on his name. He literally wept in talking about how terrible he felt about the future of the planet Earth. I mean, these are people who spend their life on it. These are people with vast wealth who are devoting it to trying to do something to save the planet. And now, with all due respect to the truckers who may be listening, I hope none of them are driving around the Beltway outside of Washington. They've been driving, some people have been driving there for 4 days, just around and around. Now, they didn't block the roads, but they have spent hundreds of dollars in wasted fuel to make a point that has nothing to do with the environment. It only has to do with COVID bans and what they're teaching in kids in high school. So the connection between teaching kids in high school things they don't like, COVID restrictions, which are virtually non-existent anymore, and driving around, it could drive you insane just thinking about it. Today, Ted Cruz goes out to talk to the truckers. He starts to explain how he's 100% convinced that COVID started from bats that escaped from a Chinese laboratory. Off in the distance, you can hear one trucker saying, "F you, Cruz." I mean, it was a perfect moment. And Ted, of course, said, "God bless you too." We are in a position, we are becoming a crazy country. We are becoming the kind of country that many of us who grew up in the 60s and who agitated for change, substantive change, thought we'd never get there. We had won so many of these issues. We made people think women matter. Women matter so much, the women's rights movement. And now you still have some clown running for state legislature, a Republican, of course, who told a group a few days ago that he tells his daughters if they're being raped, they should just lie back and enjoy it.
Yeah.
Who the hell says that at this time?
His daughters went on the internet and said, "Don't vote for our dad." Really? So he raised, so at least he raised them. Well.
Madison Cawthorn. I mean, we don't talk much about him, but look what he just earlier today called President Zelensky a thug. He said he's a thug. And of course, This is days after he got arrested again for driving without a valid driver's license.
I want to pause here for a second because we have a 90-second update on the situation. And then I want to come back and talk to you about Putin and the role he may or may not have played in the Republican Party going insane. I just want to give an update on what's happening in Ukraine. Russian troops have fired and continue to fire on Ukraine's port city of Mariupol. That massive Kremlin convoy that we had been watching getting stuck and just not moving has now split up. It's now spreading to side roads into towns near Kiev with artillery pieces reportedly poised for attack. An airstrike on Mariupol has killed 3 people at a maternity hospital. Western leaders are calling this a war crime. This is just getting worse, and they're saying that we can expect in 2 weeks it's going to 3.5 million Ukrainian refugees spilling into neighboring Europe. Pretty 2.3 is the number right now.
Right.
So let me ask you about the Republican Party and the insanity. I've never seen a level of depravity in the Republican Party that I'm now seeing.
Right.
Do you ever wonder if the Republican Party is completely bought and paid for by Vladimir Putin? There were talk when Trump first became president. We knew that Dana Rohrabacher, Kevin McCarthy said about Congressman Dana Rohrabacher, who's no longer there in the Congress. Kevin McCarthy said he's an employee of Putin. Michael Flynn, who was the national security advisor for a week and a half under Trump, turned out to be an employee of Putin. There's no question. If you look at what General Michael Flynn is saying, he is on the payroll of Putin. There are journalists, there are lobbyists, there are members of Congress who are on Putin's payroll. Putin is said to be worth $1 trillion, that he cleaned up Russia after Yeltsin and said, you can be an oligarch, but you have to give me half. Otherwise, you're going to prison. You have to kick up to Putin. He's, some say, worth $1 trillion. Some say, doesn't want to attack us militarily. He doesn't need to do it militarily when he can fight asymmetrically through the internet and by Republicans, by think tanks, by the National Rifle Association. A lot of money in 2016. We know this went from Russia into the National Rifle Association and then illegally in to the campaign war chest of Republican politicians. You can't help but wonder how many people are bought and paid for by Putin in this country. And it makes me wonder that when you get into the Situation Room and you're Joe Biden and you're sitting down with Hillary's intelligence advisors, Obama's intelligence advisors from 2016, whether or not they're right, don't you think Biden thinks the threat to our democracy, a lot of it is coming from Putin? A lot of this talk radio that's ginning up division in this country is fueled by Russian money? Or is that just crazy talk.
No, I don't think it's crazy talk, but I don't think that the evidence, I have not seen enough evidence to draw the conclusion that the majority of the problems within the Republican Party are caused by the fact that so many of them are bought off. Why did
How
eight
do you
or 10
explain how do you explain a Republican Party that goes from ruining Americans' lives because they were sympathetic to Russia? Now I know Russia's no longer communist. How do you? But the Republicans hated the Russian people, and now they are defending Putin. You just mentioned a couple of.
Well, some of them are, but I mean, I think the best thing for the United States is the fact that this division that's going on now within the Republican Party. I mean, Steve Bannon earlier this week on his podcast basically said, I don't want any real Republican to send one penny of aid to Ukraine. He said, now I know I see the same things. My heartstrings, I didn't know he had any, but they've been pulled. But I don't think any honest Republican should send a penny to defend Ukraine. Then you've got people, of course, who are equally, at least as valid Republican spokespeople as members of the Senate, who say, of course, Russia is evil. It's completely evil. It's always been evil. And we have to do whatever we need to protect the Ukrainian people. Footnote, by the way, Biden is wrong. You see, they always have a footnote. They always have a footnote that blames Biden for everything. Go.
For being weak.
Yeah.
The Republicans say Biden didn't stand up
right
to Russia.
Right.
When, we don't have, the Russian people aren't evil. Putin is evil.
Right.
I think money buys a lot of speech in America. I think when you have income inequality the way we do, you have a lot of terrified people who would take money from Syria. We know of some podcasters who are on Assad's payroll to spout propaganda that Assad never gassed his own people.
Yep.
You have a lot of people who sub rosa get money from Putin. Once the invasion started, nobody who's a Republican who's on the payroll could still defend Putin.
Of course.
It became impossible. But some of them are, as you pointed out, some of them are.
Sure. And remember, I mean, for the last 2 weeks, I've said the biggest positive, the one thing that gives me any hope in all of this is the extraordinary anti-war sentiment of Russian people. And it continues. And they're arresting more and more people. Just a few days ago, of course, they clamped down on journalists. There are no independent journalists working in Russia today. The entire staff of Russia Today literally walked out one morning and never came back. So there are these people. RT.
RT America.
RT America, but there also is, there was a comparable organization in Russia, and those people are off the air too. They don't exist anymore. They were completely fired. But those things do make a difference. The question is, will they make enough difference? It's so difficult to fight your country when your country doesn't know enough. If you look at the interviews from a week ago in Russia, they would go to people and say, what do you think about the war? And a lot of these people were saying, well, we didn't start it. Ukrainians started it. They're committing genocide. They bought into all of that stuff. That's why a free press is so important. Because if you only hear one side, you only hear the lies presented by governments, including the lies of the United States. But at least here we have something remotely like a free press. It's real, it's true. But you have to hope that that's a sentiment that leads people to eventually resist. I just saw about an hour before I joined you here, some stories starting to pop up about Russian state radio asking Putin to stop the war. I haven't listened to it. I can't confirm it. But if that is true, then it's one more thing that Putin really does need to worry about. Because if people start on state radio and television explaining that the original Putin narrative is not true, or that at least whatever the narrative is that is true, the war has to stop, then you get a slightly freer press and more of an opportunity for cooler heads to prevail.
Now, how much of our press can be trusted? There are two stories that we got hopeful. There was that Russian convoy that was just sitting there on the road to Kiev. Military analysts, probably, they never reveal which defense contractor they're lobbyists for. They couldn't wait to say this is proof that Russia's military is corrupt. They didn't prepare for this, and it's only a matter of time before the Ukrainian people defeat them in a guerrilla war. Well, now we're reading that it's dispersed, that the convoy is dispersed. They're not stuck in the mud. They do have enough food, unfortunately, and they are preparing for the siege of Kiev. I hope they fail. But they get our hopes up, and they do this with the hopes that it's going to get to the Russian people who will be demoralized, that it's not necessarily propaganda for the US. They're saying things like Tokyo Rose. They're saying that the Russians are losing because they hope the Russian people will call their sons and say, demoralize them. So how much can we trust our media?
Well, not very much, but Wolf Blitzer, who just professionally and personally I've never been able to stand, but he tends to put people on, like he had a guy that was briefly chief of staff for Trump on last night, talking about what we should do. And of course, remind me of the general who was briefly Trump's chief of staff. I've lost.
Kelly.
Anyway, Kelly. So Kelly says, he asked him these questions about strategy, and Kelly kind of admits, I don't know anything. I don't know. I have no inside information anymore. I'm not in the government anymore. So Wolf Blitzer asks him more questions. What about a no-fly zone? What do you think we ought to do? And I don't have enough information to, but why do you even have him on? Why is he, because he left the corrupt Trump administration, now all of a sudden he's one of the experts you have on in order to talk about the policy that you have nothing to do with. So I just think it's the heartstrings stuff, that how many of these pictures of people and their puppies, people and their little kids, people and their grandmother crossing a border or trying to cross a border, how many of those do we need to see? We know he's a terrible person. I'd like people who know a lot more than people like you and I and Emil and others know to be able to talk about the ramifications of what's going on. How dangerous was that attack on Chernobyl? How dangerous would it be to have a no-fly zone? How about moving the planes from Poland into Ukraine? People who actually know what they're talking about and who don't have an axe to grind, and who preferably are not on the boards of any major military companies today, which so many of these retired generals are. So I don't have much confidence in that. Why do we have such a damn short memory? last week, you probably properly said I was a little too negative about the country. But when you think about, I knew a guy named Admiral Jean Larac. He was a progressive former admiral. He ran something called the Center for Defense Information. And they used to do every month a list of all the wars that were going on in the world. And it would sometime back in the 70s be up to 30 wars going on at the same time. And they don't do that anymore, but somebody else does it. And they're listing, but we have no memory. We have already forgotten. We forget that we've forgotten about Vietnam, but we don't remember. What happened to China? That we're still trading enormously with China. We know that they're engaged in genocide in parts of China. We don't even talk about it. The only people who talk about it are people who wanted to divert attention from talking about Russia in the run up to this current war.
Now they say, Reverend, they do say, some people say, this is what Trump does. They're saying that it's not genocide, that they're creating detention centers for close to 1 million Uyghurs, but it's not necessarily genocide in the definition of the word. Let me ask you about. We have the vice president who's now being attacked because she's in Poland and she was in a press conference and she started giggling, which she has a habit of doing. But she brought Patriot missiles to Poland. These are missile defense systems that we are told they're made by Raytheon. Each one costs anywhere between $2 to $6 million a pop. We are told that a Patriot missile can shoot one of Russia's incoming missiles out of the sky. However, it's always been my understanding, going back to the Gulf War, that Raytheon has not been able to perfect the Patriot air defense missile system, that while they can shoot a plane out of the sky, it's really hard to take a missile out of the sky. Now, people talk about Iron Dome that Israel has to take out Palestinian rockets, which are, they're primitive. They are not guidance missiles that can trick a Patriot missile. We discovered that the Patriot missiles in the first Gulf War that were set up to protect Israel from Saddam Hussein's Scud missiles, that it was basically a lie, that we were told that the Patriot missiles were shooting Scuds out of the sky and keeping Israelis safe. And then a year or two after, we discovered, well, the Patriot missiles aren't that effective.
That is
what do you
my
understand?
That is my understanding. But then you have to look at the question of so much of the news has been the targeting of maternity hospitals. Is it targeting, or is it that people are too inept to utilize the missiles in a way that avoids them? See, I don't know the answer to that, but presumably people do, and presumably people who remember the Scud Patriot stuff and how many lies were told about that. I don't know. I don't know that. I hate to give the benefit of the doubt to Putin and his crazy people shooting and destroying cities, but when you start to talk about how they're targeting hospitals, I don't know if it's targeted or just that these are inept people. They're very young people. A lot of these people that are in the front lines are 18, 19 years old. They have never been to war, and they're going to believe whatever they hear, and they're going to be told that their weapons are superior, so utilize them. And I don't even know if that's true. But I can tell
Right.
you that there's not, I have never seen in the media in the last 2 weeks, anybody, they used to say things like, we have not independently verified the figure of 103 people dead. But now they don't, rarely do they even say that. They just take whatever the number is,
Mhm.
promote it. And this is why we are coming to loathe Putin. I mean, some of us did before.
Right.
But those are the kinds of things that you never see. It's not, I watched so much news the last couple of days. It's the same people on different networks or people with exactly the same background talking about military stuff, which they may or may not even understand. And then, of
That
course,
they're selling. These
that
are
they're
generals. They're
that
selling
somebody,
military hardware.
yes, or their friend who they go drinking with or out, to the CIA breakfast places with, where they talk to them. And
They never tell us whether or not these ex-generals are lobbyists for Raytheon. And Raytheon spends a lot of money on lobbyists, and they're selling precision guidance systems. Raytheon sells the smart bombs. Raytheon helped create Iron Dome in Israel, and Raytheon makes the Patriot missiles that are going to keep us safe and shoot Putin's ICBMs out of the sky.
Sure.
And here's the thing. There's a lot of money. I don't know if you know this. There's a lot of money, Reverend, in selling weapons to countries. Did you know that?
I did.
I think Eisenhower had a speech about this.
Yeah, he did.
So
He's starting to look pretty good these days.
these missiles that Raytheon sells, especially the Patriot missile, they do not work. The Star Wars Defense Initiative, what did we spend? $1 trillion? Everybody said when Reagan unleashed it, you can't do it. And he said, wouldn't it be nice, though, if we had some kind of security blanket where we could shoot missiles out of the sky and everybody could sleep and will never be attacked? What he was really saying is we don't have to do the hard work of diplomacy and getting along with people. Every nation that focused on protecting itself from the world and not pursuing diplomacy pays a price. The Maginot Line. The French were convinced Hitler will never be able to get through the Maginot Line, and he couldn't, nor did he, because he flew over it.
Exactly.
The Maginot Line was the nuclear umbrella of the late 30s, early 40s. And we're saying that now. We're telling the Polish people, don't worry, we're giving you Patriot missiles. Go to bed, sleep. We can shoot Putin's missiles out of the sky. And Raytheon pockets $100 million, $200 million here, even though they know it doesn't work. If you shoot missiles out of the sky, they keep telling us about Iron Dome in Israel and how successful the Iron Dome is in shooting down these primitive Palestinian rockets. If they work so well, if Iron Dome works so well, then how come Israel has to go in with tanks and go shoot down, blow up the source of these missiles if you can just shoot them out of the sky, which
It was a great idea. Did I ever tell you about Edwin Teller being on a radio show with me once?
Oh, tell it.
No. Okay, so Teller comes into a studio. We were doing a radio show in a very small room, smaller than the room that is behind me here. And getting ready for the interview, we do the commercials and the news. He looks at me and he goes, is this radio or television? There was not a television camera in sight. It was just a piece of glass into where the engineering was done, blank walls, and two of us sitting there with him. And he asked that question. And immediately I thought, and this is the man we're supposed to believe knows so much about technology that he's going to save us by shooting missiles out of the sky.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Hey, the Reverend Barry W. Lynn has a website, barrywlynn.com. You go there and you can see interviews on great shows like Firing Line and CNN and Crossfire, and some links to some mediocre shows like this one. Reverend?
But I do have a new one up. A listener to this program got me involved in a podcast, very innovative. You are interviewed by him, and he asks you to talk about a movie that you remember as being very, very good, and then interviews you.
This was one of the movies, I think the Mies Commission reviewed it as well.
Yes,
right?
I think they didn't. I think you're thinking of Biker Slave Girls, but I was talking about used cars.
Right.
Then you watch it again. You take a week off, you watch it, then you come back and talk about what you learned now. Was it still good?
Is this Roger Nygaard? Hang on. Is Used Cars the Bremer, the guy from Chappelle? Did he direct this?
No, Robert Zemeckis. It was one of his first movies. Robert Zemeckis. And but it's all there. I think it's right at the top of the page. And I had a lot of fun doing it.
Okay. I look forward to watching that. The
All right.
Reverend Barry W. Lynn is a reverend. He's a lawyer. He ran Americans United for separation of church and state. And stay out of trouble. Follow him on Twitter at Barry W. Lynn. Great job, Reverend. Stay out of trouble.
Thank you. Only good trouble for me.
Thank you. And say hello to your wife for us.
She'll do that.
Thank you, sir. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com, and we are powering through technical difficulties. Before we start the professors and Marianne, let us go to Norway, where Joe is standing by, and he is going to be cooking a meal out of plastic vegetables. I don't know if you can see the tomatoes, and it looks like potato. These are all plastic. This is all fake plastic vegetables. Is that eggplant or is that, what is that, Joe?
Eggplant. I have a few things to prepare.
That's all fake, right? You're going to melt plastic vegetables, right?
Yes.
Those tomatoes, excuse me for 1 second. You're in Norway.
Imagine.
Right?
That. Yes.
And how are you getting tomatoes that don't look like red rubber balls? And speaking of red rubber balls, how are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling all right. Much better.
Okay.
From the,
Okay, good. We're going to talk about that. Well, let me see those tomatoes.
the roads are still open from Turkey. So we got the majority of our fresh vegetables come from Turkey or Spain.
Those come from Turkey? Hold that up. I'm not done with that. Oh my God. Wow. That's from Turkey.
Yes.
Wow.
It's a lot of season, but
Okay. Tell us
we'll
what
see
you're
what
going
we
to
can
be.
do.
This is a new segment we do called ASMR for the eyes, where we're going to do Professor and Marianne, and you'll have the sound down, and we'll pretend to be talking, and we'll pretend not to be watching you cook. So, what are you preparing tonight?
Yeah, so I have a few dishes I need to prepare for tomorrow. So I'm going to make a cucumber and dill salad, a quick fresh salad. And then I'm going to be making a potato and pickle salad. These are the pickles I made last week. Fortunately, there are still a few left. And I'll be making
Oh, hang on. You made those pickles last week and you already started eating them?
It's hard to keep them around. I'm surprised that any are left. to be
How long did it
honest.
take for them to be ripe?
And
Or
they're refrigerator dills, so they just take about
How-
3 or 4 days.
we saw you make it.
Mhm.
We saw you
And-
conceive those pickles. Go ahead.
Nice. So then we'll be making diced tomato for bruschetta for breakfast this morning, and then I'll be making a Korean dish of steamed eggplant called gaji namo with garlic, soy, chili, sesame seeds, some other things here. Did I forget? Yep. We'll see how long it takes. Should have enough time to make them all. We'll see. Always fast.
We're going to be riveted.
But I'd also like to mention again our what's going on with the community. Our Feldman community is setting up a refugee support group. We want to raise funds to give humanitarian support to people fleeing from conflict around the world. We have a friend in Poland driving refugees from the border to Warsaw, and he's requested support to buy food to distribute to the refugees. We have a refugee thread in the Discord, so you can go there to find out more and how to participate.
Right. And we'll be talking about that at office hours.
So, yes.
And what can we expect? I know that Professor Adnan Hussein will be teaching. What do we have on tap?
Oh, is Dan here? I don't have the list up. But
We'll review it later. We get to work.
Steve K will be doing a guitar lesson. We have,
which was phenomenal.
Falco
We're gonna
will
do-
be doing the war report, a little update on what's happening in the war.
Professor Bick will be doing a deep dive into the Twilight Zone and
Yes.
Star Wars. Not Star Wars, Star Trek.
Yes, yes, Dave.
Yes. Well, I'm trying to run this show on time instead of into the ground. So I'm going to mute. And while we're looking at this food, remember to go to rahima.org, RAHIMA.org. It is a food pantry that was set up by Professor Adnan Hussein's parents a few decades ago to take care of specifically refugees from Afghanistan. And I would assume it's unfortunately spread to other refugees. And it is a great way to give money. Go to rahima.org, RAHIMA, and they feed the refugees properly with lentils and beans and healthy food, not garbage. It's money well spent. It won't get wasted. So if you want to thank the show, go to rahima.org and give $5 or whatever you can. So thank you for that. It's time now for the professors and Mary Ann. Welcome, Professor Adnan Hussein. Welcome, Professor Jonathan Bick. Welcome, Professor Ann Lee, and welcome, Professor Mary Ann Cummings. I will not get in the way, and I want to ask Professor Ann Lee about diplomacy. Your piece over at the Daily Kos, you write about how difficult it is to negotiate with people who traffic in disinformation. So are we making a good faith effort in your estimation to stop the hostility?
Yeah, I think, I mean, John can probably speak to this better than I, but it does appear that most of the diplomatic rules are actually being followed, despite the fact that people are getting killed and mayhem is occurring. The procedures of negotiation are still occurring. I mean, today was the first day of the highest level of meeting so far between the two foreign ministers. And, unfortunately, it's between people, raised in the Russian tradition and nothing happened, because that's kind of what happens in negotiation among Russians, without overgeneralizing. It's what some people in negotiating manuals call, Soviet style negotiating, where nobody budges, at least for a while. It's all about time. And the entire war is about, it is about trying to endure each other. And which is why, it's now defaulted to heavy artillery and rocket barrages and worrying about a, combat air cap over Ukraine. So yeah, it's just a first round. There's going to be more rounds. It's just that the disinformation got real wacky today.
What?
Lavrov of Lavrov and Trump and Kislyak and all those other folks, accused. Lavrov is just one of those guys who just cranks out disinformation with a straight face. It's like they're in a totally different world. That their disinformation campaigns are in a very different world. Although it did reveal how different, for example, the data is. But anyway, it was an accusation. The accusations have flown back and forth about whether the Ukrainians are bombing themselves in order to create an impression, and they were trying to, it's very typical of, from a Russian point of view, throwing up. It was it was like on the internet. It's sort of poop posting, where they throw literally everything up as a cloud of noise. And so they claimed that there were crisis actors in that hospital that got bombed. I think it's pretty clear that people got hurt.
Is Alex Jones working for the Kremlin?
They seem to be no different at certain points. But anyway, there was just a lot of noise that essentially comes from the first meeting between the two. So both sides essentially said nothing happened, and lots of other things are going on, like this whole chemical warfare conspiracy theory thing is just, it's all noise, but it's pretty powerful noise because it's getting repeated all over the damn place. There is some truth to it in the sense that I think, currently, as I speak, I think there's a small research reactor at the university in Kharkiv that's on, something around it is on fire right now. So that's it. It sort of replicated what went on in the main power reactor that the Russians have captured, which has four reactors at that site of the 15 total reactors in Ukraine. So currently there is a reactor under threat, but it's and Marianne can address whether it's there's something on the internet that says it's not really a supercritical reactor. It's a small research reactor. So I have no idea. It's out of my field, but certainly something's going on right now. And I think the Russians will probably attack. There is a tank farm with ammonia in it that they will likely attack and then make a claim about chemical warfare. So everything is sort of in a kind of interesting set of motion. On the other hand, the Russians have only taken 20% of the country. I mean, when you actually look at the kind of mapping, they don't have that much territory. They're just really close to big cities. So anyway, the diplomacy is just going to go on. And I think if the Ukrainians can last a month or two, which no one is predicting, all these military experts are cranking out the opinion that the Russian numbers are still favored and that in 2 weeks it'll be over. I don't think so. I think the Ukrainians really are serious about what they want to do about resisting. So, time is on their side, and I think Putin, as many other experts have said, Putin has already lost.
I'm sorry, they what?
He's already lost. He has to figure out a way to exit gracefully. The sort of
Putin has already lost.
Putin, Vlad.
That he has already lost. Do you believe that?
No, but he did fire some generals today, they say, but I think that's disinformation too. And he fires generals a lot. He's fired 8 to 10 generals every year. I mean, he's just, he's very Trump-like, or Trump is like him, so anyway.
So that doesn't bode well, because you cannot manage people through chaos.
Well, I think he has actually a plan. I mean, the plan looked pretty obvious. You're going to have non-Russians be your vanguard. That's why the Chechens led the battle, and they failed, of course, fortunately. And he brought in some military groups in the eastern military districts. So there was a plan there. What do you
mean by non-Russians? You mean people from
Siberia, and there are units from the eastern military district around Moscow, but his vanguard were these guys who are going to go in and whack Zelensky. And they may still be prepared to do it. I mean, there are 1,000 of them. He has special ops guys in there. But fortunately, the Ukrainians, defeated them at one of their 2 landing sites. I mean, if one wants to indulge a Chuck Norris kind of thing, they got messed up real bad. One of their generals got whacked, as I mentioned before. And
we are supplying, the United States is supplying, I would assume they have more weapons than they know what to do with. The Poles wanted to send MiGs in there. I think we turned them down on that. But I can't help but worry that our Pentagon is looking at Ukraine as though it's the Bonneville Salt Flats, just to see.
I think it's a feint, actually. I think we're sending a ton as a poop load of stuff there. And most of it is smaller stuff. There's a lot of anti-tank ordnance in Ukraine now. A lot of
people
it.
Should be. Yeah, I want to ask Professor Marianne about this, but first I want to remind everybody to go to Daily Kos and read Annie Lee, A-N-I-L. How do we spell it? L-I, right? Right. Let's first find out what everybody wants to talk about. So let's go to Professor Jonathan Bick. What would you like to talk about tonight?
Well, I wanted to talk about Ukraine. Also, I don't know if we have time, but I have an example of privatization gone bad here in Massachusetts. If you want,
has it ever gone good? Has it ever gone right? Seriously, can you get? I'm begging somebody for an example of privatization gone good. So,
it depends on the metrics you use to measure what's good and what's bad. Some people could make the argument that deregulating the airline industry in the U.S. was good because there were rates went down quite a bit. Of course, what they leave out of the equation is that flights to underserved areas, or areas that are now underserved, all but disappeared into many parts of the country. They're also
the only way you can enjoy the flight is if you have the legs of a jockey.
That too, exactly.
Or you like waiting in O'Hare a lot.
Right.
Yes. And if you don't...
Okay, so privatization.
Yeah.
And what else would you like to talk about?
So Ukraine, privatization, and the environment, the climate.
Climate. That will be cheerful.
Yeah.
Professor Adnan Hussein. Did you do your show with Professor Juan Cole?
I have, and it should be coming out either later this week, tomorrow, or early next week on the Mudge List. So check it out.
Give everybody the spelling. How can we make
you
sure?
can find it on all the platforms. The Mudgelis, Majlis. You could go directly to anchor.fm/the-Mudgelis, Majlis.
Fantastic. I want to find out what you want to talk about, but we all have, I'm going to speak vaguely here. We all have a friend who's in Russia. I've asked this person to come on the show. This person said, not a good idea. Mm-hmm. This is an American who's over there in Russia. And he or she said to me, at this point, it would not be wise. There's been a crackdown, 15 years in prison for anybody, even an American, to talk about what's going on in Ukraine as an invasion or a war. I pass. This person also told me that the ruble is down to nothing, that the dollar has turned into mist, that this person, she said, or he said, I don't know who this person is. I don't want to tell you who I want them safe. He or she said that they put money in a bank account and it's just a mist. Mm-hmm. Have you spoken to this person?
Yes, I have. There are means of communication, thankfully, although there have been restrictions clearly on some social media and monitoring of accounts and so forth. But I have, and he or she seems to be safe, but it's a very difficult situation. Obviously. So
good. I was taking it personally. I just wanted to make sure this person was treating you the same way. I just wanted to make sure a lot of people will come up with a lot of excuses not to talk to me or do the show. And I didn't want the old Russia invaded Ukraine and I can't talk about it excuse again.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we'll still be recording and communicating on other topics, but I think on Russia, Ukraine, you're right. He's had to be discreet, or she has had to be discreet.
Yeah. I mean,
it's a frightening situation, obviously, where you have to worry about that. And also, I think, when you're on a work visa as a foreigner in any country, your rights are, of course, very tenuous and your status can be revoked very easily. And we know that because that's one of the reasons why, Republicans, conservatives in Canada like to establish work visa immigration programs where people would come in but not actually have full rights and be intimidated so that they can't unionize, they can't get involved in political speech and so on. That's a condition where you're precarious. And I definitely feel for this individual having to deal with a war right on the doorstep and the atmosphere also being very serious and restrictive as a result of a wartime atmosphere. And being a foreigner in a country that's at war can't be a comfortable situation.
Well, he could work on his jump shot,
Yeah, I hear there's Americans in Russia who could coach him on that.
Right. Which brings me to, I want to ask you what you want to talk about, and then I want to go to Professor Marianne, who's an expert on this topic, which is, I don't know if you know this, but she's a particle physicist. And besides being a brilliant artist and an elected official in Aurora, Illinois. So we'll get to that. Here's the thing about nuclear weapons, Professor Hussein. if Iran were to drop a nuclear missile on Israel, which everybody's afraid of, or if Putin were to drop a nuclear bomb on Russia, what did I say? Because I'm tired. I meant Ukraine. Ukraine. You drop a nuclear weapon, if a Russian drops a nuclear bomb on Ukraine, or an Iranian drops a nuclear bomb on Israel, who are they hurting?
Well, I mean, they're hurting a lot of people, obviously, because your weapon is the paradigmatic weapon of mass destruction. So, by definition, you're talking about an awful lot of people who would be victims of it.
But who specifically would the Iranians be hurting if a nuclear bomb went off in Israel? Not just the Jews.
Well, I guess what you mean is that these are weapons of such danger and indiscriminate harm that in places where there are mixed populations, diverse groups altogether, you're indiscriminately subjecting them all to the same devastation. But of course, also one has to imagine that in this day and age, the use of a nuclear weapon would bring, I mean, the world, so much of the world has been demonstrating in various ways its rejection of this criminal invasion by Russia in the Ukraine. But if the Russians, if Putin were to decide to actually use a nuclear weapon, of course, that would unite the world, I think, even more profoundly and strongly in attempting to oppose not just the invasion, but at that point, the regime entirely.
But he'd be killing Russians. We have Russian-speaking brothers and sisters, in his estimation, who he'd be killing. So, I said he was not going to invade. And now I'm saying he's never going to use nuclear weapons. And folks, I can't be wrong all the time. So take solace in the fact that nobody can be as wrong as I have been on this subject. What would you like to talk about, Professor?
Well, about Russia, Ukraine, of course, but I have not had time to follow in forensic detail the way Anne has the military situation, the blow by blow. But as people know, if you're an avid or loyal, keen listener of the David Feldman Show, you might recall that I have a bit of a penchant for maritime stories.
Your book what is your book called?
Sorry?
Your book is called
A Faithful Sea. Yes, that's right. So I'm interested in bodies of water, maritime history, interactions, and I talked about a story of piracy in the 17th century, Henry Every's attack on the Emir of Hyderabad's galley Ganji Savai in the Indian Ocean, and that's being the explanation for how Arabic coins were being found in New England. Or last year around this time, the ultra tanker Ever Given, running aground in the Suez Canal and disrupting supply chains globally and exposing this just-in-time network and massive tanker shipping and so on. So it shouldn't be a surprise that I was drawn to a topic that brings me into rare alignment with another physics professor associated with the show, and that is the sanctioning of Russian oligarchs' assets, and in particular, the seizure of several super yachts recently by the French and the Italians. And The Guardian has a really interesting story tracking the locations of a dozen or so of these super yachts and their sudden departure from ports around, places like Barcelona, St. Martin's, and making beelines to other havens where there are no extradition agreements with the U.S. and European Union. And in particular, I was quite taken by the fate of major oligarch Roman Abramovich, the owner of Chelsea Football Club, who thought that he would be sheltering a lot of his privatized gains from the neoliberal plundering of the Soviet Union after its dissolution in 1991, sheltering them by engaging in sports washing, by buying a football club that has a popular following, turning it, a small London club without a lot of history of success into a super successful, thing that burnished his image before millions of people globally, and also growing it as an asset base that would be outside of Russian or Putin corruption, where people may, all of these Russians were sheltering money outside of Russia because they thought it was a safer bet. And now, suddenly they are having to deal with the fact that with this geopolitical turn, their assets are being targeted. And so in particular, his Solaris $600 million yacht left Barcelona, seen off the coast of Sicily. It's not clear where it's going. Maybe it's going to Israel because, he is Jewish and does have Israeli citizenship as well, something they acquired a few years ago. Maybe he's hoping that they will protect his assets. His other left St. Martin's and it looks to be headed to the Maldives. It's called the Eclipse, and it's 163 meters long, has 9 decks, 2 helipads, a 16-meter swimming pool, and he doesn't want it to be one of the 3 that have been seized by French and Italian sources. And you can track the progress of these on a wonderful site called Marine Traffic. It's marinetraffic.com. I was able to watch my son's ship, the St. Lawrence II, which is a sailing vessel in Lake Ontario during his voyage last summer. And it's an amazing site. You can find hundreds of thousands of ships all over globally and see where they are. So people have been watching to see where these boats are going. And I just, in conclusion, want to say that I think it's more than just a fun curiosity to be talking about these super yachts, but this is really, I think, the epitome of typifying the disparity, the global inequities, what the neoliberal destruction of the Soviet Union economically has led to, how this response is exposing, again, like we've had with the Panama Papers and Pandora Papers, where these havens are, but also the vicissitudes of geopolitics on this kind of black, this kind of shady, world of legally, very iffy and certainly ethically disgusting, moves of money. And I think the last bit of it, in terms of that sheltering and so on, is also the environmental aspect as well. These yachts are just horrific, incredible, like guzzlers, and they create a lot of pollution, and they're just the real epitome of outrageous late capitalist consumption at its absolute worst.
2 quick questions, and then I know Professor John, you wanted to say something, Professor John? I wanted to ask Professor Hussein a quick question.
No, go ahead.
London has a lot of Russian oligarchs. I was surprised that the United States doesn't. We take their money, but we don't give them citizenship. London is very welcoming. And despite a speculation tax on stock transactions, they're pretty hands-off when it comes to dirty money. I didn't know that. They're kind of worse than the United States is with filthy, dirty Russian money. They're about.
Well, they have dirty money from all over the world. I mean, the Gulf states, I mean, my goodness, you go there during the summer, there are whole neighborhoods in West London where, you know, you just hear Arabic on the street. I love going to those places. I mean, you can go and, you know, have a shisha, a cafe. It's like you're in, you know, the Middle East somewhere. You're just like you're on the streets of Damascus, but actually more like on the streets of like Abu Dhabi. Not that anybody walks in Abu Dhabi, you know, I mean, unless you're really poor. But all of that Gulf elite shelters money there too. So you've got kind of horrible, you know, assets seized. A lot of petrochemical, like you know, Abramovich is himself. I think he has. I think Gazprom. He was involved with Gazprom. If not Gazprom, other sort of these oil and gas exploiting. So really, what you have is London is one of the financial hubs for, you know, petroleum wealth being sheltered.
And it really sheds light on the dangers of income inequality, because there's an end game to this. When the Soviet Union fell and Yeltsin, who was a drunken puppet of
that was
Street.
awesome. I still miss his International Women's Day like addresses on C-SPAN. That was amazing. Anyway, go ahead.
There were about 22 oligarchs, and then what's his name? Putin came in, and apparently he said, "You're either going to jail or you're giving me 50% of your assets." And he had to kick up like a mobster to Putin, or you're going to jail. And then he created some oligarchs from within his immediate government. And this is how income inequality, this is how you end up with Vladimir Putin. And if we don't do something about the concentration of wealth in this country, it's going to go from seeming like a fascist state to an actual fascist state. So very quickly, were you surprised that Erdogan closed, is it the Bosphorus?
Well, I think what he closed actually was the Dardanelles, but obviously both the Bosphorus and the Dardanelles are two straits that connect the Mediterranean first to the Sea of Marmara through the Dardanelles, and then the Sea of Marmara to the Black Sea through the Bosphorus. And
he was flirting. A month ago, he was flirting with Putin. I think he was going to buy some jets from Putin. And were you surprised by how quickly Erdogan got with the Western program?
Well, I'm not so sure. I mean, Turkey is a NATO power, so obviously they're going to follow overall the approach of NATO. And of course, as we all know, Ukraine is not yet or a member of NATO, but nonetheless, there is a kind of coordinated policy towards it. So, of course, there was going to be an alignment in that direction. But I think, it is closed to all belligerents. So I think that also includes, U.S. Tankers and warships. Also, I think they've closed it to every one of the belligerents. And so I think in some ways also Erdogan, my mother really likes to watch Turkish television, so she's following the news out of Turkey, how Turkey is looking at this fairly closely. And I was speaking with her, and she said that there's a lot of talk on the Turkish television about how Turkey under Erdogan has offered to broker and host, a lot of peace talks. I know there are other discussions, diplomacy taking place, but Turkey would like to sort of position itself as a broker. Despite being a NATO power, they also like to have a bit more of an independent policy as a kind of emerging power in the Eastern Mediterranean, with good relations with the Middle East and some of the Gulf states like Qatar. So they're trying to host peace talks themselves, or at least some sort of diplomatic discussions.
I don't have. I'm sorry.
I think they want to be players.
Right.
So,
Is Crimea worthless? I don't have a map in front of me. Is Crimea worthless if Erdogan shuts the Dardanelles to Russian?
Well,
ships?
the whole point, yeah, obviously the whole point of Sevastopol, Odessa, and Crimea is that they have access to the Mediterranean via the Bosporus and the Dardanelles, so they can get out into the wider shipping, and that access is usually not cut off by weather problems, etc. Warm waters, and that's Russia only has 2 ports. They have a naval facility, I think near Latakia, so in northern Syria, on the coast of Syria, and now Crimea. Those are their ports. So yes, they are worthless, but only if they decide. They are a much stronger power. They're only if they decide they don't want to push, the issue. Turkey is not a huge military power. It is part of NATO, but by itself, it could conceivably be intimidated, to provide access. It's in a geostrategic location, but it is no longer the Ottoman Empire, right? Like it's obviously diminished in its military capabilities, its economic power, and so on.
Professor John, you wanted to say something, and then we'll turn to Professor Marianne, who I've been keeping waiting, and I apologize.
Yeah, I just wanted to address a couple points. One, you were castigating yourself for saying that you didn't think Russia would invade. There's another important person who didn't think so either up to a few days before the invasion, and that was President Zelensky.
Apparently we have the same intel.
Yeah, don't be too hard on yourself. As far as anti-missile technology is concerned, I saw an interview with retired Colonel Douglas Macgregor, the U.S. Army, talking about that, and he said it's basically too late to do that. Even if those systems are effective, you're not dealing with an Apple iPad here. These things have to be set up. They have to be trained. The people running them have to be trained. They're not, user friendly. So it's not feasible unless you're willing to send in people to show the Ukrainians how to use them. And then you're actively getting involved on the ground, right, supplying sophisticated weapons with personnel to use them or to train the Ukrainians how to use them.
I'm sure. Don't you think we have special? I can't imagine America staying out of Ukraine with that.
Well, in order to deploy enough of these things to make a difference, it would be obvious,
right?
And then Russia would say, oh, "Okay, you're intervening. We're now at war with you." I don't think we want that. So okay. I don't think that's a really, usable option at this point.
Professor Marianne Cummings, sorry to keep you waiting. What's on your mind?
I was going to talk about the decision this past week by the Supreme Court that dismissed this fellow Zubediah's petition requesting the testimony of the psychologists at the black site that he was tortured at for several years, apparently waterboarded 80 plus times. So he had a case in front of the Supreme Court.
What's the water bill alone for something like that?
It might have reused the water. I don't even want to. I've got a paragraph. I don't even want to read it. It's horrible. So I don't want to read it. So anyway, it turns out that Stephen Meyer wrote the opinion of the majority. He joined the five of the conservative judges and Stephen Breyer, and basically asking them to dismiss because it had issues of national security. And one of the Republicans, or rather the conservatives, was Gorsuch, who wrote the opinion for the minority. And he said, this is preposterous. I mean, this is just covering up embarrassment. None of this information is secret anymore. It is known that we do this. This guy should have, and besides which, those two contractors aren't even military people. They were just contracted by the CIA. It's a whole messy affair, but you know, it just kind of goes to my point I made a while back that I long ago stopped worrying about the Supreme Court. That's a shibboleth that, you know, centrist Democrats are always raising, like, oh, but the Supreme Court, you've got to support these horrible Democrats over here. And actually the Supreme Court judges in the last 2 or 3 years have been, well, I was to say uncharacteristically, but that's been characteristic of Supreme Court judges for the most part, is, you know, reserved, cautious, small c, conservative. And you know, I think it's the nature of the job where once you get there, and it takes maybe a year or two to realize you don't have to answer to anyone anymore. I mean, you really, that's one of the things that people, the lifelong appointment is something that people have pointed out that maybe we need to reconsider. On the other hand, there is that, you know, you don't ever have to worry about your next job. So, but I want to talk a little bit more about that later. However, you know, I actually found an amazing article. I'll post it in the chat. But you know, we've got a fog of war. It's a lot of propaganda, and CNN had just, and other places, debunked this. You know, these pictures of Zelensky, you know, in battle fatigues, manning the trenches, you know, and they had to admit that those were pictures from last year. Okay, so I just kind of got curious. Well, okay, where was he then? And it turns out he was at the front in Donbass last year. And there is a article in the Kiev Post, which has an English language version online. And the article that I got to was, the incident was notable because Zelensky kind of went off on a veteran. So the situation is that there are these protocols that were negotiated within the Minsk Accords for disengagement. And
this is where he attacked an Azov battalion member in front of the camera, right?
That he told the veterans that, you know, to stand down. There were veterans illegally living in these areas harboring weapons, and he said he demanded that they be handed over. He gets into a fight with an older Ukrainian war vet, and I guess he kind of went off on him because the guy told him to pound sand, you loser. And he goes, I'm not a loser. I'm 41 years old and I'm the president of a country and blah, 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 you know. And so that was, you know, that was captured on video. But what was remarkable was the reactions to it. I mean, this fellow, Andriy Beletsky, head of the National Courts and the Azov Battalion, now realize they are now part of the official security unit. And a lot of these guys are out there, you know, just kind of over the trenches, you know, facing off the rebels in the provinces. And he threatens Zelensky publicly on his YouTube channel. And he says, there's going to be hell to pay if you try to pull these people away or evict them from these towns. And, you know, like basically, this is insubordination, like writ large. You are telling the president of your country that, no, you're not calling the shots. Meanwhile, there was a gal who was in the party of Poroshenko, the previous president. And she issued physical threats against him also. He says, this guy thinks he's immortal, something else. He said, it would be nice if somebody, you know, during this shelling that a bomb would go off and from a certain guy wearing, you know, white or blue shirt, was referring to the fact that Zelensky used to dress in civilian clothes when he went to the fronts to talk to people. that's just you're threatening the president of your country with like assassinating him. But there is a problem for Zelensky. I don't think I mean, this is an amazing article on so many levels because it kind of reveals that there are protocols. He really was trying to do a ceasefire. And apparently, one of the things that people now believe, according to Scott Ritter, who I think we really should have on the show if Peter can arrange that, because he says, these guys, it's not that the Azov battalion is even the majority of the government of the national security forces. However, they seem to have an enormous outsized influence to their actual numbers, and they threaten people. And what's creepy is that there is actually a tolerance for this kind of threat, at least in the western part of Ukraine. So, I had mentioned before that Zelensky was one of these politicians named in the Panama Papers who has set up several shell companies right before he was sworn in as president. Now I'm going to be generous and say he probably knows that he may not be able to stay in that country if he does anything. In fact, there was a New York Times article that I had just brought up. It was from, I think it was from this year, that, the title was Armed Nationalists in Ukraine Pose a Threat Not Just to Russia. And that's the thing. These are armed groups that will not tolerate, who have publicly stated, they will not tolerate any politician that is going to call for a resumption of talks with Russia or anything having a peaceful settlement that might end up in the provinces having autonomy, even if they are within the Ukraine Federation. So, they've got a problem. This is in the New York Times. This is not a paper that is a paper that's pro-war, pro the interests of the neocons in our own Pentagon. But I think somebody is, sending up a warning, like, hey guys, we're not going to be able to have peace. You're going to find that if in your mind, even if you're in your mind, you think you can subdue Russia, you're going to have these guys who actually have demands, who aren't.
I think Lane in the chat room,
yeah.
I think this is Lane. He's writing that the neo-Nazi community of Europe are all joining the Azov Brigade. Yeah. You read about the French right-wing militia heading to Ukraine and our beloved right-wingers heading off to fight for Ukraine. They'll be scooped up by the Azov battalion. What is the other one? C what?
C-14. That was
C-14.
an extension of, what was that?
Svoboda Party.
Svoboda Party, that's right. These were the guys that have been bragging that if it hadn't been for them, those protests, the Maidan protests, would have just been a gay pride parade, meaning because originally the protests were wasn't really over membership of NATO or the EU. It was over corruption. That's what the original protests were about. And those were peaceful, but they were persistent. They started in the late fall of that year and they were going on through the winter. It was just when these guys who some of our diplomatic corps were talking to and encouraging, they kind of took over and sort of made it a confrontation with the police. And, we know what happened. They made it violent. The other thing I wanted to make is that even though
we want to talk to you about nuclear power and nuclear weapons.
Well,
did you know you're a particle physicist?
No, I actually,
did you know
I'm mostly an accountant these days, and I guess my main job is begging for money, which they gave us some. I actually have to think about physics this year. How about that? But
go ahead. I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
No, but the thing is that, no, I've been following, I'm a member of the ANS, and I've been, we get notices from the International Atomic Energy Agency every day. You know, there's a newsletter that comes out, and they're monitoring the situation. Again, the people that, I didn't know, by the way, Professor Ann, about the small research reactor. If it's like research reactors that have been at American universities, it's about 1/1000th the power typically. It's like like 1 MeV or less. And a lot of these things are, the very, very low powered reactors are used for making isotopes for industrial and mostly in the States medical purposes. So it's like, so I don't know this particular one, but that's what I'm guessing it is. So in other words, those are probably not enough power, you know, to be a problem. Walk away safe in case anything, you know, like cataclysmic happened, like a tornado or some weather event. So I don't worry so much about that. There is a European Commission site that has all these monitors all over Europe, and it's kind of neat because they actually do give readings in real time. It runs better on a Mac. I hear there's problems with the latest Windows operating system and this site, but Henry actually introduced me to it a while back, so it's kind of neat to look at. I guess if you were just trying to take out possible military power and you wanted to make it palatable for your troops, I would imagine you would, you know, sort of surround the nuclear reactors. There was one little notice, though. They haven't heard from the Chernobyl group in at least as of 8 o'clock this morning in the previous 12 hours. So there was a little bit of concern, but I haven't heard anything else.
They've been detached from the monitoring system, right, Marianne? From
What's
the
that?
AI, they've been detached from the AIEA monitoring systems.
Yeah.
The two that they hold, that the Russians hold.
Well, and there are these systems on site. The European Commission is just sort of generic, you know, what's the ambient reading just all over Europe, because they have these monitors all over Europe. And if there was an uptick in, like, you know, an area, not a specific area, but a general region, that they would have some concern, but that's what they're. So yeah, the prevailing winds, somebody did point out that the prevailing winds do blow toward Russia. However, if it gets up into the upper atmosphere, they don't blow toward Russia, they blow all over. And Professor Ian would probably be able to, you know, describe that a little better.
Weren't they finding it in the milk, the Chernobyl accident? They were finding it in milk in London, right?
Yeah, it was blowing up toward in Western Europe. I mean, they were saying, well, look, the Russians, the Soviets had a trick cigar, blew up in their face, and it's all blowing toward Russia. And then the wind changed. But the wind really hadn't changed. What had happened? It was stuff was getting up into the upper atmosphere, and there's some wind current that's kind of a residual effect of the Gulf Stream, and it was just kind of sucking it and pulling it up along to Northern Europe. So yeah, everybody was being concerned over that. So,
well, I'm trying to run this show. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, but anyway, what I'm saying is that we've got a real problem here. I mean, this is not my monkey or my circus, you know. So all I can do is I've called my senators, I've called my congressmen, and said, please urge like a diplomatic solution. The Russians are still giving their, you know, their demands, and they've been pretty consistent. I mean, I think what will happen is that we will, if this gets settled peacefully, or, you know, without major war breaking out, it will probably be a situation where the two eastern provinces and Crimea remain remain under autonomous control, it has their own autonomous regions. The two Donbass areas stay in the Ukraine Federation. And, everybody just kind of backs down. Now, it's pretty clear that the Western Ukrainians are not all that, do not all that care too much for their neighbors to the Far East. So I can see why those people in those regions would, when you've got a hostile government, even though somebody who was originally from your region is president, is this person who appears to not have all that much power. Or he is constrained. I don't think it's a personal fault of his, but this is just the situation he's in. And look, one more thing I wanted to say, that yes, the party that was most far right, which had over 10% of the seats in 2014, has dwindled since below 3%. However, the middle parties are still pushing the same kind of stuff. One rock musician, what was the name of it? The Voice Party. It's got 20 members of parliament. They pushed a bill, again, reintroducing the same thing that was introduced in 2014, establishing Ukraine as the language of all official business. But the other point was that, there are several articles on this. I can also put them in the chat to look them up. But there was an official holiday that was voted on at the end of 2018 and celebrated a New Year's 2019 for, what was his name? Stefan Bandera, the Nazi collaborator. They established that, that parliament had established just 3 years ago, just a little over 3 years ago, a national holiday celebrating a Nazi collaborator who only broke with the Nazis and then ended up killing more Jews during World War II. There is a problem. I mean, somehow this stuff in at least Western Ukrainian society is normalized and tolerated. As much as we talk about Nazis, even a state having a day celebrating a Nazi collaborator in the United States would be unheard of. I mean, you wouldn't do it. So, maybe these two provinces, unless they completely purge them of all the Russians, that if you've got this kind of situation in Western Ukraine, I think.
Well, what are the demands of the Russians? Isn't that an important question?
Yeah,
I
the
think
demands of the
If we're
NATO
going to
and the
negotiate, we need to know what that is.
Yeah, no, the
NATO
demands
and
were that Ukraine stay neutral, not part of NATO. That was probably their most important demand. The second was that, for the Minsk Accords, it was that the provinces have their own autonomous governments, but can remain in Ukraine Federation. The latest demand was that the provinces gain their independence. But I can imagine if NATO is off the table, I think there's a lot of things that are flexible. And I can't remember, but I think those are the main two. I mean, when you look at it, Russia, whatever you think of Putin, Russia has a legitimate concern considering all of the hostile missiles and bases, almost outlining, their western border. You can see why they would want to have those buffer states, and without the ability of NATO to put missiles right up against their border. All right, and also retain control of Crimea as a strategic asset that's essentially been part of their country for over 200 years. So
I just want to address something here, Professor Marianne.
Mm-hmm.
There's backlash. I get some, you get some, for critical thinking. And I just want to say something because I'm seeing it in the chat room. There's no dogmatism here. You have to understand why somebody is doing what they're doing. My I don't want to recommend the top of my show, but in America, people pick a side and then cherry pick the narrative that suits them. And you always have to look at evil and ask why it's happening. That doesn't mean you condone the actions of Putin or Hitler or Donald
Saddam,
Trump
or Assad,
or
you know.
But until you get in their head and try to figure out why they are doing what they're doing, you cannot have peace. And I see a lot of pushback from people who listen to this show complaining when you explain the grievances of those who we do not like or approve of. There's a fear. This is, again, I don't want to go listen to the top of the show. You know, we weren't allowed to find out why Osama bin Laden flew those planes into the building. Good, you're either with us or against it, and you were not allowed to understand their grievances, because even talking about their grievances dignified evil, and so we remained just ignorant enough to believe the president when he said the Taliban attacked us and Saddam Hussein attacked us. Getting into the head of these people is not condoning it, it's understanding it. You have to understand people who are aggrieved. Even, you know, the white separatists in our country, you have to understand what their grievances are. It's not condoning. And I see this, I get emails all the time now. Listen, I make a lot of mistakes here, a lot. And I am a little too opinionated, but part of my Jesuit training at my Orthodox Hebrew school was to do brain exercise. You know, why are you, anyway, so go ahead, Professor Marianne.
It really is the censorship. I mean, I've had 2 videos removed from Facebook, which one was article. It was just saying, and I had a comment like, this is just stupid and counterproductive, when I posted an article from ESPN website about National Hockey League players getting death threats because they were born in Russia. I said, this is like monumentally stupid. The other
Get in line. Remember Dan Rather telling David Letterman when he broke down and cried? And I like Dan Rather, but George W. Bush is my president, woo-hoo, and he says march, and I'm going to march. No, Dan.
No, that's not in America. And you know, that's another thing. Remember, we used to talk about the headless nails that the Bush administration, the Cheney administration was putting into our national security apparatuses, into our State Department people that could not be fired. Well, you know, we've got Victoria Nuland, who for some reason is now Assistant Secretary of State. Again, I think she was Undersecretary of State during the Obama years. And she and her boss, Dick Cheney, and Zbigniew Brzezinski and Paul Wolfowitz, I mean, their attitude toward Russia wasn't just containment. They thought that they could crush Russia, that they could defeat it and break it up. I mean, and that was their big goal. And I'm thinking, you know, you might be able to do that, and the world might be just one desolate, you know, nuclear wasteland at the end. But
somebody in the chat room, we do have to wrap it up. Somebody in the chat room said, there are some people who never speak an ill word about Vladimir Putin. Well, you know, on this show, we rarely speak an ill word about Donald Trump. On this show, and maybe we're being short-sighted, it's a given. It's a given that these people are bad. We you know, we know that. So maybe we're, you know, a little too hip for the too cool for school. And, you know, again, I don't believe we are, but I'm just saying, like, we just assume that everybody knows Vladimir Putin is dangerous. We just assume Donald Trump is dangerous. So why not talk about something you can't hear?
You can say,
Can I
okay,
just
Putin, bad, very bad. Okay, now what?
Can I make a quick point here, David?
Yes.
So whoever said that obviously wasn't listening to my thoughts on this, a week or so ago, where I went through a long laundry list of reasons why Vladimir Putin is awful, and he's no friend of the West, and he's no friend of the left. He's not on the left. He doesn't want to reconstitute the Soviet Union. He wants to reconstitute a strong Russia with defensible borders, and that's more similar to the Tsarist regime than it is to the Soviet Union. But I would like to address a point that's been constantly raised in the chat, and that is, it is not up to us to give away pieces of Ukraine on their behalf. And that is absolutely true. None of us are in the position to do that. What we are in the position to do is to advise against giving Ukrainians false hope that they're going to get their entire country back without causing World War III. And to suggest that the Ukrainians resist an army that is 3 times as large as theirs, with more sophisticated weaponry, with absolute air superiority, is immoral in my view. And I am not willing to encourage other people to fight to the last drop of someone else's blood.
The other thing is, and I'm not going to, again, I don't want to be dogmatic. It seems to me, and maybe I'm wrong, that NATO and the EU are doing a disservice to Ukraine by luring it to the West, knowing that they're buttressed up against a gigantic lion that doesn't want that. It's probably in the best of all possible worlds. I think Pangloss used to say that, in the best of all possible worlds, Ukraine would have the autonomy to leave and join NATO and the EU and become obese. But it's not in their best interest. If we really cared about the people of Ukraine and not the 13 oligarchs and their money in Ukraine, we would encourage cooperation between Russia and Ukraine and make sure that there's peace there through trade and not hostilities. That's what the strongest, most powerful, we proved how strong we are. Once again, I mean, we can shut down Russia short of nuclear war. I think we have demonstrated that we can turn off Russia. Well, you can turn Russia off, but Russia could turn the planet off. So the best thing to do is make sure the people of Ukraine, I can't, 3.5 million refugees right now. I can't see how joining the EU is going to make that better. Just,
we've got to get the Russians out of there as quickly as possible without creating a larger conflict. And the only way to do that is through negotiations. And if negotiations means making concessions, so something has to give on the Ukrainian side. I'm sorry. I wish it wasn't true, but it is.
You know what it is? The problem is, we do have to wrap it up. The problem is we just lost Afghanistan. So you're at a bar. I get into a lot of bar fights. And when I lose a bar fight, I want everybody to know that I'm not afraid to fight. So I go pick a fight just to make sure everybody knows that I'm still tough. And this is the problem. We were humiliated in Afghanistan. And if you don't think Biden and the Pentagon isn't taking that personally, you are sorely mistaken. And this is their chance to show that they're still in the game. You know, we had Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson on the Ralph Nader Radio Hour, and he said something really shocking. He was Colin Powell's chief of staff in the lead up to the illegal invasion of Iraq. And he said, you got to understand, after 9/11, they were angry. They took it personally inside the White House. They wanted revenge. There was like white hot rage coming from these people. They're not calculating. They're ashamed of themselves, and they should be, quite frankly. But they're going to get us into more trouble. Professor Marianne, and we do have to wrap it up.
No, what I was saying, and I'm going to put this article up in the chat, was that the astonishing thing was that there's quite a lot of detail already worked out in protocols. They did manage ceasefires, most of last year at various, and they were doing it city by city, area by area. In other words, there's a framework for that that's been worked out by diplomats, from Germany, from France, from both sides, both the Ukrainians and the runaway provinces and Russia. So we do have a framework. It's just that the US has never pressured Ukraine to abide by them. Now Zelensky was elected in part as the guy who would resolve these issues, but he's got a problem. He's got members of his own national security forces openly threatening him, and members of parliament feeling they can openly threaten him. And these people are adamant. Anyone that comes to a deal with the Russians or those provinces, they will not accept. All right,
trained to be a stand-up comic. He's in his comfort zone. Tough crowd. He's used to it. I'm serious. We have to wrap it up. Let's go up to Joe in Norway, who is torturing me.
No.
You brought it in exactly in an hour.
I made it. How's that for timing?
So what do you got there?
I have a tomato salad that I'll just make bruschetta. Just scrape a piece of toast with garlic and then put that on top with tomato and basil. This is a quick pickle, cucumber, shallot, rice vinegar, and dill, and white pepper. And this is a potato salad with the pickles we made, and celery and dill, different herbs. And this is the steamed eggplant dish.
Wow.
That, with soy and garlic and chili. Scallion. Nice.
When is Zoom? When are we going to be able to reach through the screen and just grab it and have some? Professor Marianne, you're a particle physicist. How many years away till we can just do a 3D printing of his food?
Oh, well, according to the replicator technology, about 300 years.
What about a 3D printer? Can't we print his food out?
Yeah, you can print the physical dimensions of his food. They'll be made of like plastic. Or maybe we could maybe you can just squeeze little, oh yeah, that's right. You could just squeeze little protein paste and then have chemists in New Jersey come up with the flavors, exact flavors for eggplant and dill and so. Oh, goddamn, I think I've got an idea for a new restaurant change. Okay.
I like the way you think.
I gotta think about this a little bit.
Well, it'll be in the metaverse, so then you could be eating anything.
Well, that was what I was going to talk about with Professor Harvey J.K. So I don't mean to, I'm just going to say thank you. I am blessed. We are all blessed. Professor Adnan Hussein, Guerrilla History, the Mudgeless podcast with Dr. Juan Cole. So that's everybody should go listen to the Mudgeless podcast and give to rahima.org. Look at this food that Joe in Norway is cooking. Everybody who comes to America should have access to this kind of food. It is a human right. And rahima.org provides exactly this kind of food. Good, healthy.
I should point out that all of the dishes I prepare for the show are 100% vegetarian.
Right.
Meaning vegan.
And rahima.org is a food pantry for refugees, and we don't have enough here in America. 15,000 we took in last year. You look at what the European Union is taking in. They're taking in 3.5 million refugees just from Ukraine and giving them health care. And we can barely take 15,000 in. Shame on this country once again. 15,000 refugees, if they come from Europe, they're migrants if they come from the South. Interesting what we call people. Thank you, Professor Adnan Hussein. Thank you, Professor Ann Lee. Amazing job. Thank you, Professor Marianne Cummings. Thank you, Professor Jonathan Bick. I hope to see all of you at office hours. And again, we get angry, but we're trying to find out what's going on in Ukraine. And we know whose side we're on. We're on the side, as Davy Mammal said, the great Davy Mammal said, we're on the side of the working people of the world. And I'm on the side of the slothful, lazy people of the world. Workers of the world unite. Also, lazy, sloppy, depressed people who can't get out of bed unite. Anybody who's not.
Wait, is that my introduction? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I appreciate that. You don't need to play the song after that wonderful introduction.
Well, let's play.
If Alan's not going to be here, play my original song.
Harvey J.K.
There you go.
He's got a lot to say.
Even if I don't.
About Thomas Paine.
We're going to bring in Dave and PA and Chad.
St. Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can't go. Harvey J.K. is on the show today.
I have to go get some beans.
Harvey J.K.
Are they ready?
Just leave this song on the whole time.
It's worse than hold.
Harvey J.K. wants you to be radical. He ain't dogmatical. Won't take sabbatical. St. Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can't go.
So good.
Harvey J.K. is on the show today. Harvey J.K.
Is that an apricot?
Lima bean.
Oh.
This is a human right that all Americans should be entitled to a meal like this. And that's why everybody should give to rahima.org. God, that's so good. Thank you, Leslie. Welcome back.
where's my buddy?
Where's your what?
Huh? Well, did Alan say he couldn't make it tonight?
I don't know. I thought he was invited.
I assume so. He and I have been doing a lot of shows this week, and and earlier today we recorded one with RJ Eskow, Richard Eskow, for the 0 Hour, and we both agreed to see each other tonight with you.
I don't know where he is.
I hope he's okay.
No. Well, I hope he's not okay. I'd hate to think that he just didn't want to do the show. I hope something bad happened to him. I'd hate to think that he just decided not to do the show.
That's fair. That's fair. Very fair.
Professor Harvey J. Kaye is the author of countless books, including Take Hold of Our History, FDR on Democracy, The Fight for the Four Freedoms. He's written the definitive biography of Thomas Paine that President Obama has read about a year ago.
Or at least he has it on his shelf.
Yes. Hey, I watched, as usual, I couldn't sleep last night, and I don't know why, I watched Obama's appearances, some of his appearances at the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Is that a collection that one watches?
It's on YouTube.
Oh, it is. No kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
Boy, did I love him.
Did
it
you?
was like, I felt it. There's some.
So you don't want me to deconstruct him for you, I guess.
No, that's why I'm bringing it up, because I've changed. I was rooting for him. I understood the way of the world, and it's so hard to get things done, and he's doing his best. And if only the evil Republicans would get out of the way and let him, and he was he's adorable.
Do you remember the campaign of, would that have been 2000 and, what was that? The campaign of 2008, the first time?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you remember who he ran against, right?
Just barely.
John McCain.
Right.
Okay. And they both had a book out. They both had the kind of presidential campaign book. His was called, what was it called? The Arc of Justice or something to that effect? Or was it something about the, like that? And McCain had a book out, which was sort of a memoir and a commentary on, his view of America, I guess. And I had a seminar of about, 15 students, predominantly young women and overwhelmingly progressive group of students. And I had them read both of these. This was in the fall of 2000, before the November elections. This was because I was having them write, I guess they were going to be writing an open letter to the candidates, or an open letter to what, the idea was they were going to write an opinion piece directed at the candidates. So they had to read each of these books. And I think I had them also read Obama's memoir, which was not exactly true. But the point I'm going to say is that, to my amazement, they much preferred McCain's work. In spite
he had
of
a better ghostwriter.
Well, it wasn't just that. It's also the fact that they smelled the problem with Obama's book. It was it was what was it under Clinton, and who was that guy?
Dick Morris.
Yes,
Dick Morris.
You know where I was going. It was the triangulation, where he would make some kind of progressive statement, and then he'd work his way around basically to literally castrate it, to take it down,
Right.
take it out at the knees, that kind of thing. Right. And they said, what's this guy about? So, I read it, and I was at times excited because he did talk about the things I wanted him to talk about. And then he came around to a point where he had no idea what he was on about. It's not unlike, I can tell you, I took apart Biden's State of the Union message last week. He hit hit the right points, but there was no dynamic in the speech. Well, Obama's was beyond that. He actually undid his own arguments. So I never had, I'm not taking pride in this. I would have loved to have seen a progressive Obama presidency, But early on, I had no confidence that this guy was going to be a progressive at all. And I can tell you, I was even more foolish than most people. I wanted John Edwards earlier in the.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I voted for John Edwards.
Yeah, I mean, talk about a facade and a story and all that. Mm.
But at least the two Americas, he was talking. It was the only.
Yes,
he was the only one talking about the two Americas.
Right, and that was exactly the thing. And one figured at least somebody would go into the White House with that kind of mentality or ethos. But boy,
what did he do?
I saw him a few years later after his divorce. The terrible end of his marriage and the stories that came out. My daughter was actually friends with his daughter at a place you just adore, Harvard Law School, and he was there at the graduation ceremony. That's where we were, and he was dressed like the Southern lawyer with the white suit. That's something he and David Duke actually had in common. I recall David Duke liked white suits when I lived in Louisiana. That's Southern.
Remember Sam Irvin?
Yes,
from the Watergate.
North Carolina, right?
Yeah, I'm just a small town country lawyer. I'm just trying to understand this. The small town country lawyer from Harvard University. He went to a segregationist, Sam Irvin.
Yeah,
from the Watergate hearings, who everybody loved. Just a small town Southern lawyer.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend. So you don't like Richard Nixon? Watergate hearings, Sam Irvin comes across as a
the
friend.
Enemy of my enemy is my friend, as long as he didn't go to Harvard.
Right.
But I'm giving you a special, your daughter, a special dispensation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You have to meet.
She likes you. That's why you should.
Oh, then in that case,
Exactly.
She's fantastic.
She was there that night, that night in Brooklyn at the Bell House. And
with Michael.
Yeah, right. And your daughter was there too that night.
My daughter was there, and
you and I met face to face.
I remember
there was no going back.
Yeah. Michael did a show in Brooklyn, and I felt 80 years younger. Yeah. His audience was there, and it was just so great. And I remember leaving and thinking, this is the beginning of something. This is the beginning of a movement. There are people that he's leading something, and if I could just watch it, I will learn so much. And God damn it.
Yeah, a few people reached out to me today because of, I don't even know why, they saw me somewhere and they said, "Oh, I'm a fan of yours ever since you were on the Michael Brooks show." And I just today was talking to Lorna and some other people and saying, man, what a loss. What a loss.
Most of my listeners came to me through Sam and Michael. That's where most of right. They used to come to me through Jimmy Dore, but I think they left through the door. Hey,
Speaking of doors, did you hear about? I mean, today was posed the question. This thing that was really hot on Twitter or Instagram or Facebook, who the hell knows what? Are there more doors or wheels in the world? I can't.
With all that's going on in the world, what do you think is the greatest invention, the door or the wheel?
The greatest invention. You've turned it into a new kind of question. That's interesting.
Now, let me ask you a question. What keeps a marriage going, a wheel or a door? I'm going to suggest the door is more necessary.
I know. Maybe I don't know
marriage, because you can't slam a wheel.
Right. I know you went where I thought you were going. Right.
Are there more wheels or doors?
But at least, or maybe the wheel is more like, it's all going in circles, right?
Yeah. So what's the answer? I would say more wheels.
Well, my first instincts told me doors, because I was sitting in a room with two doors. But
Right.
when I heard this question, but I immediately started to look around and I thought about, well, people think about cars, but cars with 4 wheels often have 4 doors, right?
Oh, that's a good point. You know what? I didn't think about that because I immediately thought of cars. But
Yeah.
those aren't real doors. Are those doors?
Yeah, they are. And then some of my former students jumped in. By the way, I will tell you, though, what really convinced me is I looked at my toy cars, and that's what convinced me there are more, because often toy cars don't have doors that open, but they have wheels all the time. So, and then I thought about all the other wheels that keep things moving and machinery and all that. I think it's got to be wheels, I think.
Now, you're a car guy. You are a car guy.
Yeah, I am a car guy, right? No, I mean, I'm not, I don't know engines, but I know, I like cars and yes.
I always find that interesting that somebody who's on the left is fascinated by cars. I don't know why, but Tom Hayden, one of my first interviews on this show was with Tom Hayden. Everybody should read Tom Hayden. He wanted to know what car I drove. He walked me to the parking lot and he wanted to see my car. It was a Japanese car and he was not happy.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
It's interesting. Tom Hayden, of all people, you would just think that people on the left, there's something.
Can I just ask though, Tom Hayden, I associate with Michigan because of Port Huron and where he went to grad school, but where was he actually from?
I don't know. I'm going to assume Michigan. Professor Marianne would probably know, but he ended up in California.
Yeah.
I
had some contact with him very late.
I had part of that original.
Oh, hang on. We have Professor Marianne. What is the answer?
He was one of the original authors of the Port Huron Statement.
Yeah, that was my point. But where was he originally from? Yeah.
I don't know if he was from Port. I'll ask Al Gore's internet.
I had contact with him.
It's Detroit. Something tells me.
Yeah.
He told me. I think
somebody's Googling it now. I assume, but
yeah, that's cheating.
Yeah,
can't Google.
Yeah, I had contact with him because I was really interested about some of the references he made to Thomas Paine. So this was back in the early 2000s, and I was friendly with Todd Gitlin, who also often referred to Thomas Paine. Yeah, that to me was Todd. To me, was one
problematic man. Problematic man.
But very. I mean, the times that I spent with him, he always challenged me in a good way, and I really, really appreciated it.
He's a bit yes, but some of the things he said about Ralph Nader.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I can't speak to that.
Yeah. I mean, he passed away and he chronicled the 60s, but he taught at Columbia or something. Didn't he become a...
Yeah, for quite some time he was out west, and then he went to Columbia to the journalism school and sociology. But it's interesting. As long as you mentioned Ralph Nader, and I'm doing this recollection of my work on Paine. Ralph Nader issued a pamphlet, which it's downstairs. I just came across it again in my collection, which he modeled after Thomas Paine's Common Sense. And next time I'm on, remind me, I'm going to show and tell it. Okay. It'll take me too long to run downstairs right now. But in fact, I'd wanted to talk to Nader about that, but I've never had contact with him, and you've never introduced me. So fuck you, man.
Yeah. I'm going to try to, I'm on, the radio show. Let's talk tomorrow.
You're still doing a radio show, right?
He's amazing.
Yeah,
I'm awe of him. I mean, he's the greatest. Several magazines have called him the greatest American, top 100 of all time. And there are some who say the greatest American next to Ben Franklin. That if you add up all that he has given this country, quietly, he's up there with Ben Franklin.
Has he ever mentioned Matt Rothschild to you? Matt Rothschild was here in Wisconsin. He was editor of the Progressive magazine. Before that, I believe he started with Nader. Didn't Nader launch the what was the magazine of the project around multinationals? Would it be?
I don't know.
This was back in the
Multinational Watch?
years ago. What?
Is it
What's it called?
Multinational Watch?
Yeah, something Monitor. Was his did he do Multinational Monitor? Was that what it's called?
Probably. I mean, it's probably.
It was Matt, who was the editor of the Progressive, which is headquartered, was published out of Madison from it, still is. He's no longer with the magazine, to my knowledge. But when he and I would get together, he would talk about Nader. He was, because he had worked with him.
Oh, Rothschild writes for the Progressive.
Yeah, he was the editor for a whole slew of
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I haven't seen him in a few years, but we would get together when I'd go down to Madison, and he interviewed me a few times for his podcast. Well, it wasn't a podcast. It was a radio show. What am I talking about? It was a radio show he had.
Right. So I want to tell you what you have wrought. And by the way, Liam McEnany is coming up, one of the original gangsters of Office Hours. So I think we're coming up on 2 years. And so some of you have already heard this story, but it bears repeating because no Harvey K, no Office Hours. You were doing my show.
Right.
We were doing it on Skype. And then one night you said to me, why don't we do it on Zoom? Have you tried Zoom? And I go, yeah. And you showed me how to use Zoom.
But no, here's the interesting thing. I convinced you to use Zoom, but I have never, here's the interesting thing. My wife, I have never even sent a Zoom invite to anyone. I ask others to send the Zoom invites to me. But so at the time when I was encouraging you, I had in mind exactly what ended up transpiring, that it would take on this whole unique life, whatever you did.
Let me tell you what's going on. So before we were live streaming this show on YouTube, we would do a live recording of the show on Zoom, and people showed up. I was shocked. People showed up, and there's a virtual studio audience, and we had Office Hours on Friday night at 8 p.m. We're coming up on 2 years. I've never missed an Office Hours. A lot of people have never missed an Office Hours, and I'm going to read you the lineup, but I'm going to tell you where we're heading.
And I do want to say one thing, just to make it clear. I pulled out in good part because it was devastating my weekends.
Oh, it
just literally took so many. I mean, because it was so hard to leave on a Friday night. I was up to 1 a.m. at times, and I just couldn't keep that up. I mean, I could keep it up if it wasn't for the fact that I was sitting in the kitchen by myself. My wife had already gone to bed, and it was just.
You would drink Japanese wine, I remember.
Japanese whiskey.
Oh, Japanese whiskey.
Yeah. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
So we have Joe in Norway prepares and organizes it. I start from 8 till 9. You can co-host with me if you want. And then we have.
I was co-hosting with you at the outset.
I know. And then Lane reports from SEAM and talks.
And I just tell everyone, I don't know if he's still there. I never forget. Lane was the first one who would sort of conk out for a while.
Yeah.
And then wake up. And I kept thinking to myself, I should do that. I should conk out and then wake up. I wouldn't have such a tough weekend.
And then we have Steve K teaching guitar. Phenomenal. A guided tour of the Twilight. I always mispronounce his last name, but he's going to teach guitar and music.
Was he with us at the beginning, Steve?
Yeah.
Was he part of the Players?
No,
he wasn't. Okay.
Then Professor John has a guided tour of the Twilight Zone. He plays an episode of the Twilight Zone and explains, and then we discuss it, which is phenomenal.
Fantastic. It really is.
And then it just.
I don't know if I told you, as we were first, going, there was an older married couple, older than I am, who were watching, and they reached out to me because they wanted to talk. They're from Southern California, and the husband was one of the directors of Second City in Chicago for some time, and the wife, I forget what she was. She was actually she was teaching at one of the Cal campuses, something sort of theatrical. And I said to them, it would be great if you have ideas, as this develops, this could become like a 1930s variety show kind of thing. And, we talked for some weeks, but in the meantime, Office Hours was developing on its own. It was organic, really.
What happened is I kind of stepped away and they took it over, and it's kind of like Chautauqua. I think that's the best way to describe it.
That's a good example. That's a good, analogy. Yeah.
Their lectures, we have Professor Hussein, who is, this is so generous. At 8:30 on Saturday morning, he is doing week 6 of his class that he teaches at Queen's University, Jewish and Muslim parables.
Well,
and philosophy.
Adnan Hussein, I hope he's listening. He's really a bot,
I know.
You just wind him up and he goes.
He's amazing. So
if you there, tell me in the chat that you said.
We also have Falco in Belgium, who is running our war room in Ukraine. He's in Belgium, but he's reporting at midnight in Ukraine, and there'll be a group discussion about Ukraine midnight.
How about that fellow who was in Beijing or somewhere in Shanghai or wherever? Remember that at the outset?
No. That's somebody different.
Okay.
Somebody different. And then we have Harsh at 1 a.m. is showing 2 short docs about Indian elections, open dialogue, and then we have a reading.
If you go on too long, you're going to make me conk out.
Then at 10 a.m. there's a reading of the Great Class War from 1914 to 19.
I'm utterly inadequate in those. You guys, it's a good thing I dropped out. Seriously.
At 11 a.m.
Can I say something to Rodrigo as long as he's commenting in the chat? Yeah. Rodrigo, you may recall some weeks ago was hoping we could get Nomiki Konst to come on the show, and she's definitely willing. She's been away for a while. And she's now back, a bit worn out from a big trip, but I will try to do my best to talk to her and try to figure out how to schedule that.
So let me tell you what's happening with Office Hours. So it's grown into a community, and you get to know everybody. We've done many, benefits, mutual aid, things I know nothing about. And we had a meeting yesterday, and it occurred to me where this is heading.
Huh.
You know that Facebook is now Meta. I think that's the name.
I think so. I was never on Facebook, but sure.
And Microsoft bought Activision, which makes computer games. So you know about the virtual world, right?
Not really. Not much. I figured this was about as virtual as it got.
I realized that in 3 years, and this is an insane idea, but no more insane than Mark Zuckerberg changing Facebook to Meta. We're only a few clicks away from turning Office Hours into a small town where you can put on goggles, and we can have a mayor and a librarian and a brothel and a massage parlor and a bordello and a fire department.
What's the difference between a bordello and a brothel? Could you help me understand that?
$50. Bordello's uptown, brothels way uptown.
Okay.
But we will, if you go into these beautiful video games that aren't even games, my kids have forced me to, it's like another world. And if you build a community it's only a matter of time before you just put on goggles and
stay
we can
there.
have and a preschool. You can have a preschool. You know, we can have whatever. But it's crazy.
It sounds absolutely made for the Matrix.
Yes, it's very scary. Does it scare you? Does the
yes?
When you look back, I was looking at, I watch YouTube and I like watching videos from like 79 and 80.
Oh yeah.
And the technology that we had in 1980.
Yeah.
And what we have now. What do you think was the scariest, the thing that was hardest for you to get used to, that you didn't think was going to be a good thing?
The hardest to get used to?
Yeah.
Well, keep in mind, I'm about 10 years older than you are, I think.
Maybe. Yeah.
So I think the hardest thing to get in my head was to come to grips with the fact that, for better or worse, I was part of a generation who imagined that things would actually get better, steadily better, both in a prosperity sense and a social democratic sense. And when I was in the course of graduate study, when I came out in 76 with a PhD, I could not believe that the world had seemed to radically shift, that the idea of prosperity and social democracy and the advance of labor, all the things that I honestly had come to believe, when the war in Vietnam would come to an end, things could be so great, is what I figured. And, it was tough at first. I mean, my life got better in certain ways, but the world around me was not the world that I expected to emerge with a PhD and engage.
It's interesting that you say that, because I remember in the late 70s thinking, Watergate was over, Vietnam was over, Jimmy Carter, a mediocrity, but he was president, and the moral arc of the universe was bending towards justice. And
I figured it was bending towards Ronald Reagan.
Well, this is what I thought. This is exactly this was before Reagan. And I remember thinking, boy, I'm never going to have an opportunity to be courageous. I was reading about all the people in the 50s who stood up to Joe McCarthy, and the 60s, all the people who stood up to the war, Daniel Ellsberg, all those people. I said, things are going to get really boring and there's going to be no opportunity for courage. And then Reagan became president.
Yeah, I wish the courage had occurred to people more aggressively when Carter was president. I remember, I swear I remember reading an op-ed piece by a rabbi who, and I thought it was in the New York Times, but it could have been somewhere else.
Rabbi Baruch Korf. Remember Baruch Korf, Nixon's rabbi, Baruch Korf?
Oh, God. Yeah, right. Well, vaguely do. But what I was going to say is this argument was that he couldn't choose between the two terrible candidates, Ford and Carter. And this might be the first time he wouldn't vote. Now, I had only gotten to vote one time before in 72, but I was living in Louisiana in 76, and there was no need to vote because they were all, it was Carter's election in Louisiana.
Right.
It was never in doubt. But I had no desire. I was determined not to vote for Carter. And, we don't need to go back over all the reasons. But oddly enough, I wanted Ted Kennedy to beat him in the primaries, but then I just read something the other day about, that really, Chappaquiddick aside, that really challenged me to rethink my interest in Ted Kennedy. I got to look into it more. It had something to do with that he too might well have been a neoliberal at that moment. I got to find out more. He was definitely in favor of national health care, but there was something that I was reading the other day, which led me to wonder if maybe that was just one thing and everything else I just don't know yet. So I promise you I'll have to.
You know what I watched last night on YouTube at 4 a.m? Ted Kennedy's interview with Roger Mudd in 1979. The infamous interview with Roger Mudd that I didn't get to see. Back then, I don't even think we had VHS tapes in 1979. And it was a big thing. The question in 1979 was Teddy Kennedy going to challenge Jimmy Carter?
Oh, yeah.
Challenging an incumbent. And he gave this interview to Roger Mudd that was a car crash almost as bad as Chappaquiddick. It was, right? Wasn't it?
I actually don't know that interview.
On YouTube, look it up. I'll send you the link.
I probably should. I still have a feeling, and keep in mind, this is too many years later for me to be anything but nostalgic for a moment, perhaps, but I don't think Reagan could have beaten Kennedy. However damaged he was. Reagan could only win because Carter was so bad. That's like Trump could only win because Hillary Clinton was so dull.
Well, yeah, I mean, who did more damage to the Carter administration's chances of a second term? The hostage situation or Ted Kennedy? Don't you run into trouble? I mean, Reagan ran against Ford.
Here's the thing. You can look at those things and make a good sort of cocktail party or dinner party kind of set of arguments. But I don't think it takes into account that working men and women were utterly fed up with Jimmy Carter. He had literally screwed them. I mean, he brought in Volcker. Okay. He brought in Volcker, who decided that the only way to tame the economy was to screw workers. And
he raised
it isn't that a lot of those people didn't vote for Reagan. They just didn't vote, which is what enabled Reagan to win.
Right.
And that's significant. So these other things, clearly didn't help his case. And it was, you know that expression, it's the cherry on top. What happened in the desert when he was trying to, to send the helicopters to Tehran, that was like the cherry on top to an already ridiculous and absurd presidency. I know some people like him and they're going to think I'm unfair, but seriously speaking, it was not a good time at all. At all.
I will take the Iranian hostage situation over what's going on right now. It's positively quaint compared.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. And they did come, I think they came home.
The hostages?
Healthy.
Yeah. The Canadians worked out the deal, right?
Right. Ben Affleck, I thought, did it.
Yeah, that's it. You got it. CIA and Canadians.
Are you writing? What are you working on?
I'm not. I've been reading a lot. So there's a young woman. It'd be nice if we, I don't know her that well, but I know her for some time now. Kim Kelly. Have you heard that name? She's a labor journalist, and she's young, very dynamic, very left. IWW member.
Okay.
And her book is due out in a few weeks, and I was asked to read it for a blurb. They sent it to me rather late, so I don't know if the blurb won't be on time, but I'm going to be in a conversation with her on a podcast out of Wilmington, Delaware. So I've been reading her book, In Galleys, and it's fascinating. I mean, it's not I have some criticisms, but those don't matter. It's really quite a good book. So I've been reading that. Also, another thing I've been reading, I think I mentioned before, it's a book by Ryan Cooper, who was an editor with The Week magazine. He's now the managing editor at the American Prospect. And I know him well because he and a guy named Alexi have a podcast every week, Left Anchor. And he just finished his first book, How You're Going to Pay for That, I think is the title. It's a real takedown of basically the economics profession, aside from various, but it's not done as an economic theory kind of thing. David, I do recommend you read Ryan L. Cooper's book. Okay. I wrote to him along the way as I was reading it, because he actually bought me a copy and sent it to me. And I said, because I thought, where'd this come from? And he told me I sent it to you. So he really does a kind of commonsensical takedown of neoliberalism. It's a really good book.
And austerity. And austerity.
Yeah, austerity. He's not he's not a Marxist, okay, and he has reservations about statism. I can tell you that, and that all is very commonsensically handled as well. But it just is a really good book about if you think about human decency and values and smarts. That's a good. In fact, if I were blurbing it, I'd say this book is characterized by human decency, smarts, and damn good criticism. It's just that kind of book.
Great.
Yeah. So, and then Alan and I, seriously, I mean, we did the big thing on this show, but we've been doing a lot of stuff. Tomorrow night we're on the Young Turks. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. Today we recorded with Zero Hour. And there, I'm forgetting the others. It's a busy time, a really busy time right now. And I'll also, to brag and drop names, is I've been doing this, I've been attending to the Nina Turner campaign a bit. In fact, while we were talking, I got 2 texts from her about something, which was nice.
Wow.
So, I mean, it's,
I bet we could raise some money for her. If she wants to do a fundraiser, I think, like, if she wanted to come in on a Friday night for an hour, I think we could.
I don't know. Friday nights, I don't know. That's a really good question. I say to people, and I tweeted, in fact, and sometimes I get nasty responses, but I used to say about Bernie that the reason it was important to vote for Bernie, the way to judge Bernie versus Hillary was Hillary kept saying she wanted to be our champion. And I thought, don't trust anyone who tells you they want to be your champion, because it means they don't want you to do anything. And Bernie was the guy who basically, first of all, I mean, he made us angry about billionaires, which we, sort of spoke to what we were already angry about. But then he had that catch thing, that not me, us, which really was, his point was, I can't do this by myself. You can elect me, but it's not going to be because of me that these things are going to change. And I think I came to this conclusion, when you hear candidates speak, ask yourself, do you really think they want to be your champion? Or should you go look for someone who inspires the fight in you? Okay. And I think that's the key. You want somebody who will inspire the fighting. And by the way, that's how I judge these speeches. That's the ground zero of how I judge the speeches. So when Biden never tells anybody to do anything, but rather, look what I've accomplished, or here's what you got to, he tells Congress, you got to do this and that. You've got a president who really doesn't want you to do anything.
Yeah. I just looked it up, Ted Kennedy's "The Dream Shall Never Die" speech at the 1980 Democratic National Convention. The work goes on, the cause endures, the hope still lives, and the dream shall never die. That was a great speech that he gave in 1980. Right. Senator Ted Kennedy.
Yeah, I heard he gave a great speech. I heard he gave a great speech when he finally spoke to the police about what happened to Chappaquiddick.
Okay. We all make, who hasn't driven?
Did I take away your joke? I knew you were going to go there.
No, we all make mistakes.
Yep.
Yeah. It's unfortunate, but watch that speech that he gave in 1980 at the Democratic.
My daughter, the one who went to Harvard Law, she interned in his Senate office for a while, and she was really impressed by.
You know who else did?
Who else?
Because he mentioned Harvard 3 times, so I'm gonna push back. You ready?
Who?
Morton Downey Jr. also interned for Teddy Kennedy. Morton Downey Sr. was a friend of Joseph Kennedy, and Morton Downey Jr. worked in Ted Kennedy's office probably around the same time your daughter was working there. But I don't think Morton Downey went to Harvard.
I don't think Ted Kennedy, was he thrown out of Harvard because for cheating?
They built a library to get him in there.
Huh. And then what law school did he go to? William and Mary? Maybe I'm just wrong on this.
Probably Virginia, right?
or William and Mary, one of those. Yeah, maybe Virginia. Does William and Mary even have a law school? I don't know, actually.
I think William does, but not Mary.
Not Mary, that's right. Yeah.
Professor Harvey J. Kaye, The Fight for the Four Freedoms.
I want to thank
Take
you for
hold.
just letting me schmooze tonight. It
was great. Yeah.
I just didn't have the spirit for politics in me tonight.
Or Ukraine.
Yeah, I can just tell you that to me, the only word when people ask me what do I think, I just say tragedy. I don't even know what to say beyond that.
From a historian's perspective,
yeah.
If you were Meekum, McCullough,
from a historian's perspective, I can only tell you that I'm very glad my great grandparents left in 1905.
Yeah. But will we look back? My audience is going to hate me for asking this question.
They may hate me more for what I said, how I answer you. Go ahead.
Well, for the genius of America people.
Oh, the soul of America people.
That everything works out for a reason.
Oh, yeah.
Is this Biden's moment? If you're going
this is
on,
interesting you say that. This is interesting you say that. No, I mean, this is interesting because I know sanctions and all of that, but the most telling thing about this moment is how little he is capable of doing. He's just, I'm not judging him as an individual. I have no idea of anyone who would have the capacity right at this moment to do other than what they're doing, which is sanctions and probably by way of Poland and whatever else borders on it, sending in as much aid and material as they can. But there may even be, for all we know, there are probably special forces on the ground left over from training them to do certain things before. But it's,
Well, I'm a little confused. Are you saying he's doing the best he can, or he could do more? I may not have.
No, I think it's about the best he can do. I mean that. I don't think there's anything. I don't know.
Having Macron and Bennett in Israel meeting with Putin, that this is some kind of.
Macron thought he had pulled off peace, and he ddidn't. Okay, he came back and after however long he was there, thinking he had set up the peace. Right?
He said peace in our time, I believe.
No, I mean, look, I'll say this, and I don't have time to get into it, and people will hate me for it, but people have a right to choose their own destiny. And the Ukrainians do not wish to be a part of the Russian Empire. And the tragedy is that there's very little, unless we're eager to see a World War III, that the West can do other than to. I think Professor Bick was saying it probably most clearly. There's very, very little we can do to assure that self-determination.
But the self-determination, again, one of the things I've learned in the past month is don't argue and don't have because this stuff is way beyond what I know. So, did we do a disservice to Ukraine by did we do a disservice to Ukraine? Was it an act of greed luring them towards the West?
I'm going to say something which is definitely going to piss off people. One could imagine another scenario, since it's nuclear weapons that keep smart folks from going to war. Is maybe they should have admitted Ukraine and said, fuck off, Russia. And I'm just saying that I don't see why the option would be that NATO did not go east. Why wouldn't it have been better to say Ukraine comes in quickly rather than allow the Russians to fantasize an alternative? And I say that just because I'm tired of hearing that somehow the West pushed too far east. That's ridiculous. We're in an age in which it's a global question. Okay. not a
But the other thing to keep in
50 miles or 100
Ukraine.
miles. What?
Ukraine, when the Soviet Union fell, Ukraine was the third largest nuclear power.
That's right. And guess what? Do you know that one of my very dearest friends is the person who negotiated the denuclearization of the former Soviet republics? And she is absolutely convinced that this was always Putin's intention, what he's doing now.
To do what? To
expand
absorb
the Russia, to recreate a Russian empire.
They would have been better off keeping the nuclear weapons.
Well, I said to her husband, ask her how she feels about what they did.
And she's an expert.
Yes.
You know, everybody's an expert, and they know they don't anticipate. Yeah, I'm listening, and I'm trying to do as much reading as I possibly can on this.
Well, that at that point, we remember the term proliferation.
Yeah.
The trick was to try to sustain a global order in which you knew who the nuclear powers were. It was going to be the United States, Britain, France, and the Soviet Union. Am I leaving somebody else out of that? I think that was the
China.
key. Well, China wasn't supposed to, but they did.
Right.
Okay. So, the idea was that if you denuclearize these republics, and it wasn't just Ukraine, it was the Soviets had left behind these weapons in these republics' hands. So they had to get those out.
Right. Let us go to Dave in PA. We've been having system problems, so we didn't get to ask Dave in PA. We've been watching Chad and Dave in PA making what I believe to be a lamp. Are you making a lamp? You got to unmute, sir.
Sorry, it's a furniture leg. It's a prototype. I got to make a bunch of these. Yeah, for a piece of furniture, a couch actually.
Wow.
Make a bunch of them. So this is a prototype. Just playing with the shape, getting used to it.
Oh, so this is a prototype, and then you're going to not use this.
Yeah, because it's cracked and yeah, I didn't think it was going to work out well just because the piece of the wood it was. But before
and what kind of wood is that?
This is a hard maple, sugar maple.
It's beautiful.
The sap's running.
The wood is beautiful. Not the product needs a little adjustment, but that's beautiful.
Yeah.
And is that sap running down?
No, it's just a heartwood in the inner part of the tree towards the center. It just stains differently. But most of the wood is this white.
So beautiful watching you do that. It really is.
Yeah, it really is. David, I got to go, so I'm going to wish you good night.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
good night.
And I'll talk to you soon.
Harvey.
Good night.
Thank you, Professor Harvey J.K. Pick up his books and follow him on Twitter at Harvey J.K. And thank you, Dave in PA, along with Harvey J.K. and Chad wearing his helmet. Safety first. Thank you, Chad. There's so many opportunities for Chad to be hurt, and yet, because he wears his helmet, he always comes out unscathed. When are you doing Hammer and Sickle? Okay. Well, that is our show. I believe we've been stood up by Liam McEnany. I hope something happened to him. I would hate to think that he just blew me off. I hope something bad happened. When are you doing Hammer and Sickle, Dave in PA?
We do it normally on Sunday afternoons at 2:30 Eastern, but every first Saturday, which is office hours and hours, we do it noon Saturday Eastern. And
fantastic.
More and more garden talk. At the spring.
More and more what?
Garden talk. That's the sickle part, is garden talk.
And the hammer is
all kinds of make, fix, hack, design, build, mutual aid, work together, fix each other's problems with the physical world. appliances.
Now, is this done on Discord or is it done on Discord or on Zoom?
We have a Zoom. It's the same Zoom meeting that starts with Hammer for an hour, Sickle for an hour, and then weekly Marks for about 2 hours. It's the same Zoom meeting, and you can get there from the Discord. That's where the link.
Can you get? Okay, all right, fantastic. Thank you, Dave and PA.
Thank you.
Interesting community. We were having a meeting last night, and I popped in on Sarah Bush's reading group on Discord. There were about 10 people reading Capital One. So that was adorable. I don't know why I said adorable. Just it was fun just to see what everybody's up to in this amazing community. Very humbling. Well, I'm going to plug office hours. I also want to plug the people who help get this show together. They are obviously Dan Frankenberger, who's next, along with Andy Brown, Sarah Bush, the Invisible Ninja, Joe in Norway, Professor John, I don't know why his name isn't up there, and Hannah Fartman, and Grace Jackson will be joining our crew. And you'll notice the show is going to be a lot more interesting. I need help. I can't do this by myself. I'm getting tired. So we have people here and we're going to pay them. And the best way to support the crew is by donating money to the show, either in the chat room or go to my website and donate and help keep this show going. I can't ask people to work for free. So that's our show. Let's go to Rodrigo, and then I'll check to see if there are any super chats, and we'll wrap it up. Rodrigo.
Hi, David.
Rodrigo. How are you tonight?
Fine, fighting in the chat as always.
What are you fighting about?
Ukraine and other things, but I wanted to.
Are you fighting? I saw this in the chat room. Somebody pinched Dr. Strangelove. There's no fighting in the chat room. Remember that line? There's no fighting in the war room. I saw that last week. I don't know who said that. So what's the mood in the chat room?
The usual mood in the chat room, but Bill Greenberg came back and he said that Alan Minsky wasn't here.
Oh, he's sad because Alan Minsky isn't here. So, yes, it's good to see Bill Greenberg back.
So I wanted to talk about Idaho.
It's going to be curious. I want to talk to if Bill will show up for office hours. You should probably take a look, Professor Greenberg, at what we're doing in office hours. I remember you kind of advised us, and I wonder how much of your advice we've applied. So if you want, I would like to talk to you at office hours tomorrow. I'm there from 8 till 9. I kind of make myself available. So I'd be curious to see if we applied some of your suggestions. Go ahead, Rodrigo.
So in Idaho, the House on Women's Day passed HB 675 by a vote of 55 to 13, and it would make providing gender-affirming care to trans teens a felony.
The end of what? The end of what?
In Idaho?
Yeah, but you said it would provide for the end of what?
Providing gender-affirming care to trans teens, a felony with a life sentence. Worse, it makes leaving the state.
I'm sorry, so a life sentence to anybody who does what with assists
doctors or parents who assist their trans teens with gender affirming care, what we used to call gender transitioning care. I forget the old name.
hormones and all that. Yeah.
Yes. Worse, it makes leaving the state with your trans teen to move elsewhere and provide them with care also a felony. And there is an exception carved out for intersex kids. We all get a little queasy thinking about this, but when a baby is born and the doctor decides the baby doesn't look too certain of whether it's a boy or a girl, the parents give permission to do surgery on the baby and sometimes turn an innie into an outie or an outie into an innie, and that apparently is fine. Probably because it's the doctors and parents deciding for the kid. But parents supporting their trans kids, that is a jail sentence. Idaho has a faith healing exemption to protect parents from prosecution if they let their kids die from a lack of medical treatment, which should make it clear that this isn't concerned politicians worried about kids getting hormone blockers so they don't kill themselves. This is, much like another Texas bill, a case of cruelty is the point. If you know people in Idaho who can join protests, please let them know. This bill is currently on its way to the Idaho Senate, where there's some hope that it will be stopped if enough attention is brought to it. And if you live in Missouri, Representative Mary Elizabeth Coleman has proposed a measure that would make performing an abortion on a Missouri resident or helping a Missouri resident get one in another state illegal. It's an amendment to an abortion-related House bill that has not yet been debated on the floor.
Right.
So if you know someone in Idaho or if you're in Idaho, it's important to stop this bill before it passes the Idaho Senate.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. I am not going to say anything about Boise. That is our show. I want to thank all our guests tonight. They were the great John Ross. Follow him on Twitter at Fun with Friction. And then the Hirschenfelds, Ethan Hirschenfeld, go watch him tonight on Special Victims, Law and Order, Special Victims Unit. Download Thug Thug Jew. Watch Bull, Red Notice, the great Ethan Hirschenfeld and his equally fantastic father, Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld. I want to thank Dan Frankenberger in the newsroom. Dan Frankenberger, the quizmaster, the new host of Stump the Humps. I won again, Stump the Humps. Emil Guillermo, and of course the Reverend Barry W. Lynn. Follow the Reverend Barry W. Lynn at Barry W. Lynn, Emil Guillermo, Emil Amok on Twitter, the professors and Marianne, Professor Marianne Cummings, Razor Girl on Twitter, Professor Annie Lee, read her over at the Daily Co's. Professor Jonathan Bick will be with us tomorrow night at office hours, teaching us about the Twilight Zone. And Professor Adnan Hussein has an interview with Dr. Juan Cole on the Mudgeless podcast. So you want to download that. And of course, Guerrilla History. Thank you, Joe in Norway, for cooking tonight and your work on office hours. Thank you, Dave in PA and Chad, stay healthy, Chad. Thank you, Professor Alan Minsky. Professor Alan Minsky. Yes, I need help. Thank you, Harvey J.K., Professor Harvey J.K. And I think that covers everything. I'm probably leaving something out. Office hours this Friday night. We talk about it a lot, but you should come. Go to my website and sign up. All you need is Zoom or a phone, and you can listen in. Friday, March 11th, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm there from 8 till 9. I make myself available. If you have any complaints, suggestions, I'm there from 8 till 9. Just raise your hand. Then from 9 to 9:30, we do community shout outs. That's for a half hour, a quick review of the evening scheduled. And then people are given a chance to brag about something, brag about their kids, their parents, their life. Then we go to CM England, the Fast Lane with Lane, and then a guitar lesson at 10 p.m. with Steve K. Then 11 p.m., a guided tour of the Twilight Zone with Professor John. At midnight, it's the War Room, Ukraine, Current Events, a group discussion hosted by Falco, who's coming to us from Belgium. And it's trigger warning. There's going to be, they're going to be talking about Ukraine. There'll be images, and it's going to be a little difficult to watch some stuff. Then Harsh is going to show 2 films that talk about the Indian Assembly election. They're 2 films by Satyajit Ray, and I know I mispronounced that. Then 2 a.m., it's the Witching Hour, open dialogue, and we resume with our morning session at 8:30 a.m. This is so generous of Professor Adnan Hussein. He's teaching his course, Jewish and Muslim Parables and Philosophical Fictions. It's week 6. Join Professor Adnan Hussein from 8:30 till 10, and Falco comes back with a reading from The Great Class War, 1914 to 1918. Then at 11 a.m., Professor Pamela will be reading The Red Deal, Indigenous Action to Save Our Earth by the Red Nation. The afternoon session continues at noon on Saturday, an update on Hungary. Then at 4:30 p.m., there's a screening of Lake of Fire over at the Valley Vox Theater. Our friends at Valley Vox celebrate Women's History Month in their own unique way with an emergency screening of Tony Kaye's 2007 documentary film, Lake of Fire. This is not part of office hours. They've branched out. For more information for this screening, go to valleyvoxtheater@gmail.com. And then at 2:30 p.m. on Sunday, it's Hammer and Sickle with Andy, Falco, and Sarah. And then at 4:30 p.m. on Sunday, it's Weekly Marks Reading Group. Some of these you have to sign up through on Discord. The stuff that happens on Sunday, I believe you need to join our Discord channel. And in order to do that, you have to attend office hours. And Andy Brown and Sarah will get you in touch with our Discord channel, which is incredible. It's just a lot of incredible things happening that I know nothing about. So please sign up for office hours and meet these, I'll call them people. Yes, I will call them people. Go to my website, davidfeldmanshow.com. And while you're over there, sign up for office hours. If you'd like to attend a live taping of this show every Monday night and Thursday night, we start at 5 p.m. and go till whenever. Go to my website for that. While you're over there, sign up for the newsletter, and we have a crew of people who get this show going and keep the community healthy and informed, and they have to be paid. So while you're over at my website, hit the donate button or Patreon, throw some cash so people here can, just because you're on the left doesn't mean you're a Catholic priest who's taken a vow of poverty. People need money. They do. Well, that's the show. Thank you all. I'm David Feldman. Remember to stay strong and protect the weak.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckled in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your Yes, it's time right now for the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming